Chapter 1, The End of the World. Aha! Zhao Ming. No, that's where people go to pee. It's dirty. Don't bite it.
A female student in a school uniform, with translucent white stockings on her feet, a perfect figure and delicate facial features, let out a scream. She was so scared that she trembled all over, and her beautiful face was also pale. Because her boyfriend seemed to have gone crazy, at this moment he was holding the toilet and gnawing on it like a madman, not even caring that he had knocked out a few teeth, as if the toilet was something delicious. After hearing her scream, her boyfriend immediately turned around, staring at her with his pale eyes.
Tang Mingting was startled and stood still in place.
But Zhao Ming was already rushing towards her with his fangs bared. Just as Zhao Ming was about to jump on Tang Mingting, a figure suddenly rushed over, kicked Zhao Ming away with one kick, and then a baton was swung at Zhao Ming's head. Zhao Ming, whose head was sunken, still wanted to struggle to get up. Lu Yang continued to hit him with a few more sticks until he hit Zhao Ming in the head and made him stop.
Ah! You killed someone.
Tang Mingting pointed at Lu Yang and said in horror.
Look carefully. Is your rich boyfriend still human?
If he had bitten you just now, you would have turned into a zombie immediately, you idiot. Lu Yang said coldly. Then he quickly locked all the doors and windows of the villa.
The girl who was saved was Tang Mingting, a freshman at Donghai University and the class president.
The one who became a zombie was her boyfriend, Zhao Ming, who was also the school's learning committee member. The person who saved her was Lu Yang, also a student in their class. The only difference is that Tang Mingting and her boyfriend Zhao Ming are the owners of this villa community, while Lu Yang is a part-time security guard here. Since Lu Yang is an orphan, he can only work hard and study hard every day to make money as a security guard in the luxury residential area to pay for his tuition. He has to come to this community after school and work until midnight before going home to rest. He only gets 3,000 yuan a month. Many of his classmates, who are the children of rich parents, sneer at him with contempt every time they see him, but Lu Yang is used to it.
Some people are born in Rome, and some are born to be cattle and horses. This is reality. It is unfair, but there is nothing you can do about it. Today, Lu Yang was on duty as usual. But he didn't expect to hear screams and commotion in the community. Then he saw a middle-aged man covered in blood rushing towards him and screaming like a zombie in a movie. Lu Yang didn't say a word, took out the baton from his waist, and knocked the other person to death.
Then he prepared to hide in the villa. As soon as he entered the villa, he saw Zhao Ming attacking Tang Mingting, so he killed Zhao Ming as well. Tang Mingting saw this scene and was completely shocked.
She was pale and trembling, and couldn't help but hold onto Lu Yang's arm. What should I do? What should I do? You must protect me. I'm so scared. It's so scary outside. You're the security guard in this neighborhood, and you're paid by us. When in danger, you must rush to the front. Ha, you're not crazy to be in the front line, are you? Who told you that security guards can keep a place safe? Class monitor, you're not going to ask me to risk my life for 3,000 yuan, are you? Didn't you all laugh at me for being a guard dog? Since I'm just a guard, how can I protect your safety?
Lu Yang said with a cold smile. Lu Yang, Tang Mingting, and Zhao Ming were all classmates. Tang Mingting was the class monitor and the most popular girl in the class, while Zhao Ming was the class representative. Since he came to this community as a security guard, he has been despised by them.
Now the class flower is afraid? Tang Mingting was speechless after being scolded by Lu Yang.
Lu Yang was too lazy to waste time talking to this so-called cold-hearted class flower. He went straight to the refrigerator and checked the contents. She found that there was not much food inside, just 2 lonely bottles of milk.
Lu Yang frowned. Don't you have any food at home? We don't know how to cook, we usually go out to eat. So there is no food. Tang Mingting said in a trembling voice.
If there is no food, we will die.
There are zombies everywhere.
It is basically impossible to rush out. Without food and only drinking water, we can only last for 7 days at most, and then we will starve to death.
Lu Yang shook his head.
The people in the villa area are basically second-generation rich people, and very few of them cook for themselves. If you want to go to other villas to search for food, not to mention whether there are other villas, the zombies on the road alone are a difficult obstacle to overcome.
The risk is too great.
Just when Lu Yang was at his wit's end, A mechanical voice suddenly came from his mind. Ding. The end of the world has been detected, and the global human population has decreased dramatically. The host has already bound the Duozi Duofu system. As long as you save the beautiful girl and make her agree to be your woman, you will be rewarded by the system. For the continuation of human civilization, please have more children. Chapter 2, Punching? A slap flying. The more children, more happiness system? As long as the other person agrees to be your woman, you can become stronger? Lu Yan was stunned. Then he showed a look of surprise. He had originally seen that there was not much food in the villa and had planned to use Tang Mengting as a reserve. When he was about to starve to death, he didn't mind having a good meal. Now it seems that there is no need for this. With the blessing of the system, it should not be a problem to survive. This cold-hearted class flower used to look down on herself. She often scolded herself as a watchdog, and she even took the lead in isolating herself at school. Her boyfriend Zhao Ming even took people to beat Lu Yang many times. Lu Yang used to be a student who was often subjected to campus violence. Those rich second-generation students, bored at school, took Lu Yang for fun. The female students also despised Lu Yang. This is an era where money is king. People say that there is only one disease in the world, and that is the disease of poverty. Being poor is the original sin. Lu Yang happened to be the poorest person in the entire school. Therefore, he was despised and looked down upon by everyone in the class. After all, they all thought that a person who had to work as a security guard to survive during their student days would not amount to much in the future. Now, this cold and aloof school beauty probably won't accept herself as her own woman. Even if she had just been saved by him in front of the zombies, she would not have any change in her opinion of him. She would only think of him rushing to the front to protect her safety. The high and mighty young lady has not yet figured out her current situation. How could she treat a small security guard as a human being? Lu Yang shook his head and put aside the system problems for the time being. The first thing to deal with was the food problem. He walked over to the refrigerator and took all the milk inside. Tang Mingting saw this scene and immediately refused to do it. Lu Yang, what are you doing? You took all the food away, what am I going to eat? The food in this room is mine. Give it to me, she said, and rushed over, grabbing it. Bang! Lu Yang slapped Tang Mengting in the face. She was instantly knocked to the ground. Tang Mengting was stunned and her face showed shock. You dare to hit me? You, a lousy security guard, dare to hit me? I'm the class monitor. Do you believe I can get you expelled from school right now? Oh, class president, are you okay? What about the school? Everyone in the school has turned into a zombie. It's the end of the world, do you understand? It's hard to say if you can even survive for 3 days, and you're still thinking about your fucking identity as the class president. You kind of idiot wouldn't even last 3 episodes in a TV series, you know? Lu Yang said condescendingly to Tang Mingting. Well, you can't take my food either, Tang Mingting said with a red face and a teary voice. What do you mean by your food? If it weren't for me saving you, you would have already been bitten by Zhao Ming and turned into a zombie. You don't even thank me, and you dare to fight with me for food? You, too, deserve it, Lu Yang said angrily. You bastard, you're not being reasonable. This villa clearly belongs to Zhao Ming, and he's my boyfriend. Isn't this food mine? Tang Mingting burst into tears. Being reasonable? Did you ever reason with me when you led the school to isolate me? Did your boyfriend Zhao Ming reason with me when he beat me up? I don't give a damn about your reasons, Lu Yang said angrily. He was angry when he thought about the suffocating life at school. I admit that I was wrong in the past, but I am a girl and you are a man. Can't you be more generous? Are you so petty and calculating? Putting aside the facts, even if I was 99% wrong, didn't you make 1% of the mistakes? You were so poor, wasn't that your fault? It's because you guys don't work hard that you're so poor. That's why you're despised. Bang! Lu Yang slapped Tang Mingting on the other cheek, instantly swelling both cheeks, like a pig's head, which was finally symmetrical. You're still fighting with me. I'm telling you, don't use that on me.
I'm not a turtle man, I won't be your lapdog, I don't have morals, I won't be kidnapped by your morals, and if you keep on lying to me, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. How dare you look down on the poor? If you didn't exploit the poor, would you be rich? You are rich not because you are so capable, but because you were born into a good family. Besides, this food is all mine. If you dare to touch it, I'll beat you to death. Seeing Lu Yang's angry expression, Tang Mingting finally dared not speak again. She had never seen Lu Yang like this before. She thought that Lu Yang was just a weak-willed coward who would take everything lying down. Who knew that Lu Yang would not only shoot Zhao Ming in the head, but also hit him after a few words? There was no trace of tenderness. How dare she continue to provoke him? She could only sit on the ground, covering her face and sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Yang didn't bother with her. She took the food and went to a room to lie down. She took the food into the room and locked the door, leaving Tang Mingting outside to starve. Today, he was chased and bitten by a zombie outside, killed a zombie, and then killed Zhao Ming after entering the villa. He was exhausted. Lying on the soft bed, Lu Yang couldn't help but stretch. I have to say, the beds in this luxury villa are really soft. With a monthly salary of 3,000, I probably could never afford to sleep on a bed like this in my entire life. Now I can lie here thanks to the blessing of the end of the world. Soon, Lu Yang fell asleep. When Lu Yang woke up, it was already more than 10 o'clock on the second day, and he was hungry and grumbling. The first thing he did when he got up was drink a bottle of milk. Then he went out to wash up. Hearing the noise outside, Tang Mingting also came out of her room. Her face had already gone down and she looked beautiful again. She covered her stomach and looked at Lu Yang with longing. Lu Yang, we were wrong about what happened before. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Give me something to eat. I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten anything for a day and a night. I feel like if I don't eat something soon, my stomach will be empty. The zombie outbreak happened yesterday morning, and Tang Mingting hasn't eaten anything since then. It has been 24 hours since she last ate, and the hunger in her stomach is unbearable. Oh, now you know you were wrong? Lu Yang sneered. Yes, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I will never look down on the poor again, and I will never speak ill of you again. Tang Mingting's face was full of sincerity. Okay, bring a bowl. I can give you some of my milk. Really? That's great, thank you. Tang Mingting's eyes lit up and she quickly ran to the kitchen to get a bowl. Lu Yang really poured the milk into the bowl. Looking at the milk in the bowl, Tang Mingting couldn't help but lick her lips. Lu Yang then put the milk on the table. Tang Mingting looked at him with confusion. Lu Yang said with a smile, "Get down on your knees and beg me." Lu Yang, you. Tang Mingting's face suddenly showed an angry look. You're too much. Oh, what's wrong? You used to treat me like a dog, paying me 3,000 yuan a month, and now that I'm giving you life-saving food, I can't treat you a little better? Yang was about to pick up the bowl on the table. Tang Mingting was suddenly anxious. Wait, I didn't say I wouldn't kneel. She immediately knelt on the ground. Seeing the once contemptuous class flower who had said she was a dog kneeling down and begging her like a dog, Lu Yang couldn't help but sneer. Oh, so you think you're so great because you have money? When the end comes, no matter how rich you are, you will still have to kneel on the ground and beg for food. Chapter 3, Successfully Receiving a System Reward. After Tang Mingting finished eating the food in the bowl, she still looked like she was enjoying it. She looked at Lu Yang with longing in her eyes and said, Lu Yang, is there any more? I can still eat like that. You can give me some more food. As for dignity, she had long since forgotten it. After the first time, she no longer felt that she couldn't lower her guard. It's just lying down and eating, right? So what? As long as there is food to fill the stomach, what does it matter how it is eaten? Having been hungry all night, Tang Mingting now understood. The identity and money she had before the end of the world were all just clouds. And dignity is the least valuable thing of all. Only food is the most important thing. Because with food, you can live. But the answer she got was disappointing. Lu Yang shook his head and said, There is no food left. The bottle of milk was the last food, so I am going to go out to find food. You stay in this room and starve to death. No, I'm going with you to find food. You have to protect me. I've already done what you said.
I just lay on the ground like a dog begging for mercy.
Isn't that enough? Tang Mingting suddenly became anxious.
In the end times, if he leaves Liu Yang's protection, he will either starve to death in this villa, or he will go out to look for food when he is too hungry, and then be bitten to death by the zombies.
There is absolutely no third possibility. Therefore, holding onto Liu Yang's leg was the most correct choice.
You were wagging your tail on the ground, and I gave you food.
I've done my best. If you want to follow me and let me protect you, it's not impossible.
Liu Yang touched his chin and looked up and down at Tang Mengting. As a class flower, Tang Mengting has delicate facial features and an impressive figure, and can be described as a beautiful woman chosen from thousands. It is precisely because of this that he can become the object of pursuit of countless rich second-generation men. In addition to her official boyfriend Zhao Ming, she has at least dozens of dog-licking spare tires in her fish pond.
It would be a lie to say that she doesn't have any thoughts about her. Who in the class doesn't have thoughts about this class flower? Who doesn't want to crush her under their feet? Seeing Liu Yang's eyes, Tang Mingting suddenly reacted.
She was familiar with this kind of greedy look. As a beautiful woman, she had a 100% rate of return on the street, and those lecherous men all had this greedy look in their eyes.
No. It can't be. You're just a security guard. What are you thinking?
Tang Mengting took a few steps back and covered her chest with her hands.
Her boyfriend Zhao Ming is a super rich second generation, with a family fortune of several hundred million, and he usually drives a BMW to school.
He also lives in a luxurious villa. Even so, she has not easily allowed Zhao Ming to get her. After dating for 6 months, they have only gone as far as holding hands.
Now Liu Yang is a loser, despised by everyone at school, and he actually wants to be with her? How could Tang Mingting agree? Oh, yeah, impossible? You think I'm not good enough for you because I'm a security guard? Fine, then you can starve to death here. If the zombies break in, you'll be eaten alive.
When that happens, you'll see if the zombies will eat you because you're a rich girl.
Hearing Liu Yang's words, Tang Mingting was suddenly scared.
She recalled the scene of Zhao Ming turning into a zombie and frantically gnawing on the toilet. That feeling was really horrible.
Being bitten by a zombie and having the flesh nibbled off your body bit by bit, isn't that even more painful than being tortured to death?
At the thought of this, Tang Mengting couldn't help but shiver.
Okay, I accept your request. I agree to be your woman.
Tang Mengting gritted her teeth, as if she had made a very difficult decision in her heart.
Tang Mingting has had many boyfriends because of her outstanding looks.
Every boyfriend was captivated by her and gave her all kinds of precious gifts.
She was at ease among all the rich second-generation men. But she had never been taken by a rich second-generation man. Now,
she has met a security guard who is impervious to all persuasion. She fell head over heels. Tang Mengting felt very wronged in her heart. Her eyes instantly turned red. Liu Yang received a system notification. It has been detected that the other party has agreed to be your woman. Congratulations, host, you have successfully received a novice reward. Rewards: 1. Ability to predict the future. 2. Ability to resist viruses.
3. All basic attributes increased by 20 points. 4. Genetic enhancement. Wow, 4 rewards at once? Liu Yang was overjoyed and quickly checked the detailed descriptions of the rewards. 1. Future extrapolation, level 1. You can simulate the future for an hour and extrapolate it 3 times a day. 2. Virus immunity, level 1. You can be immune to the virus of ordinary zombies, and even if you are bitten, you will not be infected. 3. Attribute enhancement. All your basic attributes are increased by 20 points. For genetic enhancement, the system has enhanced your genetic code so that you can successfully procreate with your partner every time, including, but not limited to, ordinary humans. Note: save the girl and make her agree to be your woman to gain new superpowers or increase the level of existing superpowers. You can gain 1 attribute point for every 10 zombies you kill, which can be used to increase your own attributes. After seeing the detailed explanation, Liu Yang was suddenly overjoyed. These 2 superpowers are too strong, right? The ability to predict the future allows you to gain insight into the future and avoid danger. With this skill, you can always survive and become stronger. The zombie virus immunity skill can prevent you from being infected.
As long as someone is bitten or scratched by a zombie, they will become a zombie, but as long as you are not bitten directly, you will be fine. In the apocalypse of the zombie outbreak, this skill can be said to be a life-saving skill.
The ability to strengthen genetic material is what Liu Yang is most interested in.
Every time, he can successfully produce offspring at once. This is easy to understand, and it means that he can produce offspring every time.
But what does that include, but not limited to, ordinary human subjects? Does that mean there are still non-ordinary humans in the world? Forget it, I don't want to think about it for now. After the excitement subsided, Liu Yang checked his own attribute panel. Name, Liu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 70. Speed, 70. Physical strength, 70. Spirit, 70.
Has superpowers: 1. Future extrapolation, 2. Virus immunity. After the system has upgraded my basic attributes by 20 points, all of my basic attributes have reached 70 points, which means that the basic attributes of an ordinary adult male should be 50, and I am already 40% stronger than them.
Good, now I should be able to fight at least 1 against 3. Ordinary zombies are no match for me, as long as I don't get surrounded. Chapter 4, Attributes Far Ahead, Start Scavenging for Food.
Seeing his own strength has been enhanced, Liu Yang is now full of confidence. On the second day of the outbreak, he had already gained such powerful supernormal abilities and increased his basic attributes by 40%. Compared to ordinary people, he was
already far ahead. This will allow him to survive better in the end times.
At this time, Tang Mengting was still curled up in bed, looking very upset. To be honest, Liu Yang was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Tang Mengting had never experienced love. He was the first man she had ever had. Zhao Ming had been dating her for several months and often brought her to the villa to play.
Did they play board games in the villa? Or is Zhao Ming not good enough? This is a big bargain for me.
Liu Yang looked at her and said, "Okay, get up quickly and get ready to go find food."
Why pretend to be aggrieved? Didn't you just scream for joy? Tang Mengting got up with a vacant look in her eyes. She followed Liu Yang.
After Liu Yang's baptism, she was still a bit sore and uncomfortable in some places, and it was a bit inconvenient to walk.
Before setting off, Liu Yang projected the future.
A movie-like scene appeared in his mind in an instant, very real. During the deduction, they encountered no accidents along the way, and they successfully obtained food and were ready to set off. Before they set off, Liu Yang warned Tang Mengting, "Listen to my arrangements for everything that happens next.
Don't make any noise, otherwise it will attract the zombies.
When you search for food, try to take food that will fill your stomach.
Don't take anything unnecessary. Do you understand?" "I understand." Tang Mengting nodded.
So the two of them each found a backpack to put on their backs and set out. At this time, the villa had already returned to peace, with no screams or sounds, as if it had become a desolate, lifeless place, with no sound to be heard. There were no more zombies outside the door, and only a few skeletons that had been gnawed clean were on the ground. The stench could be smelled from a distance. Liu Yang looked around and found that there were no zombies nearby, so he went straight out of the house and headed for the mini fire station. As the security guard of this community, Liu Yang knew this community inside out. The mini fire station has a fire axe, which is a good weapon that can split the zombie's skull with one blow. Soon, Liu Yang arrived at the fire station, took out the fire axe, and then headed to the convenience store in the community. It was the only food store in the villa area, and it had a lot of food. If they could loot a backpack of food, it would last at least a week. The two arrived at the convenience store, where several zombies were standing around outside, and there were also a few corpses on the ground that had been gnawed clean. Liu Yang rushed over with the fire axe in his hand. At this point, his basic attributes had increased by 40%, and he didn't even take a few zombies seriously. When the zombies saw Liu Yang, they also let out a roar and then charged at him with their teeth bared. Liu Yang swung his axe directly at the head of the first zombie, instantly cutting through its skull. He pulled out his axe and swung again, and another zombie fell to the ground. In less than 10 seconds, he had killed 3 zombies. Tang Mengting was stunned when she saw this. Awesome! It was really fierce. Liu Yang, who was chopping the zombies, was even more fierce than when he was in bed.
Is this guy born to chop zombies?
Tang Mingting was originally very aggrieved, feeling that being raped by a security guard was a very degrading thing. But now that she saw Liu Yang was so strong, she didn't seem so aggrieved. In the end times, such a super strong person, who can chop up zombies without any hesitation and without blinking an eye, is not an excellent thigh. As long as you hold on to Liu Yang's leg, you have hope of survival. Let's go and scavenge for food. Don't just stand there. The sound of fighting here may attract other zombies to surround us, so we must hurry. Liu Yang looked at Tang Mingting, who was still standing there, with a stunned expression, and reminded Tang Mingting.
Oh, I know. The two of them walked into the convenience store.
There was a zombie in the convenience store doing nothing at the counter. He was the owner of the convenience store. Liu Yang used to come here to buy water and was quite familiar with the owner, so he recognized the other person. He didn't expect that after the zombie outbreak, he was also unable to escape and became a zombie. Liu Yang chopped him on the head with an axe to help him escape, and then began to stuff the food in the convenience store into his backpack. At the same time, he reminded Tang Mingting to only take foods with high calories that could fill the stomach and were easy to carry, such as sugar, milk, sausage, vacuum-packed chicken legs, etc.
I know. Tang Mingting nodded.
After a minute, both of them had filled their backpacks. They then began to leave the convenience store, but at this time, the zombies in the distance had already surrounded them. Liu Yang looked and saw that there were more than a dozen of them.
Run! There are so many zombies, even I can't handle them. Tang Mingting was also startled to see so many zombies approaching. She quickly ran away.
The two of them ran into the villa closest to the convenience store, and then slammed the door shut.
The zombies were locked out and couldn't see anyone, so they stopped chasing.
In the villa, the original owner had already turned into a zombie.
Liu Yang took an axe and killed him. Tang Mingting asked in confusion. Liu Yang, why didn't we just hide in the convenience store and close the door? Wouldn't we have had an endless supply of food?
There are more than just the two of us who survived in this villa area, and the convenience store is the only place with food. Now maybe they are afraid of the zombies and don't dare to go out to look for food, but the hunger in their stomachs will always push them to go out.
Eventually, they will take the risk to come to the convenience store. If we stay in the convenience store, we might be discovered by other survivors and killed. Liu Yang replied. Although his strength has been enhanced, he doesn't think he is invincible.
If he stayed in the convenience store, he would be sitting on a whole store's worth of food, and would definitely be attacked by other survivors.
In the face of hunger, even the weakest person will take a risk. Liu Yang's current strength is not enough to make him an enemy of the people. So it's better to find a villa close to the convenience store. It's better to search for food a few more times than to stay in the convenience store.
Liu Yang poured out the food in his backpack and said to Tang Mingting. From now on, food will be distributed uniformly, and we can only eat a fixed amount each day. Otherwise, we won't last for more than a few days. The battle just now attracted more than a dozen zombies to surround the convenience store and our villa.
It will be even more dangerous to go looking for food next time. So we must eat sparingly. Tang Mingting nodded. She had seen Liu Yang's strength, and now she dared not say anything against him. P.S. Big guys, at bookshelves, please. Chapter 5, The School Beauty is Looking for Me? He Yusher reference image.
Liu Yang went upstairs, opened the window and looked out at the zombies outside. They stood outside the villa aimlessly, waiting for the next prey to appear. These zombies clearly saw Tang Mingting and I hide in the villa, but they didn't attack the villa again, which shows that their intelligence is very low.
As long as they don't hear any sounds or see us, they won't attack. The zombies have a very low IQ, which is good news.
Just as Liu Yang was observing the zombies, he caught a glimpse of some movement in the opposite villa and shifted his gaze over there. He saw a very beautiful girl waving at him non-stop from the window.
A beautiful survivor? Liu Yang squinted at the other person. Although the distance was a bit far, and it was hard to see the other person's exact appearance, it was still possible to vaguely see that this survivor had delicate facial features and fair skin, and should be a stunning beauty. The girl saw that Liu Yang had discovered her and immediately showed a happy expression on her face. Then she turned away from the window. When she appeared again, she was already holding a large drawing board. Oh, she's an art student? What does she want? To draw a picture of me? Lu Yang touched his chin and became interested in this beautiful art student. Soon, the drawing board was turned over. Lu Yang also saw clearly what was on the board, 3 words, I'm hungry. Puff. I thought she wanted to do something, but she went to all that trouble just to say that? Lu Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm hungry too. Lu Yang said with an exaggerated mouth shape to the beautiful girl on the other side. The girl started writing on the board again. I just saw you get some food. Can you give me some? Huh, I didn't think she'd noticed. It seems that she saw me go to the convenience store to get food. But Lu Yang shook her head at the other person and answered the question with her mouth, no. A sad crying face emoticon appeared on the drawing board. Ha ha ha. This girl is quite interesting. Lu Yang was amused by the emoticon that the other person drew. He gestured, pointing at the other person and then at his room, and said with his mouth, if you come over, I'll give you food. When Lu Yang said this, the girl suddenly perked up. She leaned out of the window to take a look at the situation outside and found that all the zombies were gathered at the entrance to Lu Yang's villa. It was impossible to enter Lu Yang's villa from the door. But the windows were accessible. Since the villa area is inhabited by wealthy people, there is no need to worry about theft. No one would install anti-theft windows, as they would ruin the aesthetics of the villa. The side window on the first floor can be used to climb directly into the first floor of Lu Yang's villa. As long as Lu Yang opens the window in advance. There are no zombies between the two villas. As long as you can quietly approach the window, you can enter Lu Yang's villa. After seeing this route, the beautiful woman immediately started writing on the drawing board again. You open the window on the first floor, and I'll go in through the window. Lu Yang saw this sentence and stuck her head out to take a look. He found that there were indeed windows on the first floor of both villas. The windows were about 50 meters apart. And there were no zombies blocking the path between the two windows. If you keep quiet, you won't disturb the zombies in front of the villa. This girl is very smart, and she made a decision so quickly, which shows that the other person is very calm and decisive. It is indeed rare for a girl to have such a decisive judgment. Lu Yang went down to the first floor and stood next to the window, waving to the other person through the glass. The girl saw that Lu Yang was ready and instantly came downstairs. Tang Mengting looked at Lu Yang standing in front of the window and asked with some confusion, Lu Yang, what are you doing? Waiting to welcome a lamb that is running away. Lu Yang smiled and didn't turn around. I have to say, the behavior of this art student made Lu Yang feel a little interested. It is truly admirable that a girl can make such a decisive decision in the end times, rather than waiting to die in the house. For example, Tang Mengting would never do such a thing. After hearing Lu Yang's words, Tang Mengting also leaned over to look out the window and saw a girl running over. The two villas were 50 meters apart, and it only took a few seconds for the girl to run to the window on Lu Yang's side. Lu Yang opened the window in an instant, and the girl climbed in through the window before Lu Yang closed the window. After entering Lu Yang's villa, Lu Yang could finally see the girl's face clearly. What a delicate look! This beauty is even more beautiful than Tang Mengting. Her big eyes look pure and divine, her nose is high and straight, and she looks a bit like a mixed-race person. At the same time, she has a tall and plump figure, not only has an angelic face, but also has a devilish figure. She is simply a super beauty. Tang Mengting also recognized the other person in an instant, and with eyes wide open and a little disbelief, she said, aren't you the goddess of class 2 in the art school beauty He Yushi, one of the 4 most beautiful girls in school? He Yushi is an art student and one of the 4 most beautiful girls in school. She is the object of countless male students' pursuit at school. The number of boys who sent her love letters and confessed their love to her was at least in the 4 digits. If Tang Mengting has dozens of admirers, then He Yushi has at least hundreds of admirers at school. Thank you, my 2 classmates. Yes, I am He Yushi. Thank you for recognizing me. He Yushi kept patting her plump breasts and panting heavily. Although the distance was not far, only a few dozen meters, she had already used all her strength and burst out with an unprecedented power to run as fast as she could. Just a few dozen meters seemed to have used up all her strength, and she was exhausted. After a while, she said, I'm so tired and thirsty. I'll drink some water first. After that, she walked directly to the kitchen, put her mouth to the faucet and gulped down water, not at all like a goddess.
Lu Yan looked at her behavior and thought it was interesting. He had heard of the 4 most beautiful girls in school, including He Yushi. But he was poor and self-conscious at the time, so he didn't dare to think about it, and he didn't care whether they were school flowers or not. At most, he would just take a quick glance from afar. At the same time, Lu Yang had also heard that He Yushi was very cold and had very high standards. No one had been able to catch up with her so far, and even the top second-generation rich couldn't win her over. The male students at school had even made her into a mythical figure, as if she were a goddess in the sky, who could only be admired from afar and not be touched. To be able to speak to a school beauty like He Yushi was like receiving a great gift from heaven. But now Lu Yang felt that these rumors were all false. This He Yushi seemed very easygoing, not very concerned about her image, and she was also very decisive in her work. Unlike other girls, she was not timid and cautious, and her tone of speech and personality seemed very approachable. She was not as sacred as the legends said.
Chapter 6, Can You Read Minds?
After finishing her drink, He Yushi came to Lu Yang and Tang Mengting, straightened her hair, took a deep breath, looked at Lu Yang, and held out her white, smooth hand.
Hello, security guard, I'm He Yushi. I'm very happy to meet you. I remember you. Your name is Lu Yang, right?
Everyone at school says you took a 30-year detour. You went straight from school to working as a security guard, and you're already living a pensioner's life.
You're kind of a celebrity.
Seeing the other person's sly, smiling expression, Lu Yang knew that the other person was trying to get closer to each other, so he made a joke. He also held out his hand and shook hands with the other person. After shaking hands, he still held on to the other person's hand. I didn't expect that even He Yushi, one of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school, had heard of my name. Feeling the smoothness of her skin, Lu Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
Warm and moist like jade, white and flawless, is this the skin of a goddess?
If this had happened before the zombie outbreak, I would have been able to shake hands with the goddess, and at least blown from freshman year to graduation at school. And if anyone had shaken hands with He Yushi, they might not have washed their hands for a year. He Yushi was a little embarrassed when Lu Yang took her hand, her face flushed, and she quickly withdrew it. Then she said with a smile,
Since we are all alumni and have heard of each other's names, we can be considered friends, right? Friend, can you give me some food to eat? Lu Yang showed a knowing expression.
This beautiful schoolgirl came to get close to me, and finally revealed her ultimate goal.
She wants food. But Lu Yang's food is not so easy to get.
He shook his head. No, in the end times, food shortages have broken out, and every bit of food is life-saving.
How can you just give it away to others? Even if you are the school beauty, it's not okay. Oh, good brother, please be kind. I'm really hungry.
If you don't feed me, I feel like I'm going to die of starvation.
You can't bear to see me starve to death, can you? He Yushi suddenly said to Lu Yang in a coquettish tone.
Her coquettish skills have never failed before. Even the most aloof male god can't resist her calling him good brother. However, Lu Yang was not budging. No, this is a matter of life and death.
It's useless for you to coo at me. Then tell me what you want to do to get me food. He Yushi asked pitifully. It's very simple.
First, you take a shower, then come to my room and I'll tell you. Lu Yang smiled wickedly. He scanned He Yushi from top to bottom with his eyes. Not only does she have the face of a goddess, but she also has a devilish figure, with long, straight, white legs and a waist that is less than a fist wide, giving her an extremely good waist-to-hip ratio.
This perfect body. It is a weapon of war at first glance.
If you could get a taste of He Yushi before the end of the world, your ancestors' graves would be smoking.
After hearing Lu Yang's words, He Yushi's face suddenly revealed an incredible look. This guy actually said such a thing so naturally. He is shameless. Ah, this is not good? We just met the first day, and you shared food with her, didn't you? He Yushi pointed at Tang Mengting and said. Because she became my woman yesterday. Lu Yang said calmly. Ah.
He Yushi was shocked.
Tang Mengting is the class monitor and works overtime. She has already given in so quickly and become the woman of this little security guard? He Yushi was a little disbelieving. I'll wait for you in the room. You think about it yourself.
After saying that, Lu Yang went straight back upstairs and lay down on the bed to rest. In bed, Lu Yang began to speculate about the future.
Half an hour later, He Yushur knocked on his door. "She's here." Lu Yang's face lit up with joy. He was excited at the thought of He Yushur's half-breed goddess-like appearance and her perfect figure. It was as if a ball of blood was burning in his heart. "Please come in." Lu Yang calmed his breathing, suppressed the evil fire in his heart, and said to the door. He Yushur gently pushed the door open and came in, still looking nervous. It was obvious that she had just taken a shower, and her long, straight, black hair was still damp and hung down over her white, fragrant shoulders. She looked very attractive. She said to Lu Yang, hesitatingly, "Lu Yang, can we discuss this? We are all classmates from the same university, so let's not be so unforgiving. How about if you give me food, I'll draw you a picture. My paintings are very good. I can draw you a portrait, and I'll make you look handsome." He Yushur was really hungry. But if she were to pander to Lu Yang for a little food, she felt it would be a waste. In the past, she was known as a goddess, and many very good men wanted to date her, but she never agreed. Among them were many super studious students, super handsome guys, and top second-generation rich kids. She had all of them rejected. Now she is going to be with a small security guard, which she really can't accept. That's not going to work. You're so beautiful, you're one of the 4 most beautiful girls in school, and you're the goddess that everyone looks up to. As long as you're a normal man, you'll want to have you all to yourself. If I don't have that kind of thought, am I still a man? Unless I'm a eunuch, I wouldn't have that kind of thought. Lu Yang said with a smile. But, behavior without feelings is soulless. He Yushur said seriously. Lu Yang touched his chin. "You make some sense." Right, you think so too, don't you? So, why don't you accept my condition of drawing you a picture? He Yushur's eyes lit up when she heard Lu Yang's words. But she didn't expect Lu Yang to continue. "Then you can cultivate some feelings for me now, right?" He Yushur. She was speechless. She never imagined that Lu Yang would be so brazen and talk nonsense. Can feelings be cultivated in a short time? And it's really hard for me to have feelings for a security guard. Isn't this difficult? He Yushur was about to collapse. Looking at the other person's expression, Lu Yang pinched her voice and said in a female voice. But it's really hard for me to develop feelings for a little security guard. Ha! He Yushur widened her eyes. Lu Yang continued with an exaggerated expression. "I have never agreed to any of the many rich second-generation children, handsome guys, and top students who have chased after me in the past, so how could I agree to a security guard?" Ha! He Yushur was stunned. She said to Lu Yang in shock. Do you have the ability to read minds? How can you know what I'm thinking?" Lu Yang smiled proudly. "I can not only read minds, I can also see through things. On your chest, on the left side, there is a light red birthmark in the shape of a heart." Ah! He Yushur widened her eyes, showing a look of horror, and then quickly covered her chest with her hands. Chapter 7, The Art of Seducing Girls, The Routine of the School Beauty. He Yushur looked at Lu Yang like she had seen a ghost. She could never have imagined that Lu Yang would know what she was thinking and why she had a birthmark on her body. That birthmark is very private, so no one knows except for He Yushur's parents. How did Lu Yang know? Looking at the other person's dumbfounded expression, Lu Yang's face was full of pride. Before He Yushur came to this room, he had already deduced what would happen in the future. During that simulation, he had forcibly had an indescribable thing with He Yushur in this room, and after it was over, He Yushur completely gave in, so the two of them talked a lot, and he also got a lot of information. Now that he has revealed this information, the other person will naturally think that he has the ability to read minds. In addition to being able to avoid future dangers, the ability to predict the future is also very useful for picking up girls. He looked at He Yushur with a look of smug confidence and said, "I killed a few zombies yesterday. I can even read your thoughts and see your secrets. Do you still think I'm just an ordinary person?" He Yushur was still in shock. After hearing Lu Yang's words, she did change her opinion of him. Lu Yang was very brave on the first day of the zombie outbreak, facing the zombies head-on. On the second day, he was the first to go to the convenience store to look for food, which shows that he is braver than the other survivors and also more thoughtful and organized. Now he can not only see through his own thoughts, but even see through the secrets of his own body. All of this shows that although Lu Yang was only a small security guard before,
But in the end times, he is definitely a very good and reliable man.
He is much more useful than those so-called top students and rich second-generation children. Even he Yusher can't help but look at Liu Yang with admiration. Women are attracted to strength. And Liu Yang's current performance is that of a true strong man. If you think about it that way. It seems. It's not that hard to accept. Her heart was shaken. Now she was just one step away from the goal. Liu Yang certainly understood this. What could be more powerful than mind reading and X-ray vision? How many secrets does this guy have? It was as if the little security guard was a mystery waiting to be revealed, and every word he said aroused her new expectations. She was becoming more and more interested in Liu Yang. Liu Yang said, "Now do you agree to be my girlfriend?" The other person nodded. Liu Yang received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully convinced your partner to be your girlfriend and gained a new ability, freezing control. Seeing this prompt, Liu Yang was pleasantly surprised. Is this the awakening of the ice attribute superpower? Liu Yang had seen many movies before, and even among the movie Mutants, Iceman was a very powerful being. So this ice attribute ability must be at least an A-level ability. He quickly looked at the description. Freezing control, level 1. The host can condense water into ice and control the ice to attack enemies. Liu Yang tried out this ability. He thought about it, and the moisture in the air instantly condensed into an ice needle. He then launched the ice needle. Pop! A deep hole appeared on the wall next to the window in an instant. Liu Yang was shocked to see this. What a powerful force! It can even make a deep hole in a concrete wall, so if it hits a person's head, it would blow their brains out. He continued to try. He found that at this moment he could only concentrate up to 5 ice needles. At this point, his spiritual power was completely exhausted. Then he would enter a 15-minute cooldown period. Does that mean that he can only fire 5 bullets at a time, and it takes 15 minutes to reload? It seems that this skill cannot be used indefinitely, and can only be used in critical moments. However, even with a 15-minute reload time, it is already very powerful. The 100% headshot skill is very useful against zombies and other humans. After reading the description of this skill, Liu Yang nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Yusher, who was lying next to him. He decided to reward her well. An hour later, the storm subsided. Holding this beautiful schoolgirl, Liu Yang's heart was full of satisfaction. In peacetime, being able to say a word to Yusher, one of the 4 most beautiful girls, is the dream of all the boys. But now, this goddess in the eyes of others is lying in his arms like a kitten. Having said that she would agree to be his woman, Liu Yang felt that this feeling was really great. He could even laugh in his sleep. Chapter 8, Saving a Woman. Today is the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Liu Yang checked the remaining food. There were 15 bottles of 250 milliliters milk left, 70 20G sausages, 12 loaves of bread and 8 vacuum-packed chicken legs. If they eat sparingly, this should be enough for the 3 of them for 7 days. However, Liu Yang is a person with a strong sense of crisis. Although the food will last for 7 days, they must hurry and continue to collect food. Otherwise, the longer the time goes by, the hungrier the other survivors will become, and the more likely they will be to take the risk of entering the convenience store. This convenience store is the source of all the food in the entire neighborhood. If they don't go there early, someone else might get there first. However, if they want to continue collecting food, the dozen zombies at the door are obstacles that must be dealt with first. Liu Yang stood on the 3rd floor window, looking down at the zombies outside. He thought for a moment, and an ice needle instantly condensed in the air. He then aimed at the head of a zombie and fired. However, the zombie was completely unaffected. Liu Yang widened his eyes. I'll be damned. This ice needle attack, although powerful, is too close to the target. This zombie should be about 20 meters away from me, but I can't even hit it? Liu Yang came to the conclusion. With his current mental power and 1st-level freezing ability, his ice needle attack range is only about 10 meters. He can't control it at a greater distance. Unlike a bullet, the ice needle is too light. After losing control, its inertia cannot cause damage. It seems that this skill is not invincible. I can only risk opening the door and sneakily attacking from the crack. Lu Yang shook his head.
Fortunately, the zombies have a relatively low IQ, so if he sneaks in through a crack in the door, the zombies won't be able to see him.
Lu Yang calculated.
He could kill 5 zombies at a time with 5 ice needles.
It takes 15 minutes to reload each time. There are 15 zombies outside. That means he needs to reload twice. The time spent is half an hour.
In other words, it only takes half an hour to kill all the zombies outside, and then you can safely go to the convenience store to collect food. After calculating the time, Lu Yang began the simulation. During the simulation, he went behind the villa's gate, opened a crack in the door, and peered outside. The zombies had not yet discovered him, so they were still idly wandering outside the gate.
Lu Yang fired an ice needle without hesitation. Pop!
The ice needle hit a zombie exactly, and exploded into countless ice crystals inside its skull.
Instant headshot. Seeing this, Lu Yang was excited. The power of the ice needles was exactly as he had imagined. He then fired a second ice needle, followed by a third, fourth, and fifth. 5 zombies fell to the ground, all of them killed by headshots. The other zombies looked at their fallen companions and didn't know what had happened. They still stood there, doing nothing. The zombies are indeed low intelligence. At this point, Lu Yang also fell into a 15-minute cooldown.
He hid behind the door, his face full of smugness. With this freezing ability, I can deal with the zombies more safely and more efficiently.
I don't have to fight them in close combat anymore.
Otherwise, even if my attributes are enhanced, I may not be able to fight off more than a dozen zombies at the same time. And when they see a living person in close combat, they get very excited, they roar, and they attract more zombies.
Sneaking up on them with ice needles can kill them silently.
Just as Lu Yang was about to enter the cooling time and prepare to fight again after recovering his spiritual power.
Not far from the convenience store, a woman suddenly crept out of a villa.
It was clear that on the 3rd day of the end of the world, this woman was already too hungry to bear it. She was ready to take a chance. He saw that there were no zombies at the entrance of the convenience store, so he slowly crept up. However, halfway there, when she was about to reach the door of the convenience store, the zombies at the entrance of Lu Yang's villa suddenly discovered her. They let out a roar and rushed over. The other zombies heard the sound and followed her.
This scared the woman. Ah!
The woman let out a scream and turned around, ready to run back to the villa. Unfortunately, a woman who has been hungry for 3 days can't possibly outrun a crazed zombie. Soon she was caught by the first zombie, fell to the ground, and then kept biting. The miserable screams spread throughout the entire neighborhood. In the distance, countless zombies were attracted to the scene.
The woman was soon eaten to the bone. At the entrance of the convenience store, dozens of zombies had gathered. Seeing this, Lu Yang couldn't help but let out a curse. This stupid woman.
In this situation, she yelled and attracted so many zombies that even I didn't dare to go looking for food. There were only 15 zombies in front of Lu Yang's villa, and he had already killed 5 of them. If he waited another half hour, the other zombies would be killed, and he could go looking for food. Now that woman has attracted dozens of zombies to the convenience store. Lu Yang's ice needle skill only has an attack range of 10 meters. He is hiding in the villa, and he can't hit the zombies at the convenience store at all. This means that he can't hide in the dark and kill the zombies. To kill those dozens of zombies, he had to go out and fight them. The risk is too great. Even Lu Yang doesn't have a 100% chance of winning against dozens of zombies at the same time. Once he is surrounded by zombies, he is likely to be killed.
It's all that stupid woman's fault. Lu Yang ended this simulation. He immediately began the second simulation.
In the second simulation, Lu Yang hid behind the door and killed 5 zombies. He didn't wait for the cooldown time to pass. Instead, he took the fire axe and rushed out. At this point, his strength and speed had increased, and he had the zombie virus immunity skill. Even if he faced 10 zombies, as long as he used the roaming playstyle, his chances of winning were still very high. Even if he gets a little bit injured, it doesn't matter, because he won't turn into a zombie anyway. So he took the fire axe and, like a god of war, swung it at the zombies. In less than a minute, he had killed 10 zombies. However, the sound of the battle here might still attract zombies from afar, so Lu Yang immediately rushed towards the woman who was trying to find food at the convenience store. The woman was shocked to see a strong man covered in black blood, carrying an axe and rushing towards her.
she asked Lu Yang in a trembling voice. Who are you? What do you want? I'm your fucking father. Hurry up and follow me, you stupid bitch. Lu Yang said viciously. If I didn't fear that you would scream and attract the zombies, would I have to fight those 10 zombies? I'm covered in stinky zombie blood, it's really disgusting. The woman was scolded by Lu Yang and immediately dared not speak. She was directly pulled by Lu Yang and returned to Lu Yang's villa. At the same time, the sound here attracted 20 more zombies, who surrounded the entrance to Lu Yang's villa. Chapter 9, Want to experience the joy of being a director. The second simulation was successful. The woman didn't ruin everything after all. However, in the end, 20 zombies were attracted to the door, making it more difficult to travel next time. But it is still better than 50 zombies gathering at the entrance of a convenience store. So Lu Yang began to follow the second process. After he successfully brought the woman back to the villa, the moment she entered the villa, she immediately forcefully shook off Lu Yang's hand. Get your dirty hands off me. It's disgusting. She kept wiping the zombie blood off her wrists. She even showed a disgusted expression on her face. Lu Yang sneered, how dare you complain about being dirty? Do you know that if it weren't for me saving you, you would have been eaten alive by the zombies, reduced to a pile of bones, and there wouldn't even be a piece of flesh left on your body? Who are you trying to fool? I don't believe you. If you hadn't pulled me away, I would have found food in the convenience store. What do you want, you perverted security guard? I remember you. Every time I entered the gate, you would look at me with lustful eyes. Don't think I don't know. You low-class, ugly men are the most despicable. Maybe you secretly fantasize about me at night and then masturbate. Humph. The woman shouted, her face full of disgust. After listening to the other person's words and seeing the condescending look on his face, Lu Yang finally remembered who this person was. Isn't this the third-tier actress named Su Xiao who lives in Building 12? Every time she passed by the door, Lu Yang would take the initiative to greet the owner and say hello to the owner. This was a company rule, but every time she greeted this female celebrity, the other person would show a look of disgust on her face and snort a contemptuous sound from her nose. Lu Yang admitted. This actress is indeed very beautiful. In terms of appearance, she is even as good as He Yushir, and she is more mature and charming than He Yushir, and has a kind of superior temperament. At the same time, it can be seen that her expression, demeanor, smile, and even the way she walks should all be the result of special training. Those should be compulsory courses for female celebrities. The aura and charming posture of those female celebrities are something that female students never have. When she meets a beautiful woman, Lu Yang will sometimes look at her twice, but it's definitely not to the point of being lewd. But I never thought that in the heart of this movie star, I was so vulgar. But no matter how the other person sees her, Lu Yang doesn't care. This is the end of the world, not a time of peace. What about female movie stars? Aren't movie stars hungry? What? You're too embarrassed to speak? You wretched security guard. Hurry up and get something to eat for me. I'm a resident of this community, and this is how you treat your residents? Actress Su Xiaodu said aggressively. Lu Yang frowned. She said coldly. Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? I saved you, and you don't even appreciate it, but you still look disgusted. Now you're asking me for food, and you're even using a commanding tone. Who do you think you are? I am your god. Your salary is paid by the owners, don't you understand? Are you out of your mind? How dare a lousy security guard talk back? Su Xiao didn't expect Lu Yang to dare to talk back, and she became even more angry, pointing at Lu Yang's nose and scolding him. Ha ha. Tang Mengting, who was standing next to her, saw the scene and let out a sneer. She knew what would happen to Su Xiao next. Because she had experienced it. Sure enough. A loud crack. Lu Yang didn't waste any time. The next second, he slapped Su Xiao directly in the face, knocking her to the ground. Su Xiao's face instantly turned red and swelled up. Tang Mingting's sneer on her face grew even deeper. At the same time, she was a little confused. What's going on? I feel so good when I see someone else get beaten up like I did. Ah! You hit me! You actually dared to hit me, you stinking security guard, you actually dared to hit me, don't you know who I am? I am the owner of this community, I am a star, I have millions of fans, and you dare to hit me?
Xiao screamed wildly, and the burning pain on her face made her tears flow. She never imagined that a security guard in a residential area would dare to hit her. As a movie star, she is surrounded by countless fans wherever she goes. Male fans are willing to spend thousands of dollars to take a photo with her. The appearance fee for any of her appearances is hundreds of thousands of dollars. Wherever she went, she was looked up to like a goddess. She had long been accustomed to arrogance. But who would have thought that a lousy security guard would dare to hit her?
A movie star? This is the end of the world, who cares if you're a star or not? What's wrong with the security guard? Since I saved you, you'd better listen to me, or I'll throw you out, because there are 20 zombies waiting to eat your flesh. Hearing Lu Yang say such things, and seeing the vicious expression on his face, Xiao was suddenly scared. When she and Lu Yang fled back to this villa, she had seen how terrifying the zombies chasing them were. If they really caught her, they would definitely eat her flesh piece by piece. That would be truly worse than death. Then at least give me some food. I'm starving. I can give you money. How much do you want? 100,000, 200,000? I can give you that. Money is not a problem for me. Xiao accepted the reality. It was clear that she could not use her status to pressure the small security guard. So the only way was to use bribery. 200,000 yuan. Even if this security guard worked for 10 years, he probably wouldn't be able to save 200,000 yuan. Xiao felt that this was already a large sum of money for a security guard. Money is not a problem for me either. It's the end of the world now. What's the use of money? You can't even buy a loaf of bread with it. It's just a pile of useless paper. Miss Movie Star, don't you understand the situation? If you keep acting like this, you'll die easily. Lu Yang said with a cold smile. Hearing this, the actress Xiao completely collapsed. I don't want to die. I'm so hungry. If it weren't for my hunger, I wouldn't have risked coming out of the villa. I'm really hungry. It's all my assistant's fault. She said I've put on a bit of weight recently and that I don't look good on camera, so she told me to lose weight. I haven't eaten anything since the day before the zombie outbreak, so I've been hungry for a whole day longer than everyone else. I'm really going to starve to death. How can you give me food? You don't want money, that's fine. After the disaster is over, I can introduce you to a director and make you a star. How about you acting in a movie and being the hero? Lu Yang shook his head. Don't be silly. More than 70% of the world's population has become zombies. How can this disaster possibly pass? This is the end of the world. Don't you understand? If you want food, you can take a bath and wash yourself clean, then come to my room and find me. You're a star, so this kind of operation should be normal. You should understand, right? A star, you're not surprised by the unspoken rules, right? Even the most beautiful star has to work hard to become a leading actress, climbing into the beds of one big director after another, before she can become the star of the moment. I guess Xiao has climbed into the beds of many big directors before. So what's wrong with climbing into the bed of a small security guard like me? This star is very beautiful. Lu Yang has had a girlfriend who was the class flower and the school flower, but he has never had a girlfriend who is a star. He also wants to experience the happiness of a big director. What is the difference between these stars and ordinary girls? Xiao was stunned, then she reacted, and she immediately showed an angry expression. You want to take advantage of me? No way. I'm a star, and you're just a little security guard. In the past, I wouldn't even look at you. I would sell my body for a little food, but you can forget about it. Lu Yang gave a cold smile. You're very good. I look forward to your performance. Think about it yourself. But I'm only giving you this opportunity tonight. After tonight, even if you beg me to sleep with you, I won't. You won't get any food then. Every woman says that, but in the end they all obediently knock on their own doors. Lu Yang was not surprised that this movie star looked down on him, the little security guard. But he believed that in the end, the actress would soon give in. Chapter 10, Someone entered the convenience store?
Lu Yang then ignored the so-called star and went to the table with Tang Mengting and He Yusher, taking out the food and distributing it. One sausage, one bottle of milk, and one loaf of bread for each person.
This was the lunch for the three of them today. Due to the current food shortage, they must eat sparingly. However, although there wasn't much food, Tang Mengting and He Yushing's faces showed an expression of great anticipation. When they carefully opened the bread packaging and took a bite of the soft bread, they showed a look of satisfaction on their faces.
It's delicious. Even ordinary bread seems like a rare delicacy in the end times.
The aroma of the bread also drifted into Su Zhao's nose. She couldn't help but sniff.
See. It smells so good.
I want to eat it.
Gurgle, gurgle.
Her stomach couldn't help but start to rumble.
As a movie star, she has a strict diet and exercise plan every day. Especially since she recently took on a new drama, she is on a strict diet to control her weight. This has led to her being hungrier than others and having less fat reserves.
Now she smells the aroma of bread and feels like she can't hold back any longer.
It was as if there were countless ants biting inside her stomach. She looked at the people eating, but no one paid any attention to her. A big star like her was being left out. Su Xiao couldn't accept this sudden change, and her heart was full of grievances. Her eyes were red in an instant.
Lu Yang didn't pay any attention to the star who was crying in secret.
After dinner, he began to run the simulation again.
This was his last chance to do the simulation today. He must make good use of this opportunity. After the simulation is successful, he will go looking for food.
If he failed again, he would not be able to find food for the rest of the day. Lu Yang is a cautious person. He would never leave the villa without a simulation. After all, he now has the system, and sooner or later he will reach the top and become a super strong being. He also has several beautiful women around him, and he hasn't had a chance to enjoy them yet. If something unexpected happens and I die in the cradle, I'll be a big loser. The deduction begins. Lu Yang once again arrived at the front door of the villa, opened a crack in the door, and then used ice needles to kill 5 zombies. After a 15-minute cooldown, he killed another 5. After killing all 20 zombies, 45 minutes had passed. Since the simulation can only simulate the future for 1 hour, Lu Yang only has 15 minutes to collect food and return to the villa. Of course, the convenience store is very close to the villa. Under normal circumstances, 15 minutes is definitely enough, and even 5 minutes is not enough, as long as there are no accidents. Lu Yang rushed out of the villa, crouched down, and ran as fast as he could to the convenience store.
There were no accidents along the way, and he entered the convenience store without a hitch. However, after entering the convenience store, Lu Yang realized that something was wrong. It was obvious that there was a lot less food in the convenience store.
He and Tang Mengting had already been to the convenience store once, and at that time the shelves were full of food. No one had been there, and he remembered how much food they had taken. Now there is a lot less food, which means that other survivors have also come to the convenience store. At this thought, Lu Yang frowned. It seems that some people have already ventured out to look for food, driven by hunger. The convenience store is likely to be frequented by more and more survivors, so he must find a way to get more food. Lu Yang immediately began to stuff the food on the shelves into his backpack. This time, he took the easy-to-grab and high-calorie food. After a minute of collecting, Lu Yang's backpack was already full, and the zipper could barely be closed.
Only then did he go out.
After leaving the convenience store a dozen meters away, he turned around, picked up a stone on the ground, and smashed it against the convenience store's glass. The sharp sound instantly attracted the zombies in the distance.
3 zombies ran directly over and rushed towards the convenience store. Lu Yang then returned to his villa, satisfied. With 3 zombies watching the store for him, other survivors might not dare to go in and get food. The 3 zombies were not difficult to deal with for him, and with Lu Yang's current strength, he could easily kill them. So this is making it more difficult for other survivors. The food in the convenience store is all mine.
If you want it, you have to get past the 3 zombies first. Lu Yang thought to himself.
After successfully obtaining the food, Lu Yang ended this deduction.
Then he began to act according to the process of deduction. After he finished searching for food in the convenience store and entered the villa, he emptied the food from his backpack. When He Yusher and the others saw him pour out so much food, their eyes lit up.
He Yusher widened her eyes and asked Lu Yang, Ah, Lu Yang, you went out to look for food again? There are more than a dozen zombies outside the door, right? How did you get out? Can't you just kill them all and get out?
Lu Yang said matter-of-factly.
Kill?
But there are more than a dozen zombies.
Tang Mengting and He Yusher both widened their eyes. Even the female celebrity Su Xiao next to them began to show an expression of disbelief. Is it difficult?
Lu Yang said noncommittally, then ignored the shocked, adoring looks of the women and began to count the food.
After the inventory was completed, she said to the group,
I have collected a total of 12 loaves of bread, 58 ham sausages, and 21 packs of beef jerky.
From now on, I can give you 2 packs of beef jerky with every meal. Wow! Can we have extra food? That's great. He Yusher's face showed a happy, surprised look. Thank you, Lu Yang, you are so nice to us. Tang Mengting also said happily.
She used to look down on Lu Yang, but now she has discovered that he is completely different from what she had imagined.
He is a super strong person with a meticulous mind and a brave attitude.
In the end times, he is definitely a very good
man.
Therefore, her kind of looking down on him has slowly turned into admiration and worship. From afar, Su Xiao looked at them with a complex expression on her face.
She was still struggling in her heart. Does it mean that I really have to give in to this little security guard? No. He is just a security guard. I'm a big star. But if I keep starving like this, I'll die of hunger sooner or later. Alas. What should I do? Oh.
Su Xiao began to sob again, covering her mouth. Chapter 11. The actress compromised and gained new superpowers.
Reference picture of a female celebrity.
After counting the amount of supplies, Lu Yang once again took all the supplies back to his room. He then took a shower and went to bed. He had simulated the situation 3 times today. He had also fought 10 zombies in close combat to save a useless female celebrity.
Lu Yang was a little tired.
Soon, Lu Yang fell asleep on the bed.
When he woke up, it was already dark.
At that moment, he heard a knock on the door.
Hearing this sound, Lu Yang couldn't help but sneer. A cold and aloof movie star? So that's all there is to it. It's only been a few hours, and she's already hungry? Come in. Lu Yang said to the door.
The actress Su Xiao slowly pushed the door open and walked in. Her eyes were red and it was obvious that she had been crying for a long time.
As soon as she saw Lu Yang lying on the bed, Su Xia immediately burst into tears. She is 25 years old and has been in the entertainment industry for 7 years. She has an outstanding appearance and is even as good as the top stars. The reason why she has only been able to star in low-budget TV dramas and has not become a first-tier female star is because she refuses to give in. Up to now, she has not been able to accept the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry. Whether it is acting skills, appearance, or body shape, she has already reached the standard of a first-tier female star, and even surpasses many first-tier female stars. But what's the point?
If she refuses to climb into the director's bed, you will never get ahead, and you will be lucky to be a third-tier actress, playing a supporting role.
But Su Xiao refused to compromise.
She believed that with her own strength, she would definitely succeed, it was just a matter of time.
Who says that in the big dive vat of the entertainment industry, there can never be a white lotus? She, Su Xiao, is going to be the only one. However, she withstood so much pressure and the temptation of the entertainment industry, and did not climb into the director's bed. Now, she can't stand the hunger and has to knock on the door of Lu Yang, a small security guard. The more she thought about it, the more she felt aggrieved. Seeing the other person crying, Lu Yang frowned. He said to the actress, "What's wrong? Are you here to mourn? If you don't think clearly before continuing to think, you just need to understand that there is no free lunch in the world. If you become my woman, I will give you food to eat. This is normal. Otherwise, why would I give my precious food to a stranger?" Su Xiao was so shocked by Lu Yang's words that she stopped crying. I know, I've thought it through, that's why I knocked on the door and came in, it's just that. Su Xiao choked up. But she was still a little unwilling. She had struggled in the entertainment industry for so many years to become a star, but now she was going to devote herself to a small security guard with a monthly salary of 3,000? How could she accept such a big difference all of a sudden? Lu Yang looked at the other person's beautiful appearance and her proud figure, especially the unique temperament of a female celebrity, and couldn't help but lick her lips. Although Su Xiao is only a third-tier star, she has millions of fans. I don't know how many men regard her as an idol, and if I could have a night with her, I would be willing to die. At this moment, the star took the initiative to push open her own door, and Lu Yang naturally began to get excited. Don't just stand there, come over quickly. After we're done, I'll give you something to eat. And as long as you become my woman, you won't have to worry about food in the future. Lu Yang said confidently. At this time, he had powerful supernatural abilities and possessed basic attributes that surpassed those of ordinary people. In the end times, it doesn't matter how powerful you are, but at least there will never be a shortage of food. And his strength will continue to increase. It's only a matter of time before he reaches the pinnacle of his life. Okay, I know, I agree to be your woman. Su Xia bit her teeth and finally made a decision in her heart. Lu Yang also received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully convinced the other person to be your woman. You have gained a new ability, Dark Space. Since the host has successfully obtained the title of Master for 3 consecutive days, all attribute points will be increased by 30 points, and all superpower levels will be increased by 1 level. Upon receiving this prompt, Lu Yang was overjoyed. Not only did he get a new ability, but he also got the title of Master of Spreading Leaves, which increased his attribute points and ability level. This is so cool. Lu Yang quickly checked his attributes. Name, Lu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 100. Speed, 100. Stamina, 100. Spirit, 100. Has special abilities, 1, 2 levels of future deduction, 2 levels of virus immunity, 3, 2 levels of freezing control, 4, 2 levels of dark space. Seeing this attribute panel, Lu Yang was extremely excited. His basic attributes had reached 100 points, which was already twice as high as the average person. In particular, the increase in strength and speed has given Lu Yang even more powerful abilities when fighting zombies. Now his speed is twice that of an ordinary person. An ordinary person would need about 12 seconds to run 100 meters, but Lu Yang only needs 6 seconds. This speed is much faster than the world record. Not only can the zombies not catch up with him, even the sprinting champion can't catch up with him. The increase in strength is even more important. Even without a weapon, with Lu Yang's current strength, he could knock a zombie flying with one punch. The level of his superpower has also increased, and he is probably stronger now. Lu Yang quickly checked the descriptions of each superpower. Future projection, level 2, you can project the future for 2 hours, 4 times a day. Great, the duration of the future projection has doubled, and the number has also increased, giving Lu Yang more opportunities to try and fail. Virus immunity, level 2, you can be immune to the virus of level 2 zombies. Lu Yang was stunned when he saw this description. Level 2 zombies? What are they? Could it be that zombies can also level up? In the end, he shook his head and put these doubts behind him. He looked at the third skill. Freezing control, 2 levels, you can condense water into ice faster and control the ice to attack enemies. Seeing this description, Lu Yang shook his head. There was no special effect, just the ability to make ice faster. He tried it. He found that he could only have 5 ice needles, but after upgrading to level 2, the number had reached 10. And the speed of condensing ice needles was faster. In other words, his magazine now has 10 bullets. And the control distance has been strengthened, and the current attack control has reached 20 meters. After discovering such a strong upgrade, Lu Yang was full of surprise. It seems that the upgrade of this freezing skill is the most important. Not only has the number of bullets doubled, but the attack range has also doubled. This skill is the one that has seen the biggest improvement. Lu Yang then looked at the last skill. It is also the newest one. Dark Space, level 2, inside your body, you have a 20 by 20 by 20 meter cube space where you can put and take anything you want. This skill is so powerful. This is a spatial ability. Even among supernatural powers, it is probably a very top-level existence. Lu Yang quickly took out a sausage and tried it. He thought about it, and the sausage in his hand instantly disappeared and entered the dark space.
Then, he moved his mind again, and the sausage reappeared in his hand. Seeing this superpower so strong and convenient, Liu Yang was suddenly happy. So powerful. With this superpower, I won't need to bring a backpack when I go scavenging for food in the future, and I can take all the food in the convenience store in one go.
Chapter 12, Scavenging for Food, Encountering Survivors.
Liu Yang never thought that after 3 days of success, there would be an additional reward.
Is this a reward for getting 3 kills? If I get 4 or 5 kills, will I get a reward? What if I get 7 kills in a row and become a god? Would the reward be even greater? Thinking about this, Liu Yang suddenly became excited.
It seems that the system is encouraging me to produce more offspring. It would be best to produce offspring successfully once a day, without interruption. If I want to kill all the way, I can only keep searching for female survivors. Liu Yang made up his mind in his heart. He was going to go out tomorrow, and in addition to scavenging all the food in the convenience store, he was going to see if there were any other women in the villa area and rescue them. After all, having children with female survivors is the fastest way to become stronger.
Liu Yang calmed down. Liu Yang wanted to reward the female star. More than an hour later, Liu Yang revealed a satisfied smile.
At this time, the female star, Xiao, was lying on the bed with an expression of emptiness on her face. She had been hungry for several days, and after being tormented by Liu Yang for so long, she was already close to exhaustion. Seeing her in this state, Liu Yang quickly took out a bottle of milk and a piece of bread and handed them to her, saying,
"Eat something. I'm afraid you'll die in bed." "Oh, thank you. Thank you."
When she saw the food, Xiao's whole body suddenly brightened up, and it seemed as if light had entered her originally vacant eyes. She grabbed the bread and started to eat it. "Slow down, no one is fighting you, and you will never run out of food after you follow me."
Liu Yang looked at the other person's voracious eating and thought it was a bit funny.
After eating, Xiao also regained some of his strength. So the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. Holding a beautiful female celebrity in his arms, Liu Yang was full of satisfaction. In the past, such female stars wouldn't even look at him, but now she had climbed into his bed and was lying quietly in his arms. Finally, he experienced what it was like to be a big director.
It was really great. The next day, Liu Yang woke up refreshed.
Today he decided to go to the convenience store and take all the food there. Because he had already awakened his spatial powers, even if he took all the food, he could not fill his dark space.
After washing up, Liu Yang took the food to the dining table.
At this moment, Tang Mengting and the others were already gathered around the dining table. Liu Yang has the right to distribute the food, so no matter how hungry everyone is, they can't eat in advance, they can only wait for Liu Yang to distribute. This time, Liu Yang gave everyone a bottle of milk, 2 sausages, a loaf of bread and a pack of beef jerky.
Seeing this, He Yusher was surprised again. "Ah? Another sausage? We can eat more and more. Liu Yang, you are so great and generous." Tang Mingting also showed a grateful expression. Yes, we have been given an extra sausage. Liu Yang, you are really great. Eat up.
I told you, with me, food is never a problem.
There will be more than enough food in the future, Liu Yang said confidently. He's going to go and raid the entire convenience store. After that, we won't have to worry about eating anymore, we can just eat as much as we want. Thank you. It's so reassuring to be with you. He Yusher nodded eagerly.
Tang Mengting and Su Xiao also showed a grateful look.
After eating, Liu Yang began his simulation for the day.
He was going to search for supplies, empty the entire convenience store, and then start searching for survivors.
Female survivors can be brought back, but what about male survivors? They will be expelled from the community. The simulation began.
Liu Yang used the ice needle to kill the 20 zombies at the door in just 15 minutes. After all, he now had 10 rounds in his clip, so he only needed to reload once to kill 20 zombies. After killing the zombies, Liu Yang took the fire axe and rushed directly to the convenience store. Liu Yang was a little surprised when he arrived at the door of the convenience store. The 3 zombies he attracted last time had already been killed. And the heads of each of the zombies had been smashed in, which also looked like the work of the fire axe.
Liu Yang frowned.
Those people who came here to get food didn't give up when they saw 3 zombies guarding the place. It was obvious that the other party had strength and courage. It should be one or more adult males. This made Lu Yang feel a little worried. These are his competitors. At the same time, Lu Yang was also a little relieved. Fortunately, he had acquired the ability to enter the dark space early, otherwise, the convenience store would have been emptied. He entered the convenience store and immediately began to collect resources. In the past, he had a backpack with limited space, so he couldn't carry much. He could only choose some nutritious food that would fill his stomach easily, but now it was different. He can fit everything in the convenience store. Bread, milk, sausages, mineral water? Take it all. Snacks, sweets, cigarettes, fine wine? Take it all. Pots, pans, kitchen utensils, household goods. All of them. Rice, noodles, cooking oil? All of it. Knives, pots, kitchen utensils? All of them. What about condoms? No, not those. Soon, Lu Yang had cleaned out the entire convenience store and was ready to leave. But as soon as he stepped out of the door, 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, suddenly appeared in front of him. Each of them had a large backpack on their back. At the same time, the man leading the group was holding a fire axe just like Lu Yang. When they saw Lu Yang, they immediately showed a surprised expression. Lu Yang? You're still alive? Are you also looking for food? Lu Yang was also surprised when he saw the other party clearly. It was their security chief Jiang Jinyu, accompanied by 2 other security guards and a beautiful female owner. They came to search for food, but the place had already been cleared out, and I didn't find any food either. Lu Yang said casually. He didn't want these people to know that he had taken everything from the convenience store. Otherwise, they would definitely be jealous. Although Lu Yang said he wasn't afraid of them, it would be best not to cause trouble. However, although Lu Yang said this, the security guards did not believe him. Security Chief Jiang Jinyu entered the convenience store and took a look. He found that it had really been emptied, and his face immediately showed a look of disbelief. At the same time, his eyes stared at Lu Yang. The convenience store was emptied? Yesterday when we came to get food, there were still so many things in here. How could it be gone all of a sudden? Tell me, did you do it? Kid, I'm your leader, you'd better not lie to me. Chapter 13, Kill the Security Chief and Bring Back the Female Owner. Security Captain Jiang Jinyu has little education and has been the security captain in this community for 5 years. When Lu Yang came here to work part-time, he didn't like her. He was young and had no prospects, and he was always unreliable. He even often complained that the personnel department of the community would not hire anyone and instead hired a little kid. The most important thing is that Lu Yang is still a college student at Donghai University. The security chief Jiang Jinyu is only a junior high school graduate. He despised people with degrees the most. They have higher qualifications than him, they are better looking than him, and they are younger than him, which makes Jiang Jinyu very unhappy. Even when communicating with other security guards, he often spoke disparagingly about Lu Yang, calling him a fool. He often bragged, "So what if you're a college student? You still have to come work as a security guard, and you still have to work under me, a junior high school graduate." Do you think he'd dare go west when I tell him to go east? Other security guards also agreed, exactly. What's the use of being a college student? What's the use of studying? You still have to look at the face of our Funga. That kid is honest. Feng doesn't dare to talk back when he asks him to do something. Otherwise, we'll have to beat him up together. Lu Yang had heard all of this. In the past, in order to keep this job, he didn't take it seriously and could only pretend not to care. Now that the end of the world has arrived, this job is useless. Jiang Jinyu dared to use the same old line to talk to him, and Lu Yang immediately frowned. He said coldly to everyone, "If you don't believe it, that's your problem. Anyway, the food in the convenience store just disappeared. You can look for it however you want. Just don't bother me." Hearing this, Jiang Jinfeng's face suddenly changed. How dare this little security guard talk to me like that? I am the head of the security team, the one who says what's what in the security team. It can be said that the entire community is under his jurisdiction. Especially now that the end of the world has broken out, he has reunited with a few of his brothers and found his favorite former landlord, Xiao Dan. Seeing that he and Xiao Dan are developing rapidly, he may soon be able to hit a home run. Unexpectedly, the appearance of this guy Lu Yang not only made the convenience store food disappear, but he even dared to talk back to him in front of Xiao Dan.
Isn't this giving him a hard time? If I don't teach him a lesson, how can I ever get anywhere with Dan in the future? So Jiang Jinyu suddenly showed a look of anger, and directly stepped forward and pointed at Lu Yang and said, "Kid, how dare you talk to me like that? What do you mean by don't bother you? I'm the security chief, your leader, can't I take care of you? And the food here was still here yesterday, but it's gone today. You showed up here again. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Take me to your place, and if I don't see any food, I'll let it go. But if I find out that you took the food and lied to us, I'll make you pay." After hearing the other person's words, Lu Yang laughed. He looked at the other person with a look of contempt and said, "Jiang Jinyu, have you gone completely insane? Who do you think you are? You used to have a little power, and you could pretend to be a big shot every day, but now that the end times have arrived, you still think you're a leader? I'm warning you not to bother me anymore, or else you won't know how you died." Hearing Lu Yang say this, Jiang Jinyu couldn't believe his ears. The little security guard who used to be submissive and obedient, who always kept his head down and dared not speak back, now dared to scold him. Especially in front of the female owner Xiao Dan, he dared to scold himself. He couldn't help but scold Lu Yang. "Lu Yang, how dare you talk to me like that? Even if a disaster breaks out, we still have to protect the owners. Hurry up and take out the food. Let's just forget about this. Otherwise, I won't let you off." The other two security guards also shouted, "Lu Yang, what do you mean? How dare you talk to our brother Zhan like that? Do you want to die? Damn it, how come I didn't notice that you were a traitor before? Now that the end times have begun, you still dare to be arrogant. Do you believe that if we kill you, no one will collect your body?" Lu Yang sneered and said, "Haha, the owner? The end of the world has broken out, and almost everyone is dead. You're still here, the owner? Have you been a dog for so long that you can't get up from kneeling on the ground? Who in the security team doesn't know that you are the licking dog of the owner Chen Dan? If you were peaceful before, I would have let you lick her again. But now that the end of the world has come, you're still licking her. You're so useless that you can't even get this woman. You're a waste of space. Women are not for licking, understand? You're not playing with a woman, and you're still licking in the end times. You'll die a dog's death for licking. Still want to kill me? Do you think you have the ability to do that?" Hearing that Lu Yang had even insulted Chen Dan, Jiang Jinyu suddenly showed an angry look and shouted, "You son of a bitch! If I don't kill you today, my name is not Jiang." He rushed at Lu Yang with a fire axe. Then he just took a few steps. Bang! With a loud noise, his head instantly exploded, and countless blood mist burst out. Lu Yang used an ice needle to blow his head off. Since he wanted to die, Lu Yang would grant him his wish. Jiang Jinfeng's body fell to the ground in an instant. Ah! The owner, Chen Dan, saw this bloody scene and instantly let out a scream. The other two security guards were also dumbfounded. "Fuck! Brother Zhang! What's wrong with you? What the hell is going on?" They didn't see what Lu Yang was doing at all because the ice needles were very small and transparent, and they were almost invisible in the air. They didn't even notice the ice needles that Lu Yang fired. They saw the other party's eyes, and their team leader Jiang Jinyu was shot in the head. The two security guards were instantly stunned. They pointed at Lu Yang and asked in a trembling voice, "What did you do? Do you really need to know?" Lu Yang gave them another look, and the two little security guards were instantly killed. These security guards look down on themselves when they are working, often targeting themselves, but to the owners they are like a lapdog, typical of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. It seems that their monthly salary of 3,000 yuan is really a handout from the landlord. Don't they know that they get paid for their labor and don't have to look at anyone's face? Lu Yang didn't feel any pity for them. At this time, the owner, Chen Dan, was already scared silly, crouching on the ground with her head in her hands, trembling all over. "Hey, get up. Don't pretend to be dead on the ground." Xiao Dan was even more startled when she heard Lu Yang's voice. The three security guards died instantly. This little security guard is a cold-blooded killer. She was afraid that the next person to die would be herself. So she kept begging Lu Yang. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. I'll do anything you want. I'll be your woman. I'll do whatever you want. I'll obey you absolutely.
In Chen Dan's eyes, Lu Yang was a ruthless murderer who killed 3 security guards in cold blood, all with a headshot, which was extremely cruel.
She didn't want to be shot in the head.
As long as she can survive, she is willing to do anything.
Lu Yang looked at the other person and was speechless. How can this woman be so aware? I haven't even hinted at it yet, and he's already saying he wants to be my woman? He's a teachable child.
Lu Yang said to her, "Get up and come with me.
I won't kill you. You haven't done anything to me." What? You're not going to kill me? Then, where are you taking me? Xiao Dan's face showed signs of fear.
This security guard named Lu Yang is definitely a ruthless person. He killed 3 strong men without saying a word. And he used some unknown method to blow their heads off, which was extremely cruel and violent.
Xiao Dan was scared out of her wits.
Don't worry, I'll take you to a safe place.
Didn't you say you wanted to be my woman? Now's your chance to show me what you're made of. After saying that, Lu Yang took Chen Dan by the hand and walked towards the villa. Chapter 14, Dares to Have an Opinion?
Lu Yang successfully brought back the owner, Chen Dan, according to the process of deduction. The former security chief Jiang Jinyu used to say, "I am a security guard, I work to get off work, I love bear cookies, and I like the owner, Xiao Dan." Now he can't eat the bear cookies because he's been blown up and his head is hanging from the tree.
The owner, Xiao Dan, was also taken away by Lu Yang.
"I will take care of your wife, don't worry."
When they arrived at Lu Yang's dormitory, Chen Dan's face showed a look of fear.
Seeing 3 men get their heads blown off in front of her, Chen Dan was still in shock. The 3 women in the villa, Tang Mengting, He Yushi, and Su Xiao, also had different expressions on their faces when they saw that Lu Yang had brought back another female survivor. Especially the big star Su Xiao, her face suddenly showed a look of contempt. The other 2 had arrived at the villa before her, so she couldn't help it. After all, she was the 3rd one.
But what does this 4th person mean?
She was suddenly unhappy and said to Lu Yang, "I thought you went to search for food, but I didn't expect you to bring back another woman."
Do you only have women in your head? We already have 3 women here, all of them are beautiful beyond compare, isn't that enough for you to vent? Are you a teddy bear? There is not much food, and you brought back another mouth to feed. Do you want to starve us to death? She couldn't accept the arrogance and self-confidence of a celebrity. She had spent the night with him the night before, and yet he had brought a new woman home. It's as if she wasn't satisfied with him last night. I'm a big star, and I can't satisfy you? So she couldn't help but say it directly to Lu Yang.
Tang Mengting also frowned and said, yes, you already have the 3 of us, and you still bring other women back.
What do you want? Do you think about that all day long?
Men really do think with their lower bodies. It's bad enough that he doesn't hurry to find food for us to eat, but he also brings another person back to share the food. They were already unhappy that Lu Yang had returned empty-handed without finding any food, but now he had brought back another woman to share their food, which made them even more unhappy. 1 more person means 1 more mouth to feed, which means 1 more share of food. There was already a shortage of food, and now with 1 more person to feed, it would be even more scarce. He Yushi looked at the 2 of them talking to Lu Yang in this tone, and she sneered in her heart. It seems that these 2 people still don't understand the current situation.
If they leave Lu Yang, they will surely die.
Lu Yang will not lose much if they leave her, and she can find a new woman.
Therefore, to Lu Yang, these women are completely dispensable.
However, they, who are dispensable, have not clearly understood their own position. They still dare to speak to Lu Yang like this.
Both women are too low in intelligence and emotional intelligence. He Yushi's face showed a look of relief.
If Lu Yang is surrounded by such mentally retarded women, then she will definitely be able to thrive.
She might even be Lu Yang's favorite.
Sure enough, just as He Yushi had imagined, after hearing what Su Xiao and Tang Mengting had said, Lu Yang frowned and gave them a cold look.
Then, pop!
He slapped each of them twice in the face.
In the shocked and frightened eyes of the 2, Lu Yang said coldly, "Who gave you the right to talk to me like this? You don't really think that you've become the mistress of this house just because you climbed into my bed, do you? The food I give you is only my kindness to you, not your reliance on me. Do you have a problem with me? Fine, get out of here right now. I won't stop you.
Looking at Lu Yang's cold eyes, Tang Mengting and Su Xiao realized that they had said the wrong thing. Yes, they thought that after having a relationship with Lu Yang, they would become the hostess here.
This kind of thinking is completely wrong.
They are just a burden that can survive only by holding onto Lu Yang's leg. The only thing they can do for Lu Yang is to satisfy her sexual desires. Other than that, they are just useless eaters of rice. They are of no help to Lu Yang. In other words, even if Lu Yang loses them, there is no great loss, and he can find new women.
But if they lose Lu Yang's protection, they will soon starve to death. Or even be eaten by zombies.
After realizing this, Tang Mengting looked at He Yushi. Of the three, only He Yushi had not been beaten. At this moment, a hint of smugness was on He Yushi's face that was hard to hide.
Tang Mengting saw this look of smugness and instantly reacted. It's still the school beauty. She was crushed by this school beauty, both in appearance and intelligence. At this time, Lu Yang also saw He Yushi and asked the school beauty, "Why don't you say a few words?" "Me?" He Yushi pointed at herself in surprise, then revealed a sweet smile and said slyly, "I'm free tonight." "Oh? I brought back a new woman, do you have any objections?" Lu Yang asked curiously. "What do I have to say? This safe villa is yours, the food is yours, everything here is yours, isn't it your freedom to bring back whoever you want?" He Yushi said with a straight face. From the beginning, she never thought of herself as Lu Yang's girlfriend. She never thought she could monopolize Lu Yang. In the end times, what is there to talk about love? Everything is just a matter of exchange of interests. These women are just Lu Yang's accessories, don't even think about being the hostess. He Yushi is very smart. She understood this long ago. Seeing He Yu's reply, even Lu Yang was a little surprised. He said to He Yu, "You are really a smart school beauty." "Smart? So smart, but you're still being tricked by me, huh?" He Yushi pouted her cherry lips and said unhappily. "Ha ha ha. That means I'm smarter than you." Lu Yan laughed and patted the school flower on the head. "I have to say that communicating with smart people is very enjoyable. Such as He Yushi. Whether it is emotional intelligence or intelligence, she is far ahead of the other two women." At this point, Lu Yang began to say to the new female owner, Chen Dan, "You don't need to be afraid. I won't hurt you. You didn't provoke me. I killed the 3 security guards because they wanted to kill me. So I will protect your safety and provide you with food. All you need to do is submit to me and be my woman." "No. No problem. I will definitely listen to you, and I will do whatever you tell me to do. As long as you don't kill me," the female owner Xiao Dan hurriedly said. Chapter 15, The female owner is a ballet teacher? Chen Dan reference figure. After taking a shower, the female owner, Xiao Dan, came to Lu Yang's room. At this moment, Lu Yang had been waiting for a long time. The reason Dan had Jiang Jinyu, the dog licker, was because he was very handsome and had a perfect body. It was said that he was also a ballet teacher. The thought of her graceful figure made Lu Yang excited. And Jiang Jinyu, that idiot, licked for so long, but he couldn't get the girl. It took less than a day for Xiao Dan to come to him on her own initiative. This shows that licking dogs will not end well. Especially in the end times, people who are still licking dogs are simply the dumbest of the dumb. Xiao Dan was very nervous at this time. Lu Yan looked at the other person and thought it was funny. Why be so nervous? You haven't had a boyfriend before, have you? But she didn't expect him to nod. Well, I really haven't had a boyfriend before, and I don't know how to do this kind of thing. What? Are you serious? You haven't even had a boyfriend? Lu Yan couldn't believe it. The female owner, Xiao Dan, is fair-skinned and beautiful, with a tall figure, especially the kind of temperament of a dance teacher. She is very charming. People who study dance have a special charm in the way they walk. Such a beautiful woman, even the security chief Jiang Jinyu was enchanted and willing to be a lapdog. How could she not have had a boyfriend? Really? I've been busy with my dance career all these years, and I haven't had time to date a boyfriend. Besides, I don't like ordinary men, and I haven't met a man who makes my heart beat fast. Owner Xiao Dan said shyly. Hey, you're very lucky. You met me today. I'm not just an ordinary man, and when you met me, your heart must have been beating fast, right? Wasn't that a heartthrob? Lu Yang smiled wickedly and made a joke. Chen Dan remembered the scene when she first saw Lu Yang kill someone. Her heart rate was at least 250 beats per minute. Not to mention being moved, her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She was amused by Lu Yang's words. Seeing the other person's expression, Lu Yang revealed a satisfied expression. That's right, don't be nervous. Although you haven't had a boyfriend before, I've had many girlfriends and I'm very experienced. I can teach you. Especially for women like you who haven't had a boyfriend before, I'm even more experienced. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. So do you agree to be my woman? Lu Yang then placed his hand directly on Chen Dan's body, gently stroking her to ease her nervousness. Chen Dan nodded. Lu Yang received a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully convinced the other person to be your woman. You have received a system reward, all basic attributes have been strengthened by 10. Another reward? Lu Yang was very happy. This time, the reward was not a superpower, nor did it increase the level of a superpower, but it directly increased all attributes by 10 points. This reward is not bad. Lu Yang's 4 basic attributes had already reached 100 points, and now with an additional 10 points, they are 110 points. This is already 120% more than the average person. Even without using his superpower, he can easily fight 30 to 50 strong men. He can easily handle ordinary zombies. This attribute is improving so quickly, it seems like saving more female survivors is the right choice. Tomorrow, continue searching for survivors. Lu Yang had a very good day today. Not only did he put all the food in the convenience store into his dark space, he also got the survivor Chen Dan. This has increased all of his basic attributes by 10 points. Lu Yang is already very satisfied. He is ready to take a break and continue tomorrow. Before resting, he glanced at Chen Dan lying next to him. This time, Chen Dan looked at the ceiling with vacant, lifeless eyes. Looking at the other person, Lu Yang felt a sense of accomplishment. He took out some food and handed it to her. Here, eat something to regain your strength. I'm going to take a nap. Chen Dan saw the food and regained some vitality. She quickly grabbed the food and started eating. After eating everything, Chen Dan looked at Lu Yang sleeping and felt a mixture of emotions. She never imagined that her first man would be a security guard. But this security guard was completely different from the others. He was so decisive and powerful. Even in the end, he was able to collect so much food, and he was even ruthless when facing his enemies, killing them without mercy. Putting aside the identity of a security guard, it seems that following him is not that hard to accept. Well, if that's the case, then I'm determined to follow him from now on. Thinking about it, the female owner Xiao Dan slowly fell asleep. Chapter 16, The dance teacher can also cook. When the two of them woke up, it was already dark. Lu Yang got up and stretched his back. Feeling a little hungry, he got up to eat. At this time, the owner Xiao Dan also woke up. The two of them went out together. Tang Mengting, He Yushi, and Su Xiao were already waiting for them on the first floor. Lu Yang was in charge of distributing all the food, and they had no dinner until he woke up. Seeing Lu Yang coming downstairs, He Yushi quickly smiled and said, "Hello, Lu Yang, you're awake? We're very hungry. Is it time for dinner?" "Yes, I overslept." "I'm sorry." Lu Yang smiled. He Yushi's face showed an evil expression, and she made a joke with Lu Yang, "You seem to have become stronger again. The intimate time was even longer than with me? Is there anything special about this female landlord? Does she excite you more than I do?" Hearing this, the owner Xiao Dan suddenly blushed, lowered her head, and was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Lu Yang knew that He Yushi and the others had heard the sound on the first floor. But he didn't care. Instead, he touched He Yushi's head and said with a smug look on his face, "She is a ballet teacher. What's so special about her? Her shoulders can be used as a pillow to rest your knees on. What's wrong? Feeling a little jealous? Don't worry, next time when I'm with you, I'll try to last 2 hours." "What? Last time I almost died in bed, and you still have 2 hours. Forget it, forget it. He Yushir quickly ran away.
Recalling the fear she felt that night when she was dominated by Lu Yang, she still shivered a little. It was useless to beg for mercy at the time. Seeing her run away, Lu Yang smiled. Then he began to take out food to prepare for dinner. This time, Lu Yang took out a pack of noodles, a bag of rice, a bucket of cooking oil, and ingredients such as chicken essence, monosodium glutamate, and salt. He even took out some fresh vegetables. He had scrounged all of this from the convenience store.
Everyone was shocked to see Lu Yang take out so many things. Lu Yang, where did you get all those things? Where did you hide those things? Everyone on He Yushir's side was in disbelief. Lu Yang clearly only brought back a female owner when he first returned, and he didn't have anything on him. Now why can he take out so many things? And where did he get them from?
He didn't have any place on his body to carry them, especially that bag of rice, which must weigh at least 100 catties, and it couldn't possibly fit in there.
This is too amazing. Of course there is. As for where it is hidden, you don't want to know. He smiled and asked the women again. Does anyone know how to cook? Tang Mingting and He Yushir shook their heads.
They were both freshmen like Lu Yang, and they were both rich girls who had been spoiled and brought up in a very good family environment.
How could they know how to cook?
Su Xiao also shook her head. As a celebrity, although she was only a third-tier celebrity, cooking was not something she was involved in at all. Her assistant usually took care of the food. Not to mention that she doesn't know how to cook, Su Xiao has never even been in the kitchen. At this time, Chen Dan nodded. I can cook, but I don't know if it's to everyone's liking.
He Yushir's eyes lit up. Wow. Little Dan, you can cook? This is too good.
We've been in the apocalypse for so many days, and every day we've been eating some kind of instant food like bread and sausage, and our mouths are about to fade out.
It's great that you can cook. No matter how it turns out, we'll like it. At least it's better than sausage bread, right?
Yes, yes.
Little Dan, we can help you out. Just tell us what you need us to do. Tang Mingting also quickly said.
Even the big star Su Xiao said, I can also try to help, although I may not do it very well. Sausage bread, vacuum-packed chicken legs, and other things like that are fine as snacks, but if you eat them every day as a main meal, they'll make you salty and sick. They had already grown tired of it after a few days. If they could really eat fresh rice, it would be delicious with any dish.
Okay, let's get started. You sure, you go wash the vegetables.
Su Xiao and Meng Ting, you two cut the vegetables. I'll make you some fried noodles today.
Chen Dan said to the other three women.
Yes. Okay. Everyone nodded and then rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Because of the outbreak of the end of the world, they were surrounded by zombies and felt bored staying in this villa. Now being able to help with the cooking is a way to pass the time, and this is also the first time the three of them have cooked.
They were all curious and excited.
Soon the kitchen was bustling with activity. Then Su Xiao began to stir-fry the noodles. The aroma of the fried noodles wafted through the kitchen and into the living room.
Lu Yang couldn't help but sniff. Smells good.
It's already the 5th day since the end of the world, and it's really satisfying to be able to eat cooked food again after so long.
No more packaged food like sausages and vacuum-packed chicken legs. After eating too much of that stuff, your mouth tastes like preservatives.
Soon, Chen Dan came out with the first bowl of fried noodles.
And brought it to Lu Yang.
With a smile on her face, she said.
Lu Yang, try it. Okay. Lu Yang picked up the chopsticks and took a bite.
The delicious taste made him open his eyes wide. He never imagined that the first meal he had in the end times would be so delicious.
Lu Yang praised Chen Dan. The taste is really good. Chen Dan, you used to be a dance teacher and a cook, right? No, I just like to cook. I'll make something else for you to eat tomorrow. Chen Dan was a little embarrassed by Lu Yang's praise and lowered her head.
Seeing that Lu Yang liked her fried noodles so much, she suddenly felt that she wasn't so useless after all, and that she was actually quite useful.
I can cook other dishes too? That's great. From now on, you're in charge of food. Lu Yang said happily. In this day and age, girls are all spoiled and it's not easy to find one who likes to cook. Chen Dan is not only beautiful, but also flexible and can cook. She has so many good qualities. No wonder Jiang Jinyu was so infatuated with her. Unfortunately, it is now he who has won the beauty. If Jiang Jinyu knew about this, would he not be so angry that he would be unable to contain his anger? Chapter 17, You're the One. Su Xiao, He Yusher, and Tang Mingting were eating fried noodles and their faces showed expressions of enjoyment. They had eaten so much vacuum-packed and packaged food that they had long since had enough of the taste of preservatives. A bowl of ordinary fried noodles, in peacetime, these rich ladies might not even look at it. They simply wouldn't eat these unhealthy street snacks with heavy oil and salt. But now, this bowl of plain fried noodles is even more delicious than anything they have ever eaten before. The three beautiful girls couldn't help but praise it. It's so good. I never thought I'd be able to eat hot fried noodles in the end times. I'm so touched. The best thing I've ever eaten is nothing compared to this bowl of fried noodles. Thank you, little Dan. This is just like Mom's cooking. I'm so moved I could cry. Chen Dan's face lit up with joy as she saw everyone enjoying her fried noodles. It's great that everyone likes it. It shows that I'm still useful. I'm not completely useless. After everyone had finished eating the noodles, He Yusher and the others rushed to wash the dishes and clean up. After all, Chen Dan had cooked the noodles for them, so they felt a bit embarrassed if they didn't do something. At the same time, everyone had their own thoughts. The female owner, Chen Dan, was the fourth person to come to this villa, but as soon as she arrived, she made a delicious dish that even Lu Yang praised. He is the most useful woman here. The newcomers were all outshined, and they had to feel a sense of crisis. If this continues, won't we become useless old things? We need to think of some way to make a contribution. Soon they finished washing the dishes and tidied up the table. Lu Yang sat there contentedly, digesting the food in her stomach, then looked at everyone and said, "Now that we've eaten and drunk, we can rest. Who's going to come upstairs with me tonight? Anyone volunteering?" Lu Yang's room was upstairs, and the four women's rooms were downstairs. The next day, when Lu Yang woke up, the sun was already high in the sky, and it was already past 10 a.m. He Yusher was still lying next to her, sound asleep. Looking at each other's perfect bodies and lovely faces, Lu Yang couldn't help pinching her cheeks, which were so soft and white, and still had a little baby fat. "Hey, Yusher, wake up." He Yusher let out a low groan with her eyes closed. She was exhausted and naturally didn't get enough sleep. She said in a mumbled tone, "I haven't slept enough yet, I don't want to get up. I was almost exhausted last night, you let me sleep a little longer." "Ha ha ha. You're so funny." Lu Yang was amused by this beautiful schoolgirl. The task he had to do today was to search the entire neighborhood as much as possible. Rescue the survivors and kill the zombies along the way. If possible, it would be best to empty the entire community and turn it into a safe zone. As long as the gate is closed, the zombies outside cannot get in. At that time, everyone in the community will be able to move freely. And this place will become his first safe base. Chapter 18, Poor Survivors. So the simulation began. This time, Lu Yang began to actively search the entire community. There are 45 villas and 10 high-rise buildings in the community. The 45 villas can be said to be sparsely populated, so there won't be many survivors or zombies. But the 10 high-rise buildings have at least a few hundred households, with at least 1,000 residents. At least 700 of them have turned into zombies. Even if the others are still alive, I'm afraid they've been eaten by the zombies. The chance of becoming a zombie after being infected is too high. More than 2/3. In other words, 2 out of 3 people in a family may become zombies, and the remaining one is considered a normal person. It is impossible for one person to fight 2 zombies, right? The end result is that they will be eaten. Therefore, there are probably not many survivors in high-rise buildings. Therefore, Lu Yang set his main target on the villas. A villa has 4 floors. Even if 2 of the 3 family members become zombies, as long as they are not on the same floor, the people upstairs will not be eaten, and the possibility of survival will be higher. Therefore, Lu Yang's decision was to search out the survivors in the villa area, then lock the doors of the high-rise buildings directly, and trap all the zombies inside to death. Lu Yang began searching from the first villa. His reasoning for this deduction was not to save people directly, but to see which villa had survivors and which had zombies. He wanted to make a complete list of all the villas, so that when the time came for the official operation,
he would have a clear target and be more efficient.
There is no one in the first villa.
At the same time, the door to the villa was wide open. It was obvious that it had not been closed when the apocalypse broke out, or that the survivors of the villa had escaped after the outbreak of the zombies.
So the villa was completely empty.
There were no zombies or survivors, no food, nothing.
Liu Yang went to the second villa.
There were 2 zombies in the second villa, and there was also a mangled corpse on the ground. It is clear that there were originally 3 people in this villa, but 2 of them became zombies, and the remaining one was also eaten by the 2 who became zombies. The corpse looked like a little girl. It is likely that her parents became zombies, but she did not, and in the end, she was eaten alive by her parents. Seeing this scene, Liu Yan was moved. Parents should love their children the most and protect them the most, but once they become zombies, they immediately lose all humanity and will even bite their own children to death. So this virus has turned people into monsters with no thoughts or feelings. The moment they were infected with the virus, they were already dead. Liu Yang picked up the fire axe and killed the 2 zombies, a man and a woman, to help them escape.
Then, Liu Yang began to enter the next building.
There were still no survivors in the third villa, and no zombies were encountered. Liu Yang then began to check the 4th building. There were no survivors or zombies in the 4th building either. However, on his way to the 5th building, he encountered 2 zombies on the way. Liu Yang did not hesitate to use ice needles to kill them. At this point, he didn't want to get into close combat with the zombies and make noise to attract other zombies. There were no survivors in the 5th villa, so Liu Yang went to the 6th one. The door to the 6th villa was closed, and it was obviously locked from the inside.
This caught Liu Yang's attention, and he rolled over the 3-meter-high wall and went inside.
As soon as he entered the wall, Liu Yang smelled a strong smell of blood. This smell of blood is the smell of fresh human blood, which is different from the stench of the zombies.
Liu Yang frowned. Could it be that there are still zombies inside? Just eaten a human?
He continued to walk inside. A man and a woman, 2 zombie corpses appeared in front of him. The heads of the 2 zombies were smashed flat. It looked like they were smashed with a blunt object, and the blood on the zombies' heads had dried up. It was obvious that the 2 zombies had been dead for a long time, probably killed in the first moments of the outbreak.
Liu Yang continued to walk inside and found movement in the kitchen.
He slowly leaned over. When he looked inside, he was shocked by what he saw.
2 men were hacking a woman with a kitchen knife.
At this time, the woman was being held down on the ground, her hands and feet tied up, and blood was flowing all over the place.
She could only make a weak plea for help.
They were actually cutting the flesh of a living person. Even Liu Yang, who was so ruthless, was shocked by this. The woman kept shaking her head and begging for mercy.
Help! Help! Don't kill me, it hurts. Don't chop me up. I've done whatever you've asked me to do these past few days. Why are you doing this to me?
The 2 young men's faces showed a crazed expression. Don't scream. Just bear with it. We've been working on you for so many days, and you've sucked so much of our energy.
It's time to give us something in return, right?
Yes,
we haven't eaten for a few days and we're about to faint from hunger. Since you're my woman, I can do whatever I want with you. The men said frantically.
They didn't stop their hands.
The woman let out a scream.
Seeing this scene, Liu Yang finally couldn't bear to watch anymore.
He took the fire axe and said to the 2 men, "Hey, I said, what are you doing?" Hearing Liu Yang's voice, the 2 men were taken aback and quickly turned around to look at Liu Yang warily. One of them said to Liu Yang, "When did you come in?"
You are the security guard at the door, and you are also a student at our school, Liu Yang, right? The other man's face showed a vicious expression and said, "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business and get out of here quickly, otherwise I'll kill you too. Don't think that just because we go to the same school, we'll be soft on you."
"Oh? You want to kill me too? You think you're so tough? I remember you. You're the rich kids from class 3, Li Zihao and Zhou Zixuan, right?"
Liu Yang narrowed her eyes, her gaze full of coldness. Li Zihao seemed to feel Liu Yang's murderous intent. The original fierce expression has now turned into fear. Zhou Zixuan quickly said, "Liu Yang, we're all from the same school, we're all classmates, and harmony brings wealth.
Why don't I give you a little bit?"
He pointed to the girl on the ground, who was barely breathing. In his opinion, this girl was his woman before, and now she is also an object that he can control. And he never treated these women as his girlfriends. They were just playthings.
There were originally 3 men and 3 women in this villa having a party.
When the end of the world came, 1 man and 2 women turned into zombies. They finally managed to kill the zombies, but they had no food to eat and were afraid to go out to find food.
They could only focus on the women.
Now that Liu Yang has discovered their secret, they are prepared to give him a share of the spoils to get rid of the little security guard. After all, they have been hungry for a few days and are weak. But Liu Yang looks fresh and strong, and they think that even if they had 2 more people, they are no match for Liu Yang.
Chapter 19, Saved Another School Beauty? These 2 rich second-generation children knew that they were no match for Liu Yang, so they immediately used flattery tactics.
Liu Yang looked at the woman lying on the ground, barely breathing, and then looked at the 2 rich second-generation children with their smiles of flattery. He said with some regret, "It's a pity that such a beautiful woman has been wasted by you.
This is a good partner for starting a family.
It's a pity that these rich kids don't have any respect for women.
They even ate her."
Seeing Liu Yang's expression of regret, the 2 rich kids seemed to have thought of something and quickly said in a flattering manner,
"Buddy, you like her? It's okay, she's just a plaything for me. She's still breathing. Why don't we leave here first and you take her while she's still hot?"
Hearing this, the woman's already dying eyes suddenly became even more desperate. She was already dying, but these people weren't thinking about saving her or letting her go, but rather taking advantage of her while she was still warm?
Hell is empty, and the demons are on earth. At this moment, the woman only wanted to die.
In this world, all she felt was pain. For her, even 1 more second of life would be a painful ordeal.
Liu Yang was a bit surprised to hear what these 2 rich kids had said.
He originally thought that he was a naturally cold and indifferent person. The world had not been kind to him, so he would not be kind to the world.
He thought he was already indifferent to ordinary people. But he never imagined that these rich second-generation children were even worse than he was.
It was clear that heaven had blessed them with a wealthy family and allowed them to enjoy happiness that many people could never experience, but they seemed to have no respect for life at all. Other people are just a plaything to these rich second generation, just an object that can be disassembled, discarded, and even tortured at will.
Liu Yang was cold-blooded, but he was not yet at the point of having such a bad taste.
He said coldly to the 2 of them, "To be honest, you don't deserve to live in this world, so I'm here to send you on your way." Hearing this, the 2 rich kids' faces changed, but before they could retaliate, Liu Yang's fire axe had already been swung at one of them. The other one picked up a kitchen knife and tried to chop Liu Yang, but as soon as he raised the knife, his head exploded. The fire axe killed one, and the ice needles killed the other.
Liu Yang killed both enemies in less than 2 seconds.
He looked at the dying woman. Seeing that Liu Yang had killed 2 rich kids, the woman thought that Liu Yang was a good person, and suddenly a ray of hope lit up in her eyes. Although she had been desperate at first, now, the 2 demons that Liu Yang had killed. He seemed like a savior, standing before her. The woman seemed to have grasped a straw, and said in a weak voice, save me, please, save me." Liu Yang looked at the other person, his eyes unmoving, only calm. He said, "Your legs have been removed, and with the medical conditions of the end times, you simply cannot live. You are now just hanging on, and you can only feel your life slipping away little by little. I can do nothing, so all I can do is give you a ride and let you die without pain." After hearing Liu Yang's words and seeing his cold expression, the woman regained her senses.
"Yes. Without legs, there is a lot of blood loss. Even in peacetime, if you are late in getting to the hospital, you will die. Not to mention after the apocalypse. How could they possibly be saved?"
She closed her eyes.
Liu Yang used an ice needle to end the miserable woman's life.
After all this, Liu Yang began searching for the next villa. Along the way, Liu Yang killed many zombies. However, there were no survivors in the villa. It wasn't until the last villa that Liu Yang noticed something strange.
A zombie was in the villa, attacking the door to a bedroom. This aroused Liu Yang's curiosity.
In theory, zombies would stop attacking when they couldn't see any survivors and become idle. But this zombie seemed to have a very specific purpose, and it was very determined. It kept attacking, even though its head had already been smashed in, and it kept banging its head against the door.
Could it be that the zombies have now begun to develop intelligence? Lu Yang took an axe and shouted at the other. Hey! The zombie heard the voice and turned around in an instant. The face, which was covered in black blood, suddenly revealed a hideous expression. Then he rushed directly at Lu Yang. Lu Yang quickly hid in a room and then quickly closed the door. Sure enough, the zombie began to bang on his door. Lu Yang also came to the final conclusion. It seems that the zombies have indeed become more aggressive, and it is not because of anything special about that door. It is now the 6th day of the zombie outbreak, and the zombies' desire to attack has already increased so much. If this continues, the zombies may evolve intelligence, who knows? The experiment was over, and Lu Yang opened the door and killed the zombie with an axe. Then he walked over to the door that had been attacked by the zombie. He slowly opened the door. There were 2 female survivors inside. When Lu Yang opened the door and came in, the 2 women's pale and weak faces suddenly showed expressions of surprise. Then they asked Lu Yang hopefully, "Are you the security guard at the door? Are you here to save us? Is the end of the world over?" Lu Yang shook his head. "No, the end is not over, and I am no longer a security guard. I am just here to search for survivors. You can tell me, I can provide you with food, and all you have to do is surrender to me." After hearing Lu Yang's words, the 2 girls' hope faded away in an instant, at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turns out, the disaster is not over yet. This security guard is not here to save people, but to make us surrender? The 2 women hesitated for a split second. Because of another sentence from Lu Yang, they were even more excited. That is, Lu Yang can provide food. They had not eaten for 5 whole days. As long as there is food, what does it matter if they surrender? So they resolutely chose to go with Lu Yang. After saving the last 2 survivors, Lu Yang ended the search for survivors. As for the high-rise buildings, Lu Yang did not plan to go in and look for survivors. The people in high-rise buildings are too densely packed, and they are all family units. Unlike the villa area, which is inhabited by some young second-generation rich people, family units are unlikely to survive if one of them becomes a zombie. Lu Yang directly planned to seal the door and let the zombies fend for themselves inside. The deduction is over. Lu Yang began to take action. According to the course of the simulation, Lu Yang successfully brought back 2 girls. When he returned to the villa with the 2 new female survivors, Tang Mengting, Su Xiao, and the others finally dared not to voice their opinions. They were only whispering. Tang Mengting said to Yusher, "Am I right?" One of the 2 people is Zhao Lina, the academician schoolgirl who was one of the 4 most beautiful girls. Yusher nodded, "Yes, it's Zhao Lina." As one of the 4 most beautiful girls, Yusher naturally knew who the other 3 were. The one Lu Yang saved this time is the top student in school beauty Zhao Lina. Tang Mengting gave a wicked smile and said to Yusher, "Why don't we make a bet? Bet on whether Zhao Lina will be slapped by Lu Yang?" Among all the women here, Tang Mengting has been slapped by Lu Yang 3 times, the most of all. She has always been bitter about this. Now she hopes that Zhao Lina will remain aloof until disaster strikes, and then be defeated by Lu Yang. Yusher's face changed, and she shook her head. "Bet? I'm not going to bet with you." Having been tricked by Lu Yang once, Yusher was already scared of gambling. She added, "Although I won't bet with you, I can draw a conclusion first that Zhao Lina won't be beaten. As a top student in school beauty, she's not that stupid. I don't believe it. She'll be beaten at least once, right? Zhao Lina used to be the top student in her class. She's so cold and aloof that many rich kids have tried to woo her, but to no avail. I don't believe she'll give in so easily. She'll get a slap from Lu Yang, no matter what," Tang Mengting said confidently. Chapter 20, Is she a school beauty queen? Lu Yang ignored the girls' whispering and said directly to Zhao Lina and her best friend, Zhou Qiuping, "You 2 go take a shower. If you want food, you can come find me in my room later." The 2 women lowered their heads and didn't say anything, just nodded, and then found an empty room to settle down in and then went to take a shower. After the shower, the 2 of them lay on the bed. Zhou Qiuping's face showed her dissatisfaction. "A little security guard, what's so great about you? You used to take our wages, and now you dare to tell us what to do, and even want us to submit to you. It's infuriating." "Forget it, don't say it, be careful you're heard," Zhao Lina persuaded Zhou Qiuping. So what if they hear us? Zhou Qiuping shrugged her shoulders and looked disdainful. Oh, so you want to continue to be trapped in the bedroom, starving to death? Zhao Lina asked. Hearing this, Zhou Qiuping suddenly shivered. They were trapped in that bedroom for 5 days. From the 3rd day on, the zombie kept banging on the door for 2 whole days. During those 2 days, they had no food and could not sleep well. It was a physical and mental torture. Just thinking about it makes her whole body tremble. See, you're scared, right? If we hadn't come to this villa, do you think we could have slept peacefully? He may be a security guard. But now we have to leave behind our former occupations and identities. Because now is the end of the world, and it's different from before. You and I are no longer rich ladies. We don't have a home, so how can we be rich? You have to understand this. Zhao Lina said calmly. Zhao Lina had been trapped for so many days, and her mind had been racing every day. When she was trapped in the room, she thought about how to escape. Where she could escape to and how she could survive. She finally came to a conclusion. Even if they escaped from the room, it would be difficult for the 2 of them to survive. If they met a survivor with bad intentions, they might be raped, killed, or even eaten as food. Zhao Lina had already made the worst-case scenario. Now Lu Yang is not forcing them to do anything. This has greatly exceeded Zhao Lin's expectations. In the end times, without any moral or legal constraints, what can a strong man do to a weak woman? It's really not hard to imagine. After hearing Zhao Lin's words, Zhou Qiuping's face showed even more helplessness. I know this too, but I just can't figure it out. Just a few days ago, we were living the life of a rich girl, with everything handed to us on a silver platter, and we were popular at school. Even I had dozens of suitors, not to mention the thousands of suitors you had. If you wanted something, you could just post it on your circle of friends and there would be a bunch of people licking your boots to get it. But now, sigh. The gap is just too big. Zhou Qiuping couldn't understand. Her family background, appearance, and even academic performance are not as good as Zhao Lina's. But even so, she had dozens of suitors, and every day she was surrounded by those licking dogs, and the sense of satisfaction in her heart was indescribable. Now she is threatened by a small security guard to submit to him. She really can't accept it, and it's normal to feel a little resentful. But what she couldn't understand most was that even though Zhao Lina was obviously more successful than she was, why did she seem so calm and didn't have any complaints? Lina, do you really want to give in like this? You didn't agree to a second-generation rich man giving you a million-yuan sports car, and now you're going to agree to a security guard? Zhou Qiuping looked at Zhao Lina with great puzzlement and said. That was in the past. It's different now. In the past, I had my own plans for my life and my own ideals to achieve, so I naturally wouldn't be swayed by those rich second-generation kids. Gifts, handbags, and sports cars are all unnecessary material goods. They don't help me achieve my goals or plans, so of course I won't be swayed by them. But now, if we don't eat, we'll die. This is a very real problem. And once we die, everything is gone. From a biological point of view, no matter how lowly an organism is, even a bacterium, it does not want to die. Everything that living things do is to survive. I am no different. First, you have to be able to survive, and then you can talk about ideals and the future. Zhao Lina said calmly. Zhou Qiuping listened to Zhao Lin's words and showed a look of surprise. This realization was beyond her imagination. In the end, she shook her head and said sincerely to Zhao Lin. Lina, I really admire you. You can always keep your cool and not let your emotions control your thinking. Maybe that's what makes a truly outstanding person. Zhao Lina's calmness makes her admire her. Perhaps this is what a female science student with a high IQ possesses, a rationality that surpasses that of ordinary people. Your emotions are just the emotions that an ordinary person should have. Don't worry too much. You'll figure it out if you're hungry for another night. I'll go find him first. Zhao Lina comforted Zhou Qiuping. But why did this comfort sound so awkward to Zhou Qiuping? You'll figure it out after another night of hunger? Can I choose not to be hungry? But before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Lina had already left the room and went up to the second floor. Zhou Qiuping opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. It seems that she will definitely go hungry tonight, as Zhao Lina has already taken the lead. This academic best friend is really one step ahead of me in everything. Upstairs, Lu Yang was resting in bed. He was exhausted after emptying the entire villa area today. But he saved 2 female survivors, so it was all worth it. Soon, his door was knocked on. Oh? So you've already made up your mind? It seems that hunger really makes you think clearly. I just don't know which one of the two it is. Come in. Lu Yang called out to the door. When he saw the person who pushed the door in, he was suddenly enlightened. She's so beautiful. She is so beautiful. Lu Yang never imagined that the survivor he had saved would be so beautiful. In terms of appearance and figure, she was even better than he used. Lu Yang looked at the other person and thought she looked familiar. After a closer look, finally remembered who it was. He said to the other person in surprise, aren't you the one known as the school flower and the top student, Zhao? What's her name? It's Zhao Lina. The school beauty with the red face said in a low voice. Oh, yes. It's Zhao Lina. I remember you. Not only are you very beautiful, but you also always get top grades. The students at school often praise you as a miracle. They say you're the hardest girl in the whole school to get. I never thought that the person I saved was you. Chapter 21. A top student is a student with a high level of ability. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhao Lina has more admirers at school than the other 3 school beauties, including Yusher. It's not because she's prettier than the other school beauties, but because of her identity as a school beauty. A super academic who often ranks first in her year group, is very beautiful, has a great figure, and how many rich second-generation children want to pursue her in order to prove their own excellence and that they are more respectable than other rich second-generation children? What rich people usually lack is the need to prove something. Although those second-generation rich kids have money, basically everyone's studies are very poor. After all, rich people always play around a lot, and their minds are on playing, so how can they still study well? But the worse their grades, the more they want a girlfriend with good grades. Just imagine. If you can get the top student in school beauty Zhao Lina, you will not only be the top student, but also the top student in your year. With these 2 titles, wouldn't I look twice as good when I go out? As some people say, you can't go to college, but you can go to college. I can't be the top student in my year, but I can be the top student in my grade, right? Therefore, Zhao Lina became the goddess with the most suitors in the school, without a doubt. Even the other 3 school beauties can't compare to her. But now, this top student in campus beauty has actually opened her own door and come to her own room. This feeling makes Lu Yang very excited. Those rich kids look down on me, a little security guard? But now I, this little security guard, have scored with 2 of the most sought-after girls in the school. Not only is there Yusher, but also the hardest to get Zhao Lina. This made Lu Yang very excited. Come on, let me see what makes you different from other women. Lu Yang patted his bed and said. Zhao Lina's face flushed when she heard Lu Yang's words. This guy. He's got a thick skin. He actually talked about that kind of thing so naturally. She was so embarrassed. She slowly sat down on the bed and said to Lu Yang. Lu Yang, I need food. You know, I've been hungry for a few days now, and I don't have any strength. You should give me some food first, so that I can serve you better when I'm full. This was Zhao Lina's little trick. After arriving at the villa, she discovered that Lu Yang had several women around him. With the meager resources of the end of the world, it is not an easy task to support so many women. The reason she made this request to eat something before the deed was to take advantage of the time when Lu Yang was getting food to secretly take a look at how much food Lu Yang had. If Lu Yang has enough food, she really doesn't mind submitting to Lu Yang. However, if Lu Yang doesn't have much food, even if she submits to Lu Yang, she may not live long. What's the point of living a few more days? Then she would have no need to sell her body. Lu Yang was a little surprised to hear this request. This was the first time a woman had asked to eat before doing it. But of course, Lu Yang would not refuse. Didn't you hear the school beauty queen say that eating is just to restore your strength, so that you can better serve yourself, and in the end, it's not you who will be happy? He thought for a moment, and took out a bottle of milk and a loaf of bread from the dark space. Seeing this, Zhao Lina was completely shocked. How did you do that? Oh my god. Do you know magic? Can you make food appear out of thin air? No, that's not possible. It's not in accordance with the law of conservation of mass. As a top student, Zhao Lina believes in science. What Lu Yang had done was simply beyond the realm of science. How did this guy do it? Does that mean he really has magic powers? Right? Even you, a top student, can't imagine the principle behind it, can you?
Indeed, if you use the laws of physics, it's impossible, but I like to break the rules.
Lu Yang looked at the other person's shocked expression and said proudly. Dark space is a spatial ability. It is difficult to explain using ordinary laws of physics.
Then, Zhao Lina seemed to have thought of something, suddenly brightened up, and asked Lu Yang.
Do you have superpowers like in the movies, or are you a mutant, or are you a superhuman? Well, you could say that. Lu Yang nodded.
When she heard that Lu Yang had really admitted it, the light in Zhao Lina's eyes became even brighter.
That's great. That's really great. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you from now on. I'll be your woman. I'll do whatever you want me to do. You just have to protect me.
Zhao Lina said happily.
If Lu Yang was just an ordinary survivor, then even if she followed him, the chances of surviving would not be very high. But if Lu Yang is a superpowered person, then it's different.
Even if you have such powerful superpowers in the end times, you can still make a good living. As long as you hold onto this leg, you don't have to worry about your safety at all. You're a good student and a pretty girl, but you're quick to respond. I heard that you're not very cold, but now you're not cold at all.
Lu Yang asked curiously.
I'm only cold to those stupid rich kids. I have no talent, but I think every girl has to date them because they have a little money.
Pa! Don't look at yourself in the mirror and see what you look like.
I, Zhao Lina, not only have peerless beauty, but I am also a super brainy girl.
The man I am looking for is not the top of the world, but at least he should be top of his field, right? If those rich second-generation kids were the richest people in the world, I might consider them, but unfortunately, they can only act like snobs in our city.
Compared to the real top-level rich, they are still far from it. Zhao Lina said while chewing on a piece of bread, her mouth was pouting and she looked very cute.
Lu Yang asked, what about me? But you are the strongest man in the world. You are a superhuman. Maybe you are the only superhuman in the world. Can't you be the best in the world? Being a poor student is just your past identity. Don't be self-deprecating. You are now a noble superpowered person. Not to mention an ordinary girl, you are even worthy of a queen.
Zhao Lina said in admiration. Listening to the other person's words and looking at the other person's eyes full of admiration, Lu Yang was embarrassed and touched his chin.
No one has ever praised me like this before. I'm a little embarrassed to be praised like this. This top student in school beauty is indeed different from others.
She speaks very well and tells the truth in every sentence.
Lu Yang likes this kind of beautiful girl who likes to tell the truth.
Tonight, I must have a deep exchange with her.
Chapter 22, 5 Kills. Attributes improved again.
In addition to her good academic performance, this school beauty is also extremely beautiful. Her skin is as white and delicate as a porcelain doll, and she is tall with straight, white thighs that are extremely eye-catching. Her waist, which is not even a fist's width, is even more full of the desire to conquer.
Lu Yang said, will you be my woman? Zhao Lina nodded.
Lu Yang also received a system notification. Congratulations, host, you have successfully convinced the other person to be your girlfriend.
You have gained a new ability, zombie control. Your basic attributes have increased by 50 points.
Lu Yang was overjoyed when she received this prompt.
5 kills really do come with extra rewards. Lu Yang's basic attributes have been increased by a full 50 points.
50 points of base attributes is double the data of an ordinary person. He already had 110 base attributes, and now he has reached 160.
That's 3 times the average person.
His strength is now greater than the combined strength of 3 strong men. And his speed has also increased dramatically. He could run 100 meters in just 4 seconds. Lu Yang clenched his fists and felt his strength growing stronger and stronger. Not to mention the fact that just this enhancement of basic attributes can turn me into a little Superman.
Will the 7-kill super god reward be even more abundant?
Lu Yang was full of expectations. He looked at his new superpower again. Zombie Control, Level 1. The host can control ordinary Level 1 zombies, control the behavior of the other party, and gain the other party's vision. This attribute is awesome. Lu Yang was shocked. Directly control the zombies, capture the opponent's vision, and control the opponent's actions? In that case, wouldn't it be possible to have the zombies scout for me, or even search for survivors and food for me? With this skill, many dangerous things can be done by zombies without having to do it yourself. Combined with future extrapolation. These are two life-saving skills. If Lu Yang wants to, he can use these skills to control the zombies to find food, and he can stay in the villa area and wait until the end. As long as there are no large-scale indiscriminate weapons of mass destruction, Lu Yang has nothing to worry about his safety. At the same time, Lu Yang checked the attributes he had at the moment. While searching for survivors today, Lu Yang killed 120 zombies. He has already gained 12 attribute points. Adding these attribute points to his attributes will strengthen his own strength. Although the system rewards are not as much, a mosquito's leg is still meat. So Lu Yang made a decision in his heart. Today, he has found all the survivors in the entire villa area. Starting tomorrow, he will clear out the zombies in the entire villa area, killing as many zombies as possible to earn attribute points. After all, saving survivors in the end times is doing a good deed, and saving female survivors and their children is also contributing to the reproduction of the human race. After all, it is the end of the world, and it is a parallel world, so there are no legal restrictions. Who cares? So tomorrow, we must continue to search for supplies and survivors. It would be best to find female survivors. After looking at his own rewards, it's time to reward Zelina. After more than an hour, Lu Yang showed a satisfied expression. Then, holding Zhaolina, the school beauty, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day. After breakfast, Lu Yang returned to her room and began to plan today's mission to clear out the zombies. Zhaolina also had breakfast with them. However, she was given a sausage and half a piece of bread, which she didn't eat. Lu Yang saw this and didn't say anything. When Lu Yang returned to her room to plan, Zhaolina also took the remaining food and secretly returned to her room with Zhou Qiuping. As soon as Zhou Qiuping saw Zhaolina, she was overjoyed. Lina, you're finally back. Zhaolina took out the food. Qiuping, this is the food I left for you. Seeing this, Zhou Qiuping's eyes lit up and she showed a look of gratitude. Food? Lina, you saved food for me. You're so good, you're worthy of being my good friend. Thank you. I'm so grateful. Zhou Qiuping had been hungry for several days, and now that she saw the food, she picked it up and started gobbling it down. Chapter 23, Clearing the Neighborhood. After hearing Zhaolina's words, Zhou Qiuping's whole face showed a surprised expression, and she asked, "Is he really that good?" "Yes, everything I said is true. Last night, I ate in advance before having sex with him, and I almost died from exhaustion. That's why I left food for you to eat. I was really afraid that you would be exhausted to death tonight." Zhaolina nodded and said. After hearing Zhaolina's words, Zhou Qiuping's face showed a look of fear and anticipation. On the other side, Lu Yang is predicting what will happen in the future. Today he plans to clear out all the zombies in the entire villa area. He had already killed a large number of them yesterday when searching for survivors, and now all he had to do was to kill the scattered zombies wandering around the corners of the villa area. In that case, the entire villa area will be cleared and become a safe zone. Then his woman can move around freely. The facilities in the villa area are extremely high-end, with a stadium, a swimming pool, a gym, and various sports equipment. There is also a huge artificial lake in the middle of the community, where you can row boats and fish. Once it is cleared, you can enjoy the convenience of the entire villa area and do whatever you want in the villa area. After wandering around the villa area for a while, Lu Yang still hadn't found any zombies. After all, the entire villa area is sparsely populated. And Lu Yang killed off a large number of them when he was rescuing the survivors, so there aren't many wandering zombies left. The zombies in the 10 high-rise residential buildings were all locked in by Lu Yang and could not get out. After a few minutes of wandering, the first zombie finally appeared. At this point, Lu Yang's physical fitness had already reached more than twice that of an ordinary person. He didn't use his superpowers to directly charge at the zombie with an axe, and easily killed the other party. The fire axe was smashed into the zombie's brain and stuck in the skull. Liu Yang stepped on the zombie's head and then pulled the axe out with force.
Liu Yang shook his head and said,
"Although the fire axe is a heavy blow with each strike and can even break armor, it is unfortunately not sharp enough. The axe is too thick and easily gets stuck in the bone, and it takes time to pull it out, greatly reducing my efficiency."
Now Liu Yang's basic attributes have more than doubled that of an ordinary human.
His melee combat ability is directly very strong, and even without using his superpower, he can kill dozens of zombies by himself. Unfortunately, the weapon is too wide to be used continuously. Every time he slashes a zombie, it may get stuck in the other zombie's head. Then he has to spend effort to pull it out.
If there are too many zombies, this delay might put me in danger. If only I had a good weapon.
Then even if I was surrounded by 100 zombies, I wouldn't panic.
Although Liu Yang thought this way, he didn't stop swinging his axe, continuing to kill zombies one by one.
In less than an hour, Liu Yang had killed all the zombies in the entire villa area. The reason why it was cleaned up so quickly was that Liu Yang was a security guard here before and was very familiar with this community, and the other reason was that the villa area was sparsely populated. The 10 high-rise residential buildings in the high-rise residential area had their doors locked, and the zombies inside could not get out. After all the zombies were killed, Liu Yang passed by the high-rise residential area and heard the door of one of the high-rise residential buildings ringing.
He went over to take a look.
He found that it was a zombie, who was constantly banging his head against the iron gate.
The loud noise also attracted other zombies.
Dozens of zombies surrounded the iron gate, blocking it completely.
When the zombies saw Liu Yang through the open iron gate, they banged on the gate even more frantically. At the same time, they kept roaring.
Some zombies even bit the iron door directly with their teeth, and they didn't stop even after knocking off all their teeth. The scene was very crazy. However, Liu Yang was not afraid and remained very calm.
This type of ordinary zombie posed no danger to him at all.
Even if the iron gate was not there to block them, the dozens of zombies inside would have all rushed out.
Liu Yang could have easily killed them all.
However, this phenomenon still caused him to think. Under normal circumstances, when I close the iron door, these zombies cannot see living people and should not attack. But now some zombies have begun to attack the iron door for no reason, which means that one of the zombies knows that the iron door is the key to getting out.
Their intelligence level is getting higher and higher. Originally, Liu Yang didn't want to bother with the high-rise buildings.
His original plan was to lock all the doors of the 10 high-rise buildings and let the zombies inside fend for themselves.
But now this method seems to be less effective.
As the zombies become smarter, the gate may eventually be destroyed, and the zombies inside will all come pouring out.
That would be a problem. The villa area is indeed sparsely populated, but the high-rise residential area is densely populated. Each high-rise building has at least 100 households.
The 10 buildings have at least 10,000 people living in them.
There are at least a few thousand zombies.
If all these thousands of zombies come out, although Liu Yang has become stronger, he doesn't think he can kill all of them. So he still had to think of a way to completely eliminate the zombies in the high-rise residential area.
Roar!
At this moment, a strong zombie suddenly crashed into the iron gate
and roared at Liu Yang.
At the same time, his eyes were full of madness, and he couldn't wait to rush out and eat Liu Yang right now.
Unfortunately, their IQ is still not high enough. They couldn't even open the door. But in a few days, who knows? Damn, you scared me.
Liu Yang cursed and directly exploded the head of the strong zombie with an ice needle. He then walked over to a luxury car parked outside the villa, took a basin out of his dark space, and let the gas from the car's gas tank out, catching it in the basin. After filling the basin, Liu Yang carried the basin of gasoline and splashed it directly at the zombies through the gate. Instantly, the zombies were covered in gasoline.
Liu Yang took out a lighter and ignited the gas. Whoosh! The flames burned up in an instant. The zombies did not know pain, and their faces still showed a look of madness.
They kept banging on the iron gate, and the flames soon engulfed them, spreading up the stairs and burning the building down.
The effect is good.
It won't take a day for the entire building to burn down, and the zombies inside will all be burned to a coke. It seems that all 10 buildings must be burned down and all the zombies inside must be burned to death, otherwise, as their intelligence deepens, they may directly break through the iron gate.
Chapter 24, Unexpected Gain.
Lu Yang then used this method to set fire to the other 9 buildings. The flames were burning fiercely.
The 10 high-rise buildings were burning with a crackling sound.
At this moment, on the top floor of one of the high-rise buildings, a survivor jumped from a great height and landed heavily on the ground with a loud crack, instantly splattering his brains everywhere. Seeing this, Lu Yang was a little surprised.
He didn't expect there to be survivors in the high-rise residential building. He had survived for several days surrounded by zombies, and eventually jumped to his death because of the fire? Lu Yang's eyes showed no emotion, nor did he feel any remorse.
When they were trapped in the residential building, their lives were already in a countdown, just hanging on for dear life. It was only a matter of time before they starved to death, and they would never be able to break out. The end result was either to starve to death or to be bitten to death by the zombies while searching for food. Setting the fire and forcing them to jump off the building was actually a mercy killing.
What a great deed!
As the fire burned, Lu Yang also received a system prompt. Congratulations, host, you have killed 6,600 zombies and earned 660 attribute points.
Lu Yang was pleasantly surprised to receive this message. He had already killed more than 6,000 zombies?
He had killed less than 300 zombies in the villa area. After burning the residential building, he reached 6,600 directly. That means there are more than 6,000 zombies in the residential buildings. 660 attribute points can add 660 divided by 4 is equal to 165 points to the 4 basic attributes on average.
This doubled his attribute points. He received a 3-kill bonus of 30 points for all attributes, and a 5-kill bonus of 50 points for all attributes.
All the bonuses combined increased his attribute points to 160. But after burning 10 residential buildings, he was able to increase his attribute points by 165. If all of them are added successfully, you can increase your 4-dimensional attributes to 325. This is already 6.5 times the 50 points of an ordinary human.
What is the concept?
It takes an average person 12 seconds to run 100 meters, but Lu Yang only needs less than 2 seconds.
He is truly a Superman. He chose to add attributes without hesitation. Hint, congratulations, the host has successfully added attribute points. Current attributes: Strength 325, Speed 325, Stamina 325, Spirit 325.
Seeing this prompt, Lu Yang clenched his fists and felt full of strength. He felt that with his current strength, he could even blow a zombie's head off with a single punch without using his superpowers. Just by setting a fire, he has gained so many attribute points. This reward is too good. Lu Yang thought to himself. It seems that I have to kill more zombies. Killing 10 zombies to get 1 attribute point is such a tempting reward. The university is very close to the villa area, just a wall away, and you can get in by climbing over the wall. This is why many rich second-generation children live in this villa area. It seems that I will have to climb over the wall to enter the school and see if I can set a few fires there. I'll also loot the school's canteen and cafeteria and take all the food for myself.
Lu Yang killed more than 6,000 zombies in just 10 high-rise residential buildings. This made Lu Yang very excited. There are about 30,000 students at the university.
Except for those rich kids who can afford to rent a place outside, most students stay on campus.
The disaster broke out on a weekend morning. Many students may still be sleeping in their dormitories and have not yet woken up.
This explains why the zombies in the school are mainly concentrated in the 10 dormitory buildings. 5 of them are for boys and 5 for girls. If you burn down these 10 dormitories, you might be able to kill 20,000 zombies.
Wouldn't that mean 2,000 attribute points? At this thought, Lu Yang couldn't help but get excited.
So Lu Yang began the next future deduction. In the middle of the deduction,
he came to the side of the wall. It was only a wall away from the school.
Lu Yang crouched down, jumped with all his might, and jumped over the 3-meter-high wall, landing safely inside the school.
There happened to be a few zombies next to him.
When they saw Lu Yang land, they instantly showed an excited expression and pounced on him like crazy. Lu Yang picked up the fire axe and killed the zombies one by one.
He killed the zombies in a matter of seconds.
Then he began to rush towards the school cafeteria. When he arrived at the school cafeteria, there were no students because it was not mealtime when the zombies broke out. Only a few dozen staff members had turned into zombies. Lu Yang picked up his axe and quickly killed all the zombies. Then he went to the kitchen warehouse behind the cafeteria.
Seeing the full warehouse of food, Lu Yang suddenly became excited. What a haul!
50 kilograms of rice and flour, each with more than 50 bags.
Take it all. There are more than 10 barrels of 10-liter cooking oil? Take it all. A pile of fruits and vegetables? Take it all. All kinds of fresh meat, cooked meat, and braised meat? Take it all. Induction cooker, gas stove, gas canister? Take them all. Maybe you can use the gas canister to fry the zombies when necessary. Lu Yang went on a scavenging spree in the school cafeteria. He had a lot of space in his darkroom anyway. He took everything, whether it was useful or not. It may not be useful now, but what if it is useful in the future? After cleaning up the cafeteria, he went to the school store. The store had a lot of packaged food, bread, sausages, biscuits, vacuum-packed chicken legs, milk drinks, and so on. Lu Yang also put everything into his space. With so much food, he would be able to live with Xiao and the others for several years. After doing all this, he left. He was going to the dormitory buildings to burn them all down. Before entering the school, he had filled a lot of bottles with gasoline and placed them in his own space. He only needed to go to the dormitory building and pour the gasoline in. Just as Lu Yang was about to go to the dormitory, he passed by the infirmary and found several zombies wandering outside the infirmary. One of the zombies kept banging its head against the door of the infirmary. Lu Yang frowned. This was obviously a problem. Zombies generally only use their heads to knock on doors when they want to attack survivors. And only zombies with a little intelligence would use their heads to hit. The wooden door of the infirmary had already been cracked by the repeated banging, and if it continued to be hit, it would probably be broken. The zombies saw Lu Yang appear and immediately focused their attention on him, then rushed over. Lu Yang also did not hesitate to swing his axe at the zombies. Soon, 5 zombies were killed. Lu Yang looked in through the window of the infirmary. Sure enough, there was a female student inside, trembling with fear. Lu Yang walked in directly. The woman saw Lu Yang come in and immediately showed a frightened expression on her face. Cowering in the corner, Lu Yang said to her, "Don't be afraid, I'm not a zombie. I can take you to a safe place, follow me." Are you from the rescue team? Did you come here to rescue us?" The girl's face lit up with hope when she saw Lu Yang arrive. "No, I'm just looking for food. But I don't mind saving you by the way," Lu Yang said. The girl's face suddenly lost its light of hope. Seeing her disappointment, Lu Yang said, "I have food." As soon as she heard this, a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. Lu Yang also felt lucky. He had come to the school to burn down the dormitory building and get some more attribute points, but he didn't expect to be able to pick up a beautiful woman. This is a windfall. Chapter 25, Meeting a Sportsman. I have things to do next, so just follow me. Don't make any noise, or else you might attract the zombies. You don't want to be surrounded by zombies, do you? Lu Yang warned the woman. At the same time, Lu Yang took a look at the other person. He found that the other person was tall and plump, with beautiful curves. Although her face was a little pale and haggard, it could not hide her delicate facial features and the beauty that they revealed. She is definitely a beauty. Especially her pair of long, straight, white legs, which were in perfect proportion. They were definitely better than all the other women's legs Lu Yang had seen. They are absolutely the perfect pair of feet. I understand. The woman nodded. These days she hides in the infirmary, but the zombies outside keep banging on the door with their heads. It scared her. Okay, then let's head to the dormitory, Lu Yang said. What? To the dormitory? The dormitory should be full of zombies. We'd better not go. The woman was startled. The zombie outbreak happened on the weekend. At that time, all the students and teachers were basically in the dormitory. Now the dormitories, whether they are student dormitories or faculty dormitories, are the worst hit areas by the zombies. There are at least tens of thousands of zombies inside. Isn't it suicide to go to the dormitory now? I'm looking for zombies. Don't worry, you won't be in danger if you follow me, Lu Yang said confidently.
Looking at the confident expression on Liu Yang's face, the woman finally nodded. The 5 zombies at the door were all killed by Liu Yang, which already shows his strength. He is not afraid of zombies and is capable of killing 5 at the same time. Therefore, all she can do now is to trust Liu Yang.
Okay. The woman nodded. Then she followed Liu Yang, and the two of them walked together towards the dormitory building. On the way, the woman said to Liu Yang, "Hello, I still don't know your name." "I'm Xiao Yuding." "I'm Liu Yang. I'm a student at this school." Liu Yang replied. "Ah? A student?" The woman was a little surprised and said, "My name is Xiao Yuding. I'm a teacher at this school. Teachers are supposed to protect students, but I never thought that you would protect me instead. I'm really ashamed."
After hearing her words, Liu Yang looked at her.
This female teacher looked very young. At first, Liu Yang thought she was a student at the school.
Now, after listening to the other person's words and looking at her again, she found that she was wearing a white shirt and a professional baggy skirt, plus a pair of translucent black stockings, which had been scratched during the escape due to the outbreak of the apocalypse, but revealed a unique allure.
This outfit is typical of an office lady. Now that I heard that she is a teacher at the school, this outfit makes sense.
I didn't think you were a teacher, you're so young.
Liu Yang replied. Thank you.
Xiao Yuding's face turned red and she lowered her head. She was 23 years old and had only just started working, and her skin was so soft and white that she was often mistaken for a student. Every time she is mistaken for a student, she is very happy, which shows that she is still young.
The two walked and chatted on the road.
Suddenly, several burly men appeared out of nowhere and blocked their path.
These people were all carrying weapons such as baseball bats, javelins, and homemade spears. Liu Yang squinted at these men.
These people have dark skin, strong bodies, and their muscles bulge high under their clothes.
They are obviously athletes from the school. At the end of the world, these athletes were practicing sports on the playground. Not in the dormitory building, so they survived.
At the time, there were indeed some other sports students who had become zombies, but they were all killed by them. The playground was open and spacious, so they could maneuver around. If they encountered zombies in the dormitory, it would be difficult to escape. These athletes saw Liu Yang and the beautiful woman behind him, and their faces suddenly revealed a mischievous smile.
They shouted at Liu Yang, "Hey, aren't you the one who went to college and became a security guard? Liu Yang, right? I didn't think a stinky security guard like you would still be alive. Ha ha ha.
This is called a scourge that lasts 1,000 years. This poor bastard, I never thought he would live to this day."
Those people laughed at Liu Yang.
In peacetime, Liu Yang became a laughingstock at the university because of his part-time job as a security guard. Almost everyone knew him, and some even posted photos of him standing guard at the entrance to the community on the university forum for people to comment on and laugh at.
Liu Yang couldn't understand.
When I was in school, I worked for myself and was self-reliant.
What's wrong with that? Wasn't that better than being a rich second generation who only had to ask his family for money? What's so shameful about being a security guard? Isn't it also earning money through one's own efforts? Do professions have to be ranked in order of importance?
Seeing the contemptuous smiles on everyone's faces, Liu Yang's face suddenly turned cold.
He warned them, "You bunch of idiots, are you tired of living?"
If these people appeared in his own villa community, Liu Yang would kill them without a second thought. At school, Liu Yang had no intention of developing here, so he didn't want to pay any attention to them.
However, Liu Yang's words instantly caused the other party to become angry.
There were 4 of them, all strong and athletic, and they all had weapons.
How dare a little security guard say such a big lie? You're looking for death. Kid, what did you just say? Did I hear you right? You want us to die? Ha ha ha. Did the zombies eat your brains? Damn it. A piece of trash still dares to talk to us like this. You want to die. This is the end of the world, and there are no laws to restrain us. We can kill you and get away with it, you know.
Kneel down and apologize to us, give us all the food you have, leave us the weapon in your hand, give us this woman, and then you can leave.
The leader of the sports students said to Liu Yang with a fierce look. Ha ha. Yes, now there are no legal restrictions, and it's okay to kill you. Liu Yang let out a sneer. Since they are looking for death,
there is no need to be polite.
It just so happens that Liu Yang has only fought zombies since his attributes were enhanced, and has not fought humans yet.
Now he can see how long these 4 jocks, who are stronger than ordinary people, can last in his hands.
What do you want? Can't we just talk nicely since we're all classmates? Why are you fighting? Don't bully people just because there are more of you.
At this moment, the female teacher stood in front of Liu Yang and protected him.
In the teacher's opinion, these athletes were just bullying Liu Yang because they were in a large group.
As a teacher, she should of course stand up for him. Although she was very scared and her whole body was trembling, she still resolutely protected Liu Yang behind her. Seeing this teacher's actions, Liu Yang was moved. When the sports students heard Xiao Yuding's words, they sneered and said,
"Ha, you're still hanging out with your classmates at the end of the world? You're so naive. Teacher Xiao, I've heard of you.
You're the youngest and prettiest teacher at our school. We've been playing with a lot of female classmates these days, but we haven't played with a teacher yet.
Come on, follow us back to the equipment room.
We're going to have some fun with you, but don't be like those girls who get played with for a few days and then die."
Ah!
The female teacher was shocked when she heard these words from the sports students and saw the lewd expressions on their faces.
But she didn't back down. At this point, Liu Yang couldn't stand it anymore.
He picked up the fire axe and rushed towards the other party in an instant. When Liu Yang rushed over, the men's faces changed.
What a fast speed! What's wrong with this guy? Ah! A scream.
One of the sports students had his arm chopped off by Liu Yang with a single axe blow, and blood spurted out instantly.
Ah! My hand, my hand!
The athlete fell to the ground, covering his arm and screaming.
Damn, this guy is strong. Tiger, do it! The leading student shouted.
A sound of breaking air came.
It was a sneak attack.
Liu Yang reacted so quickly that he grabbed an arrow in his hand.
He turned around and saw that not far behind him, behind a tree, there was another student hiding, holding a bow and arrow. However, at this moment, the sportsman's face showed a shocked expression.
He was so scared that he said in a trembling voice,
"Holy shit, catching arrows with your bare hands? Are you still human?" Liu Yang sneered, I don't know if I'm human or not, but you're about to become ghosts."
Liu Yang then rushed towards them, like a god of death, instantly killing all the athletes.
Chapter 26 They Deserve to Die. The deduction is over. This time the simulation was also very successful. It was the female teacher's actions that took Liu Yang by surprise.
Seeing herself surrounded by the sports students, the female teacher actually stepped forward and stood in front of her. Although she was no match for the 5 sports students, at least in this situation, she didn't panic or run away, didn't abandon herself, but instead tried to protect herself.
This female teacher is indeed somewhat rare.
Although this is something that happened in the future and not something that actually happened, Liu Yang still remembered this kindness in her heart. In the past, Liu Yang was very poor and had never experienced the kindness of anyone.
Someone once said that when you succeed, the people around you are all good people, and they treat you with the best intentions. But once you fail, you become a lowly speck of dust, and everyone wants to step on you. All you can feel is full of malice. Liu Yang had never felt the kindness of anyone before. This female teacher was the first.
It is precisely because of this that this kindness is so rare and so memorable to Liu Yang.
Who? Liu Yang took a deep breath. He was ready to start acting according to the plan. But this time, he was determined to instantly kill the athletes the moment he saw them. The deduction begins.
Liu Yang successfully collected all the food and rescued the female teacher. At this time, we went to the dormitory building and encountered the 4 athletes again.
Oh? Isn't that the little security guard Liu Yang? I didn't expect this guy to be.
Seeing the contemptuous smiles on their faces, Liu Yang didn't say a word.
Pop. Crack. 5 crisp sounds, and these athletes were instantly decapitated.
By the time they died, they still didn't understand what had happened.
Ah!
Xiao Yuding let out a scream and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Because she still remembered Liu Yang's warning not to make a sound, otherwise it would attract the zombies.
Why did you kill them? Xiao Yuding asked Liu Yang in a trembling voice.
If I don't kill them, they will kill me, Liu Yang replied. No, they are also students at this school.
How could they kill someone so easily? Zhao Yuding said in disbelief.
Lu Yang smiled and said coldly, they will not only kill me, but also capture you and turn you into their object of release.
From then on, you will become their slave.
The 5 of them are athletes, and they will kill you in less than 3 days.
No, it's impossible. Zhao Yuding kept shaking her head. She didn't believe that human nature could be like this.
She always believed that teachers in school have the responsibility to educate students, to help students in times of difficulty, and to protect students.
And classmates should also help each other.
Even if the end of the world is coming, they should not kill each other. Only by helping each other can we overcome disasters. However, she did not know that the truth was cruel. Especially in the end times, you should protect yourself. If you don't kill others, you will be killed by others. Because of the scarcity of resources in the end times, everyone is a competitor.
If there is one more person searching for food, then it will be more difficult for you to find food. It's okay if you don't believe it.
I'll take you to their base camp. After saying that, Lu Yang took Zhao Yuding directly to the sports equipment room. Because during the last simulation, before he died, he heard the sports students say that they were going to take Zhao Yuding to the equipment room.
Obviously, their base camp is in the equipment room. Soon, the two arrived at the equipment room.
When they pushed the door open, they found a naked female classmate inside, chained by the neck to the window, and her hands had been cut off. The severed arms were tied tightly with ropes to stop the bleeding. At this time, the female student was pale and dying. There were also many scratches, teeth marks, and cigarette burns
on her pale skin.
Zhao Yuding couldn't help but cover her mouth when she saw this scene, and her eyes instantly turned red, and tears welled up in her eyes. She could never have imagined that these sports students would do such a thing to a female classmate.
How could this be? The devil! It's the devil!
When the female student saw Lu Yang and the others, she opened her eyes, which had already lost all hope.
She said weakly, "Kill me, kill me."
These days she has been tortured by 5 sports students. At first they just raped her, beat her, tortured her, and watched her painful expression for pleasure. At that time, the female students still thought that she could live, and being tortured by them was better than being eaten alive by the zombies. But later, because they were hungry and couldn't find any food, these students didn't dare to go to the cafeteria to find food because there were dozens of zombies in the cafeteria. So they set their sights on the female student. They ate her arms. At this point, she realized that what was more terrifying than the zombies was the human heart.
So she desperately wanted to die. However, no matter how she begged the jocks these 2 days, they refused to let her go. Even after they had eaten her hands, they were even more excited. It was as if the mutilated limbs had aroused their long-hidden curiosity.
They tortured themselves with even more passion. This female student has long since been better off dead.
We can save her and take her away with us. Can we, Lu Yang?
Zhao Yuding looked at Lu Yang with tears in her eyes and begged him.
Lu Yang just shook his head. He said,
"Don't be silly, she has no arms, she can't live.
All I can do is give her a quick death. No, she is still alive. We can definitely save her. We can definitely do it."
A female student, seriously injured, and unable to do anything about it, made her, as a teacher, feel guilty and powerless. She felt that she had sinned deeply.
Kill me quickly. I understand, I won't live. Kill me."
The female student's tone was weak, her eyes staring straight at Lu Yang, and she continued to beg, "Can you give me a quick death?"
Lu Yang nodded. "Thank you."
The girl finally showed a look of relief on her face, and she closed her eyes.
Bang! Lu Yang shot her in the head. Ah! Ah!
From the equipment room came Zhao Yuding's painful screams.
Chapter 27, Taking the Beautiful Teacher Back to the Villa. A female student was just shot in the head by Lu Yang in front of her. Although that was the female student's request.
Although Zhao Yuding knew in her heart that this was giving the female student a quick death. But she still couldn't accept it. In front of her teacher, a student died in despair.
Those people are demons. They're not human.
She never imagined that the students would do such a horrible, inhuman thing, which was even more terrifying than zombies.
Lu Yang warned the teacher.
Therefore, Teacher Xiao, you must understand that in the end times, everyone's previous identities have become a thing of the past. Teachers are no longer teachers, and students are no longer students.
Everyone has only one identity, and that is survivor.
And survivors are not bound by anyone, so they can do anything you can't imagine. If you had met someone else instead of me, you might have ended up the same way as this female student. So, please protect yourself. Don't have any more of a Mother Teresa mentality, otherwise you will fall into an endless hell. Those people deserve to die, they deserve to die 10,000 times.
Zhao Yuding sobbed. Let's go.
There's no time to waste here.
I should get back to work.
Lu Yang said, and walked straight out of the equipment room. Zhao Yuding was sad, but she followed Lu Yang obediently. After this incident, she realized that this end of the world is full of danger, not only from the zombies, but also from humans.
At first, she thought that everyone was a classmate.
Lu Yang said that if he didn't kill the so-called athlete would kill him.
Zhao Yuding didn't believe it at all. But after seeing the tragic scene in the sports equipment room, Zhao Yuding completely believed it.
If it wasn't for the sports students that Lu Yang killed, then Lu Yang might have been killed by those sports students next, and she would have been captured by those sports students, and her fate would have been even more miserable than that of the female student.
She finally realized the cruelty of this world.
It is very difficult to survive in this cruel world.
Lu Yang is the only thing she has to live on now. Soon, the two of them arrived at the dormitory. What are you going to do next? Zhao Yuding asked curiously. There are tens of thousands of zombies in these dormitories, so I'm going to burn down these 10 dormitories. Lu Yang said calmly.
Ah. Zhao Yuding was taken aback and said, but there may still be student survivors in this dormitory building.
If you burn down the dormitory building, won't you burn them to death as well? Lu Yang said calmly.
Whether it's the boys' dormitory or the girls' dormitory, most of them are 4-person and 6-person rooms, and the probability of becoming a zombie is about 70%.
At least half of the people in each dormitory have become zombies. Do you think the rest of them can still live? Even if they can survive, that's not what I'm thinking about. You should have seen the cruelty of the end of the world.
If we don't burn all these tens of thousands of zombies, when they evolve into intelligence, I'm afraid there will be more survivors killed by them.
But
Zhao Yuding wanted to say something else, but she remembered the tragic scene in the equipment room and eventually she shut up.
Even if there are survivors, maybe the survivors here are also like those athletes, killing their own kind?
So she withdrew her sympathy.
Lu Yang, on the other hand, had already arrived at the dormitory building's entrance. The zombies inside saw Lu Yang and became excited, repeatedly banging on the door. Lu Yang took out gasoline from the dark space and started to sprinkle it on them.
Then he started to light the fire. The raging fire kept burning on the zombies, but they didn't know pain and continued to hit the door. They remained unmoved, even as the fire raged around them. Lu Yang no longer paid any attention to them, but instead began
to go to the next dormitory building and continue to spread gasoline. Soon, all 10 dormitories were ablaze.
Seeing the flames rising from all 10 buildings, Lu Yan was very satisfied.
He said to Zhao Yuding, "Let's go. The school dormitories are huge, and it's going to take a whole day and night to burn them down. We should go back to a safe place." A safe place? Where is that? Is there a safe place in the end times? Zhao Yuding asked in surprise.
After seeing the terrible state of the sports equipment room, she couldn't help but start to question the whole world.
Was this still the world she knew? In this dilapidated world, is there really a safe place? Where can they, the weak survivors, find refuge?
Lu Yang said confidently, "Where I am is a safe place." After saying that, she took Zhao Yuding by the hand and began to walk towards the villa area. After hearing Lu Yang's words and seeing his confident gaze, Zhao Yuding was also stunned.
How can he be so confident? It was as if he was radiating a light that was so bright that it was hard to look directly at him. In the end, he was like a guiding light, so dazzling and dazzling. At that moment, Zhao Yuding even felt that Lu Yang was the most outstanding and handsome man she had ever met. He was so reliable and full of security. Lu Yang successfully brought Zhao Yuding back to the villa. The operation was over. Fortunately, there were no accidents during this operation. Lu Yang successfully burned down the school dormitory building and successfully brought Zhao Yuding back. When Zhao Yuding entered Lu Yang's villa, He Yushir immediately came over. After taking a good look at Zhao Yuding's appearance, she was shocked. Teacher Zhao? Zhao Yuding is their math teacher. She was so happy to see her teacher again at the end of the world. She excitedly came over and grabbed Zhao Yuding's hand, saying happily, "It really is you, Miss Xiao. It's so great to see you. Lu Yang, where did you meet Miss Zhao?" "As far as I know, Miss Zhao doesn't live in this villa. I was hiding in the school infirmary and was rescued by Lu Yang." "Yushir, I never thought you were here too. I'm so happy. Oh, this apocalypse is so terrible. I thought I would never see you students again." Zhao Yuding suddenly started crying again. The tragic scene in the sports equipment room was deeply imprinted in her heart. At that time, she was thinking, would the students in her class also encounter this kind of thing? The thought of that scene made her feel sick and uncomfortable. Now seeing He Yushir alive and well, jumping around in front of her, Zhao Yuding was very moved and very happy. Chapter 28, The students are so dirty, the teacher can't stand it. When Lu Yang brought Zhao Yuding back, it was just time for dinner. There were also some delicious dishes made by Xiao Dan on the table, which smelled super delicious. Zhao Yuding had been hungry for several days in the infirmary and had survived by drinking glucose water. Now that she smelled the aroma of fresh food, her stomach couldn't help but growl. Gurgling. She suddenly blushed, lowered her head, and covered her unworthy stomach. Lu Yang said, "Teacher Zhao, you go ahead and eat. I'll eat your share. I'm going to go back to my room and take a shower. I'm covered in zombie blood. I'm so dirty." Ah. Zhao Yuding was stunned, and then she said with embarrassment, "Is this okay? What's wrong with that? Aren't you hungry? Eat if you're hungry. I said that the place I'm in is a safe place, and as for food, you don't need to worry about it." After saying that, Lu Yang walked upstairs. He Yushir then took Zhao Yuding and sat her down at the table. She smiled and introduced them to her. "This is Su Xiao, a big star, and this is Xiao Dan, she is the best cook, she cooks all the food we eat, it's delicious. This is Tang Mengting, the monitor of Class 1. And this is Zhao Lina. There is also a Zhou Qiuping, who is not out of the room. Oh, I didn't know there were so many people living here. How did you all end up here?" Zhao Yuding asked curiously. "Like you, we were saved by Lu Yang." He Yushir smiled and served Zhao Yuding a bowl of rice. They had already cooked Lu Yang's meal. They had been waiting for Lu Yang to return, but they didn't expect Lu Yang to not eat it now and go back to his room to take a shower. It was just right for Zhao Yuding. Zhao Yuding was so moved by the bowl of fragrant rice that she almost cried. Before she picked up her chopsticks, she asked again, "Didn't you just say there was another Zhou Qiuping? Why isn't she eating? She hasn't even had sex with Lu Yang yet, so how could she have any food?" He Yushir said matter-of-factly. "What?" Zhao Yuding was stunned. "Oh, teacher, what are you pretending to be dumb for? It's just that, you're still amazing. You haven't even brought him back yet, and Lu Yang couldn't help but ask you to be his woman on the spot, right? You're worthy of being Teacher Xiao." He Yushir gave Zhao Yuding a thumbs up. Teacher Xiao is still awesome. Ah. Zhao Yuding's mouth gaped wide. Looking at He Yuding's tone and the expression on her face, she realized that what they were talking about couldn't be what they were talking about, could it? Tang Mengting, Su Xiao, Chen Dan and others also looked at Zhao Yuding with curiosity. They looked at the female teacher from top to bottom. She was tall and busty, with snow-white skin. Looking at everyone was staring at herself. Zhao Yuding suddenly felt embarrassed. Her face turned red like a cute apple, and she couldn't help but lower her head. She had only just graduated and had not had a boyfriend, let alone done anything like that. Now these students are asking directly. My goodness, aren't you college students? How dirty. And from the look on their faces, it was as if they had just asked a very ordinary question. It's like asking what you had for lunch. No way, how can you ask such a private question so calmly and naturally? Help, someone save me. I'm going to die of embarrassment. He Yushir saw Zhao Yuding's embarrassed expression and said, Oh, teacher, don't be shy. Everyone here has had sex with Lu Yang, otherwise we wouldn't be eating together. For example, Zhou Qiuping hasn't been to Lu Yang's room yet, so she doesn't have anything to eat. So, we're all the same. What are you shy about? Tell us about it. Yes, Miss Xiao, tell us. Ah ha ha ha. He Yusher and the others laughed without restraint. Zhao Yuding, however, wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Tang Mingting said, "My goodness. Teacher Zhao, you are so amazing." Zhao Lina said, "Does that mean Lu Yan likes more mature women?" The big star Su Xiao said, "No way. Am I not mature enough?" Zhao Yuding was blushing, listening to the constant discussion of the others. She could only eat her food with her head down and her face red. "I'm scared. It's really scary when girls gossip." After finishing the meal, Zhao Yuding quickly found an excuse to go to the bathroom, rushed into the bathroom, and immediately found a room to hide in after taking a shower. If I keep talking to these girls, I'll feel dirtier and dirtier. I clearly haven't even had a boyfriend, but after they spread the word, it's like I've been fighting with Lu Yang for hours. I'm so embarrassed. Chapter 29, First Time as a War Correspondent. Lu Yang had already taken a shower in his room at this moment. He was lying on the bed resting. He was also a bit tired after killing so many zombies and a few jocks today. He took out some bread and milk from the dark space and started eating. He thought about the next plan while eating. The food in the neighborhood convenience store and the school cafeteria is enough for us to eat for a long time, but we must have a sense of crisis in the end times. What if I'm lucky and find a few hundred female survivors? This food won't be enough. And the 20 by 20 by 20 dark space is too big, it's still empty now, only about a third full, which makes me a little unhappy. I must stuff her full. So next, I'm going to go outside the community to scavenge for food. There is a large supermarket more than 1 kilometer away from the community. The food in the supermarket is much more than that in the cafeteria and convenience store. If I can collect all of it, I should be able to fill the dark space. And with my current strength, even if I go out of the community and encounter dozens of zombies, I will be able to fight them. Even if I encounter hundreds or thousands of zombies, I will be able to escape. The speed of an ordinary person is 6 times faster than that of a zombie, so even if I can't beat them, I can still run. Those zombies will definitely not be able to catch up. So Lu Yang made up his mind in his heart that he would start raiding the supermarket the next day. By then, he will have so much food that he won't be able to finish it all. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lu Yang was thinking, his door suddenly rang. Lu Yang was taken aback. Who could be knocking on his door at this time? Could it be the female teacher Zhao Yuding? But he had not hinted to Zhao Yuding that she should come to his room to find him. After all, in the deduction, Zhao Yuding saw that she was being beaten up and still protected herself, which moved Lu Yang very much. This teacher has given him enough kindness, and he wants to treat this teacher with the greatest kindness. People with pure goodness should be treated well by the world. That's why he let Zhao Yuding go straight to dinner with Su Xiao and He Yusher. At the same time, he did not force the other party with physical objects. Come in. Lu Yang said to the door. If it was Zhao Yuding, Lu Yang could have explained it to her clearly. But the person who pushed the door in was not Zhao Yuding, but Zhou Qiuping, who had already been forgotten by Lu Yang. It was her. Lu Yang showed a look of I see. Zhou Qiuping was rescued by Lu Yang along with Zhao Lina. She was also a beauty of the class flower level. Not only was she fair-skinned and beautiful, but she was also tall and plump. She was the object of many boys' secret love in school. However, compared to the school beauty Zhao Lina, Zhou Qiuping's appearance is still inferior. Therefore, after Lu Yang had sex with Zhao Lina, he had forgotten about Zhou Qiuping. Now that she is knocking on the door, Lu Yang has just reacted. She must have been hungry for a few days. She must have been starving. I have to say that Zhao Lina is definitely a smart person. She knocked on her own door on the first day she was brought back, so she didn't have to go hungry for much longer. Zhou Qiuping was a little bit stupid. She was hungry for another day for nothing. The difference in intelligence between people is already evident here. Lu Yang smiled and said to Zhou Qiuping, "So, you finally figured it out? Are you willing to be my woman?" Uh-huh. I do. Zhou Qiuping blushed, lowered her head, and nodded twice. Chapter 30. You're too amazing.
2 hours later, Lu Yang received a system notification. Congratulations, host, you have successfully convinced the other person to be your girlfriend.
Dark space ability, level up by 1. Good, the spatial skill has been upgraded again. Lu Yang looked at the description of the skill. Dark space, level 3, you have a 30 by 30 by 30 dark space inside your body.
It used to be 20 times 20 times 20 is equal to 8,000, but now it's 30 times 30 times 30 is equal to 27,000. It has increased in size by nearly 4 times. Lu Yang had collected the goods from a convenience store and the school cafeteria, but they only filled less than 1/3 of the space. Now that the space volume has increased 4 times, the materials take up even less space, only 1/12 of the original.
It looks very pitiful, the entire space is empty.
Zhou Qiuping was already exhausted, and he fell asleep after closing his eyes for a while. When the two of them woke up, it was already dark. After Lu Yang got up and washed up, she took Zhou and stopped by the lobby.
At this time, Chen Dan and He Yusher had already started cooking.
Even the new teacher, Zhao Yuding, had already started to help out, washing vegetables in the kitchen. When they saw Lu Yang coming out, everyone's faces lit up with happy expressions.
They smiled and said, Lu Yang, you sit down and rest for a while.
The food will be ready soon.
I'll take a look at your cooking. Lu Yang said, and went straight to the kitchen.
The women were busy and organized in the kitchen. Lu Yang saw that the rice and food from the convenience store were almost finished. They have been eating a lot of vegetarian food these days because there is no fresh meat in the convenience store. So he took 2 bags of 100 caddies of rice from the dark space and some fresh meat from the back of the school cafeteria. He put them in the refrigerator and said, I'll add some more food.
Don't be stingy, and let me know when you're done. Seeing Lu Yang's actions, all the women's faces showed surprise. He Yusher said, oh my god, I didn't see it wrong, is that beef? Tang Mingting said, it's been so many days since the outbreak of the end times.
Where did you get the beef?
Actress Su Xiao said.
It looks like there are also ribs.
Tomorrow we can eat stewed ribs. It's really drool-worthy just thinking about it. Chen Dan said, Lu Yang, you are amazing. Where did you get all this food?
Zhao Lina said, it's so touching to be able to eat fresh meat in the end times. It seems like we've returned to a peaceful era of life, living in a villa and eating delicious food.
Thank you, Lu Yang. Everyone expressed their most sincere gratitude to Lu Yang. Lu Yang smiled and said, you're welcome. I've said it before, follow me. Food will no longer be a problem.
In addition, I have already cleaned up all the zombies in the entire villa community, and the gate has been locked by me. In other words, the entire villa community is already a safe area, and from today on, you can move freely within the community. But be careful not to get too close to the gate or the fence, or the zombies outside might see you and attack you.
Ah. The entire community has become a safe area, and we can move around freely? My goodness. There are at least a few thousand zombies in the community. How did you do it? Lu Yang, you're amazing.
The women's faces showed disbelief, and their eyes were filled with admiration when they looked at Lu Yang. In just one day, Lu Yang not only found fresh meat, but also killed all the zombies. That's the entire neighborhood of zombies.
Isn't that too strong? Is he human? Lu Yang smiled proudly. Haven't you already seen how powerful I am? So what's the big deal? Anyway, you won't have to be stuck in this villa anymore.
He Yusher was the first to show a happy expression. That's great, that's great.
Ha ha ha.
I didn't think we would be able to escape from this villa so soon.
I'm so happy. Amidst everyone's happy smiles, the food was finally ready. Everyone sat down at the table to eat.
Zhao Yuding was fine at first, but after the students misunderstood that she had had an unspeakable relationship with Lu Yang, she was too shy to even look Lu Yang in the eye. Everyone was laughing and talking, but she kept her head down, blushing, and eating her food.
Chapter 31, Have the plants mutated too? The next day, Lu Yang woke up at 10 o'clock in the morning, and the sun was already high in the sky.
Lu Yang stretched her back and felt that this kind of life of waking up naturally every day was not bad. When I was in school, I had to get up every morning for class, even on weekends, I had to get up early to stand guard in the community. I couldn't sleep in for more than a few days a year.
Now I can sleep every day.
And there are several beautiful women living downstairs, which is even better than the ancient emperor flipping through the cards. After getting up, washing up, and having breakfast, Lu Yang began her day.
But just then, Lu Yan received a system notification.
Congratulations, host, you have killed 22,000 zombies and earned 2,200 attribute points.
Lu Yan was shocked. 22,000 attribute points?
Then he realized what had happened and said, I'm afraid that the 10 dormitory buildings on campus were burned down overnight.
Over 20,000 zombies were burned to death. It was so cool.
At this point, Lu Yang's basic attributes were 325 points.
2,200 divided by 4, each basic attribute can be increased by 550 points. That's 875 attribute points in total.
At this point, Lu Yang's basic attributes have reached 16.5 times that of an ordinary person.
He is definitely the Superman of Supermen. The dark space has been upgraded again.
It would be a waste not to use such a large space, so I must hurry to collect food from the supermarket. And as time goes on, the survivors will get hungrier and hungrier, and they may go searching for food. Therefore, if I go late, it is possible that the supermarket will have been searched and there will not be much food left. Moreover, my basic attributes are 16.5 times those of an ordinary person. With such strong attributes, it's time to go out into the community and test my combat effectiveness.
So, Lu Yang began his first simulation of the day.
This is the first time he has left the villa area and come out onto the street, so he has to be careful. After all, the 5 jocks at school almost made him flip his car. The streets might be even more dangerous, who knows? The simulation begins. Lu Yang jumped straight up and over the 3-meter-high villa gate. The road outside the villa was full of cars, blocking the entire road. Some cars had even crashed into the curb and even caught fire, turning into a pile of coke. The owners inside were also burned to a black skeleton. Some of the car owners did not have time to escape and were eaten to the bone by the zombies inside the car. Looking at these miserable corpses, Lu Yang felt a bit sad. Hundreds of thousands of luxury cars, how many people work a lifetime can't afford, but these rich people used to be the capital of the show-off. I never thought that they would now become mobile coffins, and become the last place they died. Lu Yang began to walk forward again. The supermarket was only about 1 kilometer away from the villa area, and Lu Yang didn't see any zombies on the road. However, the closer he got to the supermarket, the more zombie corpses he saw lying on the side of the road. Lu Yang realized that all the zombies had been cut in half. Some had their heads cut off, while others had their waists cut off. The upper bodies of the zombies that had been cut in half were still alive and crawling on the ground. Some were even cut down vertically, with the head and body cut in half.
Seeing such a scene, Lu Yang was shocked. Goodness, who could have done this? Could it be another superhuman?
He had only gone a short distance and had already found the bodies of more than a dozen zombies.
This guy is too strong, isn't he?
And what shocked Lu Yang the most was the opponent's weapon. Every zombie was cut in half by the other party, whether it was cut horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, it could cut the zombies like cutting tofu. Lu Yang looked at the battle-hardened fire axe in his hand and suddenly felt that it was not fragrant. Although this fire axe has the ability to break armor, every time it hits the head of a zombie, it gets stuck inside.
Unlike other people's weapons, it just cuts in two. So Lu Yang became alert.
If the other party is really a supernatural being, this will be the first supernatural being Lu Yang has encountered. Lu Yang has no idea how strong the other party is. Therefore, it must be treated with caution. As Lu Yang continued to advance, the closer he got to the supermarket, the more zombie corpses there were. Finally, in front of the supermarket, under a large tree, there were more than a dozen zombies that had been hacked to death. At the same time, a black sword was stuck in the ground. Seeing this, Lu Yang froze.
What's going on?
The bodies of the zombies ended here, and the weapon was covered in zombie blood. I'm afraid that person used it to cut the zombies.
Why did they all drop the knife on the ground when the zombies were already dead? Could it be that something unexpected happened? Lu Yang walked over and wanted to take a look. He wanted to pull the sword out. After all, this is a very sharp sword, so don't waste it. At this moment, Lu Yang heard a weak cry for help, help, help. Ha!
Lu Yang was shocked and immediately looked around, but he didn't see any survivors.
Help!
The weak voice came again, and this time Lu Yang finally heard the direction it came from. He looked up suddenly and was shocked. A woman was hanging in midair with her hands and feet tied. Next to her was a man who was already unconscious. At the same time, there were dozens of zombies tied up in the air next to the man and woman. Some of the zombies had already turned into mummies, while others were still struggling, indicating that they had been tied up for different lengths of time. Lu Yang immediately became alert and walked a few steps forward and asked the woman, "Who tied you up there?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, a vine quickly extended, directly binding his feet and then swinging him into the air. Lu Yang felt dizzy and disoriented, and when he came to his senses, he had been bound by both hands and feet and had also fallen into the air. Lu Yang was shocked. What a formidable enemy! He didn't even realize where he was, and he was already tied up. This is definitely a super powerful psychic. Unexpectedly, the woman next to him said in a weak voice. This tree has mutated and learned to use its minds to grab prey and absorb nutrients. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't asked you for help, you wouldn't have been captured. A tree? Hearing the woman's words, Lu Yang was taken aback. He originally thought that only humans would become zombies in the end of the world, but he didn't expect that even plants would start to mutate. And this tree not only catches humans, but even zombies. This is too fierce, isn't it? Just as Lu Yang was thinking this, a more delicate vine, like a tentacle, began to grow from the tree, aiming at Lu Yang's heart and directly inserting it. Chapter 32, Obtaining a Treasure Sword. The vine pierced Lu Yang's chest in an instant. However, at this moment, Lu Yang had already wrapped his entire body in a layer of frozen shield. The vine did not penetrate his frozen shield, but instead directly hit the thick, hard ice wall. The entire tree seemed to feel the pain, and it trembled for a moment, and the leaves fell off. The delicate, dark red vine instantly retreated, afraid to attack Lu Yang again. The 4 vines that had bound Lu Yang were also frozen and became very stiff and fragile. Lu Yang pulled with both hands. Pop! Instantly tore off the 4 vines, and then performed a perfect backflip, landing directly. Seeing Lu Yang break free from the vines, the female survivor's eyes widened. You made it? Save us, you first. He's going to die. Okay. Lu Yang, who had landed, immediately pulled out the katana that was stuck in the ground, then jumped up and cut the man's vines in a few quick movements. The man fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Immediately after, Lu Yang jumped again and cut the vines from the woman, who also fell to the ground in an instant, but was caught by Lu Yang in a princess hold. This woman was very beautiful. Lu Yang held her, and could feel her slender waist and the fact that she had no extra flesh on her body. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that her skin was as delicate as a piece of paper, her facial features were exquisite and beautiful, and there was not a single flaw on her face. In terms of appearance, she was even more beautiful than Zhao Lina. She is definitely a peerless beauty. Having saved the 2 people, Lu Yang swung his sword again, slashing it into the trunk of the tree, which was as thick as 2 people holding each other. Boom! The huge mutant tree fell to the ground in an instant. At the same time, dark black blood flowed from the smooth incision. Lu Yang was a little surprised. This knife is too awesome. The tree was as thick as 2 people could hold it, and he thought he would have to cut it down with a dozen blows. But he didn't expect it to cut cleanly in one go, as if it were cutting through tofu. This is truly a peerless sword. A good sword goes with a hero. In ancient times, this sword would have been used by a great general to unleash its full power. He's not going to make it. Help him. The woman looked at the man who had fallen to the ground and was unconscious, and her eyes filled with tears. The woman's words interrupted Lu Yang's thoughts. He pulled his attention back from the knife. Who is he? Lu Yang asked. If this woman's boyfriend, then definitely not save. How can I save myself and still be a traitor to Xiao? He is my brother. We 2 were left to fend for ourselves in the end times, but we never expected to be caught by this mutant tree. The girl suddenly burst into tears, weeping like a weeping willow. Oh, it's my brother. You should have said so. Lu Yang rushed to the man's side. He found that the man had come down from the tree and had regained some consciousness, opening his eyes. It was just a dark red vine that had been inserted into his heart, and now it had been cut off by Lu Yang. Scarlet blood kept flowing out of the broken end of the vine.
I'm going to die.
Brother, take care of my sister.
This knife is my last and most precious possession. I'm giving it to you. You must protect my sister. Brother! Brother! No, brother!
The woman burst into tears.
Jinyu, don't cry.
In the end times, I have long thought about this day. I am not afraid of death.
The only regret is that I can't continue to protect you in the future. Cough.
The man coughed up a large mouthful of blood as he spoke. Finally, his hand fell heavily, and he completely lost his voice.
Brother! Brother!
Jiang Jinyu held her brother's hand and kept calling out, but there was no response.
He's gone. Don't be too sad. The most important thing now is to survive. Lu Yang comforted Jiang Jinyu. He is the only family I have left.
He is my brother, my real brother. Jiang Jinyu cried bitterly, her eyes streaming with tears. Seeing that the other person was crying like a baby, Lu Yang hugged her in his arms and patted her back to comfort her.
Then, Lu Yang looked at the dark red vine on Jiang Jinyu's chest. Lu Yang showed a puzzled expression. Strange. Your brother was stabbed in the heart by the dark red vine, and even if he was rescued from the tree, it would be useless. But you were also stabbed by the vine, so how come you're fine? Ha? Me?
Jiang Jinyu finally realized that there was another vine hanging from her chest, but the vine that had been cut off was limp and looked soft. She peeled open her clothes and took a look.
The sudden exposure of the spring light made Lu Yang's eyes shine. Big.
It's much better than Zhao Lina's.
Gee.
If she were a mother, she would definitely not starve her children.
She could feed at least 5 babies at once. Jiang Jinyu did not notice Lu Yang's gaze.
She noticed that although the vine had pierced her outer garment, it had been blocked by the thick bra underneath. Before it had a chance to pierce the bra, Jiang Jinyu was saved by Lu Yang.
This. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang was speechless. If her brother had worn a bra, would he still be alive? The female fashionista Sego.
Jiang Jinyu only noticed Lu Yang's gaze at this moment. She blushed instantly, grabbed the vine with her hand, pulled it out directly, and then quickly fastened her clothes.
After this little episode, she wasn't so sad anymore. She said to Lu Yang. Hello, my name is Jiang Jinyu. Thank you for saving me. What's your name? My name is Lu Yang.
I came out to search for food this time, and I just happened to see you. It was just a matter of course. Now let's bury your brother's body first, so that the zombies won't see it and leave no intact corpse.
Lu Yang said.
Although Jiang Jinyu was sad, she could only nod with tears in her eyes. The two of them found a place to dig a hole and buried her brother's body. Although Jiang Jinyu was sad, she also understood that there was not much time to be sad in the end times.
From now on, you will follow me.
Since your brother gave me his good knife, I will take good care of you in his place.
Let's go find some food first, and then I will take you back to a safe place. Lu Yang said to Jiang Jinyu, holding the katana. Yes, okay. Jiang Jinyu nodded.
Following Lu Yang, the two of them went to the supermarket together. As they walked, the two of them started chatting.
Lu Yang asked Jiang Jinyu, where are you from? Where are you going?
My brother and I came from the Black Tiger survivor base, and we're looking for a new refuge.
Who knew that we would encounter misfortune on the way? Sob sob sob. Jiang Jinyu began to sob again. Black Tiger base? Is it far from here? What are your identities and how did your brother get such good weapons? Lu Yang frowned.
If every survivor from the so-called Black Tiger base is as strong as Jiang Jinyu's brother, then it can't be underestimated. And the weapon his brother is holding is obviously not an ordinary weapon. Even in the peaceful era of the 21st century, it is difficult for anyone to create such a sharp knife.
Not to mention the end of the world. Chapter 33, Looting the Supermarket. The Black Tiger base is about 20 kilometers away, which is not close. It took us 3 days to get here. I am a first-year student at the police academy, and my brother is a retired Special Forces soldier. We were both survivors of the Black Tiger base, but because of me, we had to leave the base. Jiang Jinyu said to Lu Yang. A female police academy student? Such a pretty female police academy student, after graduating, she will at least be a police flower, right?
Lu Yang was interested and said to Jiang Jinyu with a smile on his face. Although he already had several beautiful women, he had never met a beautiful policewoman.
No. No.
Jiang Jinyu was complimented by Lu Yang, and her face instantly turned red.
Why did you guys come out of the base? If you had stayed in the base, you wouldn't have gotten into danger, right? Lu Yang continued to ask. It's all because of me.
The leader of the Black Tiger base, Black Tiger, took a fancy to me and wanted me to obey him, but he was black, old, and ugly, and he already had 13 wives.
I definitely couldn't agree to it.
My brother was even more angry than I was, and he had a fight with them on the spot, so he took me away from the Black Tiger base. If it weren't for me, my brother, he wouldn't have, ugh. If I had just gone with Black Tiger, I wouldn't be in this mess. Jiang Jinyu started crying again as she talked about the past.
Which one is stronger, the leader of the Black Tiger base or your brother? Lu Yang asked the key question.
It should be the leader of the Black Tiger base who is stronger. He is ranked higher than my brother on the yellow list, but if it comes down to a fight to the death, even if my brother is killed by him, he won't be doing well either. At least he will be seriously injured. Once he is seriously injured, other people will definitely want to take his place, and his losses will be even greater. That's why he didn't dare to stop us too much when we left the Black Tiger base.
Jiang Jinyu said honestly. Yellow list? What is that? Lu Yang was stunned. It's a list of supernormal people.
It said that only supernormal people who pass the test of the test stone can be on the list.
I'm not a supernormal person either, so I'm not too sure.
I only know that every time a test is passed, the superhuman is rewarded with a stone tablet. This knife is the reward my brother received for passing the test.
Jiang Jinyu replied.
After hearing what the other person said, Lu Yang was a little shocked. He had never heard of such things before. He never thought that just a few days after the zombie outbreak, there would already be a list of supernaturals.
And you can get rewards for passing the test on the stone tablet? No wonder Lu Yang thought that this knife didn't seem to be made by humans. It was actually a product of the so-called steel. Where is this stone tablet? Lu Yang continued to ask.
If he could get a reward every time he passed the test, he would like to try it out. It is said that stone tablets have appeared all over the world, and the Black Tiger base was built around this stone tablet, so there is a stone tablet in the center of the Black Tiger base.
But I don't recommend you go there. The people in Black Tiger base are too bad and too strong.
You might as well find a new stone tablet and build your own base.
Jiang Jinyu said to Lu Yang. Lu Yang nodded, I see. Never mind that for now. Let's go collect supplies first.
During the conversation, the two had already arrived at the entrance of the supermarket.
Before going in, Lu Yang reminded Jiang Jinyu.
When the disaster broke out, there should be a lot of people shopping in the supermarket, so there may be a lot of zombies now.
Don't be nervous when you go in, don't yell, okay?
Yes, no problem. My brother and I have encountered a lot of zombies these days, and I'm not so scared anymore.
Jiang Jinyu quickly nodded.
That's good. After hearing the other person's reply, Lu Yang walked in front of him with a knife in his hand and entered the supermarket.
There were indeed many zombies wandering in the supermarket. However, Lu Yang was no longer the same person as before. His strength and speed had reached several times that of an ordinary human being, and now with the blessing of a peerless sword, he rushed into the crowd of zombies, like an invincible god of war. With a flick of the katana, the zombies in front of him were instantly cut in half. What a powerful blade!
Lu Yang became more and more excited as he fought, and in just a few minutes he had already killed dozens of zombies. It turns out that Lu Yang's speed and strength are more than 10 times that of ordinary people. What he lacked was a peerless weapon. Now this weapon is like a tiger with wings for him.
Lu Yang also immediately felt that he couldn't put it down. It was really a treasure sword. This knife is really perfect for me. It's so powerful. It's even better than my brother's. Jiang Jinyu watched Lu Yang's actions and his eyes widened.
You should know that Jiang Jinyu's older brother is a retired Special Forces soldier.
He already had a very strong foundation and was much stronger than ordinary people.
After the end of the world, he awakened and became a superhuman, and with the blessing of superhuman abilities, he became even more powerful. But even so, compared to Liu Yang at this time, he was still no match. Although Jiang Jinyu is an ordinary person, she can also tell who has more power and who is faster. It was obvious that Liu Yang was stronger and faster than her brother. After more than 10 minutes, Liu Yang had killed more than 300 zombies and had almost cleared the entire supermarket. He still felt a little unsatisfied. This sword is as easy to use as a knife to cut fruit, and he is very comfortable and effortless. It was like playing a game like Fruit Ninja. These zombies aren't enough for me to kill, but after I clear them out, I can start scavenging for resources. Liu Yang thought for a moment and instantly threw the food on the shelves in front of him into his dark space. So much chocolate, so much candy. So many biscuits, so much to eat. Take it all. Milk, drinks, cigarettes, and fine wine? Take it all. Bulk rice, mung beans, soybeans, black beans, potatoes? Take it. Packaged food, all kinds of bread, all kinds of vacuum-packed food? Take it. Fresh meat, fresh vegetables, fresh fruit? Take it. All kinds of dried goods, cured meat, dried fish? Take it all. Soon, Liu Yang had almost taken everything in the supermarket. Jiang Jinyu saw Liu Yang's actions and her beautiful eyes widened. How did you do that? Liu Yang waved his hand and all the food disappeared, as if by magic. Where does he put the food? That's my secret, Liu Yang said with a smile. Although Jiang Jinyu didn't know how Liu Yang did it, she was even more convinced in her heart that Liu Yang was definitely a powerful psychic. Much more powerful than her own brother. Soon, Liu Yang had collected almost everything in the supermarket shelves, including toilet paper, clothes, towels, various bowls, cutlery, and daily necessities. After all, its dark space is a huge space of 30 times 30 times 30 is equal to 27,000 cubic meters. If this space were used to store water, it could hold 27,000 tons. If it were filled with rice, it would also be able to hold 27,000 tons. If there really were 27,000 tons of rice, even if Liu Yang saved 1,000 survivors, they could eat for at least 100 years. Even if you fill the entire supermarket with all the goods, you still won't be able to fill his space. And he doesn't need to organize or neatly arrange the items in the dark space. He just needs to pile them all together. When he needs something, he can just think about it and take it out. He doesn't have to go through everything like in the real world. So as long as everything is piled inside, piled high enough, it's fine. Soon, Liu Yang had basically scavenged everything from the supermarket shelves, and then he set his sights on the supermarket warehouse. There are more things in the supermarket warehouse than on the shelves. But I don't know where the supermarket warehouse is, so I need to look for it. Let's go and find the supermarket warehouse. Liu Yang said to Jiang Jinyu, the future police officer. Jiang Jinyu nodded obediently and followed Liu Yang. After seeing Liu Yang's strength, she was even more determined to follow Liu Yang. Only in this way could she live better, so Liu Yang let her do whatever she wanted, and she was very obedient. Chapter 34, The Superpower Seeker has arrived? The two of them groped around in the supermarket together, and during that time, Liu Yang also killed a few stray zombies. With this bonus sword, Liu Yang's zombie slaying was simply a treat. Of course, this was a disaster for the zombies. With Liu Yang's speed, the movements of the zombies were in slow motion in his eyes. Before they could even get close to Liu Yang, they were cut in half. The smooth feeling was like cutting tofu, very relaxing. Liu Yang would trade this knife for half of the resources he had at the moment. At the same time, he was more determined to test the stone tablet. Jiang Jinyu's brother tested it once and obtained such a powerful treasure sword, so if he tested it himself, would he be able to obtain an even better reward? Liu Yang was a little excited at the thought. The two of them searched the supermarket together. After half an hour of searching, they finally found the supermarket warehouse hidden in the back passage. The supermarket warehouse has a lot of resources, including the clothing department warehouse, the fresh food department warehouse, the food department warehouse, and the freezer. The clothing department warehouse has all kinds of men's and women's clothing, underwear, pajamas, and swimsuits. Liu Yang didn't hesitate to collect them all into the darkness. The warehouse of the fresh produce department had countless fruits and vegetables. Liu Yang also took them all away. But what excited Liu Yang the most was the warehouse of the food department. It was neatly stacked, and there were at least 1,000 bags of rice in one warehouse.
Each bag weighs 100 gene, which is 100 times 1000 equals 100,000 gene. That's 50 tons. 50 tons of grain is enough for him and Xiao to eat for at least 10 years. Not to mention that there were also all kinds of beans, such as soybeans and mung beans. All the beans added up to at least dozens of tons. I'm rich. I'm rich. With so many resources, I can feed a whole base of survivors. Lu Yang's face showed excitement. In the end times, food is the most important thing. And this is only one large supermarket. If we can loot a few more large supermarkets, wouldn't that mean we could hoard thousands of tons of food? Food is capital. It is the most crucial thing for him to develop his strength in the end times. It is no exaggeration to say that. In the apocalypse of the zombie outbreak, 100 caddies of grain is enough to buy 10 beautiful girls. If 10 beautiful girls all succeed in having children, the reward they receive is more than 10 tons of grain. This forms a transformation of resources and an explosive growth. Lu Yang, full of excitement, began to put everything into his dark space. He was overjoyed to see the dark space fill up more and more, now covering 1/5 of the space. However, outside the supermarket, next to the mutant tree that Lu Yang had just cut down, there were already more than a dozen people. They were all dusty and fierce, their eyes full of evil, and they were clearly not good people. It seems to be a mutant tree, with a smooth cut, and it was definitely cut by that guy. One of them had a big nose with a red tip. He kept sniffing his nose, as if he was filtering the smell in the air. The blood here is from that guy. He must have been fighting the mutant tree for a long time and must have been seriously injured. This is good for us. Following the blood trail, he continued to sniff the air, trying to detect the scent. After a few attempts, he said to a strong man who was over 1.9 meters tall and as strong as a black bear, "Brother Bear, that guy is hiding over there." Following his lead, the group arrived at a mound of dirt. Looking at the mound, everyone looked at each other. The yellow dog nodded and whispered, "According to the smell, he's in there." The strong man looked grave. What was the guy doing hiding in the mud? But he still ordered his men to dig. Soon, Jiang Jinyu's brother's body was dug up. Dead, clothes, bowls and chopsticks and other daily necessities have all been taken away? How many survivors are there in the vicinity? Even if you go searching for supplies with a big backpack, you can't carry much. At most, you can carry a week's worth of food. How many survivors would it take to empty an entire supermarket? And the blood on the ground was fresh. These zombies were just killed not long ago. Could it be that someone came to move things before the zombies were killed? How could that be possible? So all of this is very strange. The giant bear shook his head. No matter what, let's find Jiang Jinyu first. His first priority was to help Black Tiger find Jiang Jinyu, and he didn't want to worry about anything else. Huang Go nodded. He continued to sniff, and then followed the scent all the way to the supermarket warehouse. At this moment, Lu Yang's keen hearing also heard someone approaching. He frowned. He had killed all the zombies outside, so could it be that someone had seen that there were no zombies in the supermarket and had ventured out to look for food? He didn't want to share his food with others. Fortunately, he had already collected all the goods in the warehouse, so he could meet these survivors. Lu Yang took Jiang Jinyu out of the warehouse door with a katana, and the two sides instantly came face to face. When he saw Jiang Jinyu, the giant bear widened his eyes and then revealed an expression of excitement. "Jiang Jinyu? Great, you're not dead. Now I can go back and report." Ah! Jiang Jinyu couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, and her face turned pale. She immediately showed a frightened expression. What's wrong? Who are they? Lu Yang looked at the people on the other side warily and asked Jiang Jinyu in a low voice. They are all from the Black Tiger Survivor Base. The big guy is the third in command of the Black Tiger Survivor Base, nicknamed Bear. He is a superhuman with great strength. Only slightly weaker than my brother. The two next to him are Huanggo and Daobao, who are also supernaturals. The others around them are all ruthless people from the Black Tiger Base. Before the disaster, some of them were mercenaries, some were professional killers, and each was very powerful. I never thought that the Black Tiger Survivor Base would send 3 supernaturals and more than a dozen elites to capture us. Jiang Jinyu's face was full of fear. With 3 superpowered people on the move at the same time, even if his brother were still alive, he would definitely not be a match for them. 3 supernaturals? Lu Yang clenched his katana. This was the first time he had met a psychic. But judging from the looks of the other party, they don't seem very strong. 3 ice needles should be enough to take them down. But Lu Yang didn't want to kill him so quickly. Instead, he wanted to test how much stronger he was than an ordinary psychic. In this way, he could estimate what kind of ranking he would get in the test in the stone tablet. So he was going to use his samurai sword and his melee combat skills to defeat his opponent without using his psychic powers. While Lu Yang was observing the giant bears were also observing Lu Yang. Neither side knew the other, so the bears didn't dare to make a move. Huang Go noticed the knife in Lu Yang's hand. "Kid, we are from the Black Tiger Survivor base." "Which base are you from? It's not good to take other people's things. Leave the woman and the knife behind, and we might spare your life." "Oh, and what if I don't agree?" Lu Yang said with a smile. "Then don't blame us for being rude." Huang Go showed a gnashing tooth expression, and at the same time, took out a large machete gleaming with cold light from behind him. "I'll see how you can be rude." As soon as Lu Yang finished speaking, he quickly rushed towards Huang Go, and before the other party could react, he swung his katana forward. Swish! Huang's face was still full of teeth, but his head had already fallen off. A high column of blood spurted from his neck, and then Lu Yang made a few more slashes, killing the several strong men next to Huang Go. What speed! Seeing this, the giant bears' faces showed expressions of shock. At the same time, they quickly dodged and retreated, looking at Lu Yang with fear in their eyes. "Ha! Why did he run away?" "Don't retreat, I haven't had a chance to cut yet," Lu Yang said with a cold smile. The black samurai sword was dripping blood. The supermarket was filled with the smell of blood. On the ground were 4 headless corpses. After a brief encounter, Lu Yang also roughly understood the strength of these supernormal people. Basic attributes such as strength and speed are about twice as strong as ordinary people. Lu Yang, on the other hand, had 16 times the strength and speed of an ordinary person. The gap between the two sides was huge. In Lu Yang's opinion, the other party's movements were too slow. As for what the opponent's superpower was, Lu Yang wasn't sure, but he guessed it wasn't a powerful superpower, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to defeat him without using his superpower. A layer of cold sweat appeared on the giant bear's face. The other members of the base were even more terrified. This man is so strong. They couldn't see the other's movements clearly, and it could be said that even the leader of the Black Tiger base, Black Tiger, was no match for this man. The giant bear was scared out of his wits. If his own combat power is 800, then Black Tiger's combat power is 1000, and this man's combat power is at least 5000. He's not even in the same league. How can they fight? Unless the entire Black Tiger base is mobilized, there is absolutely no chance of winning, he said to Lu Yang with a look of vigilance. "Brother, let's talk it over. It's all a misunderstanding. You can take the woman and the weapons. How about we leave now? If you let us go, we'll never appear in front of you again for the rest of our lives." "That won't do. I haven't had enough fun yet." After Lu Yang finished speaking, he quickly rushed towards the giant bear and the others. The giant bear roared, "Run! Go back to the base and get help. I'll hold them off." The power of the bear. Roar! The giant bear's body suddenly grew larger, and countless hairs grew on its body, instantly turning it into a real grizzly bear. "Oh? Your superpower is to turn into a bear? That's really weak. You're better off being a human than an animal." Lu Yang stepped forward with his sword, and cut off the giant bear's head with one blow. The opponent didn't even have time to react. He then rushed into the fleeing crowd and slaughtered them. These mercenaries and professional killers were like chickens waiting to be slaughtered in front of Lu Yang, completely unable to fight back. In less than a minute, Lu Yang killed them all. Chapter 36, Brought Back to the Villa. Oh! The strong smell of blood made Jiang Jinyu keep retching. The ground was covered with the bodies of the survivors of the Black Tiger base. At the same time, Jiang Jinyu was also shocked by Lu Yang's strength. As the third in command of the base, the giant bear was unable to react, and was killed in seconds. Is this man the reincarnation of the god of war? Lu Yang is not only his savior, but also very powerful and full of security. He is really strong and handsome.
Jiang Jinyu made up her mind in her heart that she must follow Lu Yang, and it would be best if she could become Lu Yang's woman. Seeing that there were no more living people present, Lu Yang wiped the blood off his katana and said to Jiang Jinyu, "Let's go.
We've finished scavenging, and we should go back." Jiang Jinyu nodded and followed Lu Yang obediently.
The two left the supermarket without noticing that there was a large hole in the ground behind a shelf. The two returned to the school villa building.
The simulation is over.
This time, Lu Yang gained a lot. Not only did he get a katana, a close combat artifact, but he also got a whole large supermarket's worth of supplies. Most importantly, she also gained a beautiful woman with fair skin and long legs, who was as beautiful as the big-breasted policewoman Zhao Lina. It can be said that the harvest is quite rich.
To be honest, Jiang Jinyu's appearance really matches Lu Yang's aesthetic.
The moment he saw her, he was already attracted to her.
He really likes this type of girl.
He made up his mind in his heart that he must get this goddess of the police academy into bed as soon as possible and have her bear him many children. Lu Yang immediately began to act according to the process of deduction.
Everything went very smoothly.
When he returned from the supermarket to the villa, he had really obtained a treasure sword and brought back the peerless beauty Jiang Jinyu.
Lu Yang was very happy.
It seems that tonight he can try out the feeling of being a future police officer.
Thinking about her angelic looks and devilish figure, it must be a blast, right? Lu Yang, you're back? Come and eat.
Chen Dan and the others smiled happily as they saw Lu Yang return, and invited him to the dining room to eat. Lu Yang nodded and said to Jiang Jinyu, "Let's eat something first."
I'm sure you're hungry too. Okay.
Jiang Jinyu nodded a little awkwardly. She looked at Chen Dan and the others in the villa building and her face showed a somewhat complicated expression. She had originally thought that Lu Yang was alone. She had already made up her mind to become Lu Yang's woman.
But
found that the other party seemed to have several female companions. And each of them had their own unique features and were very beautiful. Although she is confident in her appearance, she still feels a little awkward about becoming one of Lu Yang's many women.
Will these women who came before her accept her? Will they target me? Will they give me a hard time?
Jiang Jinyu ate in silence, her mood mixed. She was worried and scared. Chen Dan and Tang Mengting, Zhao Yuding, Zhao Lina and others were observing Jiang Jinyu. Tang Mengting was already seething with hatred in her heart. What a beautiful girl. In terms of appearance, she is even more beautiful than Yusha and Zhao Lina, the foremost beautiful girls in the school.
Where did Lu Yang find another peerless beauty? Now there are 4 people in this refuge who are prettier than me.
They are the superstar Su Xiao, the tall teacher Zhao Yuding, the cold and aloof school beauty Yusha, the top student and school beauty Zhao Lina, and this new girl with big breasts. She's so beautiful, and her body is even bigger than Chen Dan's.
She has a perfect body. How can anyone live like this? Tang Mingting is about to collapse.
She can't compete with her in looks, and she can't compete with her in body shape, so what's the point of playing?
But although she was devastated, she didn't dare to show it on her face.
This beauty was just brought back to the villa building and was able to eat with them, which shows how special Lu Yang is to her.
Even Zhao Lina, the top student and school beauty, had to enter Lu Yang's room and wait on her before she could eat.
Jiang Jinyu, on the other hand, didn't have to do anything and could eat directly.
This is something no one else can compare to.
Chen Dan was also well aware of this. She smiled and offered Jiang Jinyu a piece of meat. "Good sister, eat more.
Look how thin you are. Except for your big breasts, everything else is small.
I made all these dishes.
See if they're to your liking." "Huh? Oh. It's delicious, thank you."
Jiang Jinyu was a little nervous. She didn't expect these people to treat her so well. Back at the Black Tiger base, the relationship between survivors was not so harmonious. They were always on guard against each other. Although they were competitors, they were also competitors for survival resources.
They could even turn against each other when necessary. Eat as much as you like. I'm so happy that my cooking is to your liking. What's your name? Where are you from? My name is Chen Dan.
I used to own this villa and was also a dance teacher.
Chen Dan said with a gentle smile and in an approachable tone.
My name is Jiang Jinyu, a former police academy student.
I met Lu Yang on the road.
He saved me and I am very grateful to him. Jiang Jinyu said truthfully. Oh, so you're a police academy student.
In fact, we were all saved by Lu Yang. We are all very grateful to him. In the future, you will be joining our big family, and we will definitely get along well. Chen Dan nodded and said, Okay, thank you, Chen Dan. Jiang Jinyu smiled and said. She felt a little happy. She felt that Chen Dan was very approachable and gave off a very good impression, very gentle. As Chen Dan talked to Jiang Jinyu, Tang Mengting and the others looked on with a complex expression on their faces. They thought to themselves, Chen Dan is really something. She knows how to get along with people, and in just a few words she has brought the newcomer Jiang Jinyu over to the same side. The old are still the best. So Tang Mengting and Xiao, Lina and the others also showed warm smiles on their faces. They said to Jiang Jinyu, Yes, good sister, eat more, don't be polite with us, everyone here is very easy to get along with, and they speak well. When you come here, you should feel like you're back home. Don't be too constrained, be more relaxed. Oh, okay. Thank you all. I'm very happy that everyone has accepted me so quickly. Jiang Jinyu said sincerely. Lu Yang saw that everyone was getting along so well and nodded with relief. Teacher Zhao Yuding, with her beautiful legs, was eating her meal with a complicated look on her face. After a day of internal struggle, she had decided to go to Lu Yang's room tonight, and really have a physical relationship with Lu Yang, just like the rumors said. It would be best if it really was like the rumors said, and they could fight for a few hours. But now Lu Yang has brought back a beautiful girl, and tonight, it seems that she will probably spend the night with this beautiful girl. It seems that my own battle plan will have to be postponed again. I don't know when it will be my turn. Alas! She feels like a blade of grass in the desert, about to wither and dry up. She desperately needs the nourishment of rain. If I wait any longer, I'm going to rot. Chapter 37, Come to Thank You. After dinner, the new police officer Jiang Jinyu found a room on the first floor to stay in. Lu Yang returned to his room. After taking a shower, he lay on the bed and couldn't take his eyes off his long, black katana. His basic strength had been enhanced, and his melee combat ability had increased dramatically. He just needed a melee weapon, and he didn't expect to get a treasure sword yesterday when he said he needed a weapon. What good luck! He took out a new towel from the dark space and kept wiping the weapon. The dark blade is powerful and exudes a cold light. The straight body is sharp and tough. It seems to be able to pierce through all enemies. After hacking down hundreds of zombies and a dozen survivors today, this precious sword is still sharp and can cut through hair and break hair. Lu Yan looked at it with a look of fondness in his eyes. A master once said that you should treat weapons like lovers. Because a weapon may accompany you longer than a lover. And a weapon can save your life, while a lover will only drain your energy. Just as Lu Yang was happily polishing the knife, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing this sound, Lu Yang slowly put away the knife. She had had enough of admiring the knife, and it was time to show off her sword. But who was knocking on the door today? I hope it's the police officer Jiang Jinyu. Lu Yang licked his lips and called out in anticipation. Come in. The door was pushed open. It was indeed Jiang Jinyu who came in. She had already taken a shower, and her long, straight, black hair was still damp, flowing smoothly down her white shoulders. Her long, straight legs were white and slender, and her figure, with a protruding front and a curvy back, was extremely eye-catching. Jiang Jinyu's face flushed as she looked at Lu Yang's smiling expression. She stammered and said to Lu Yang, Well, I came to thank you for saving me today. I know. Come over, let's have a good chat, talk about the future, talk about ideals. Lu Yang said with a wicked smile. Okay, let's talk about the future together. And be your girlfriend? Jiang Jinyu showed a puzzled expression. After she reacted, her face turned even redder. I thought, we were just friends. I just wanted to say thank you. Is it too soon to start dating? What friends and not friends? Your brother entrusted you to me, how can I just be your friend? At least I want to be your boyfriend. Lu Yang pulled Jiang Jinyu into his arms. Jiang Jinyu let out a low moan of shyness. What's so good about being friends? There is a saying, a friend is someone who can help you once, But a girlfriend is someone who can help you many times. So, if you want to be a girlfriend, you have to be a girlfriend. Outside the door.
When Jiang Jinyu entered Lu Yang's room, a group of people including Su Xiao, Tang Mengting, Chen Dan, and Zhao Yuding were in the hallway.
They immediately began whispering again. Sure enough, she went back in. This woman, I thought she was pure. And I heard the voices in the room. Lu Yang asked her to be his girlfriend? My goodness. Of all the girls here, which one could become Lu Yang's girlfriend? It was only Jiang Jinyu who did it. And Lu Yang asked her to be his girlfriend. Yes, yes. My God. He is too good to Jiang Jinyu. You'd better be nice to Jiang Jinyu from now on. She's the only one he's paying attention to now. Tang Mingting's face was very ugly as she listened to the people's discussions. She was the one who wanted to be Lu Yang's girlfriend the most, and more than once she had put herself in the position of Lu Yang's girlfriend, but every time she was slapped in the face. Lu Yang never gave her a good look. But now, on the first day Jiang Jinyu has been here, she has already made Lu Yang ask to be her girlfriend. This is a treatment that no girl has ever received. Tang Mengting had previously regarded He Yushi, Zhao Lina, and Zhao Yuding as potential enemies, but now she realized that the real enemy was this newcomer, the real enemy was Jiang Jinyu. And this enemy is so powerful that it is difficult to shake its position. Everyone was filled with a sense of crisis. At the same time, they were envious of Jiang Jinyu. Long-legged teacher Zhao Yuding didn't think about it much. She didn't care who was more important or who was more favored by Lu Yang. She only cares about when she can get Lu Yang's attention. Her whole face was flushed. Zhao Yuding returned to her room with a flushed face. Harmonized and edited. Chapter 38, Teacher Wants to Become a Zombie? 2 hours later, Lu Yang received a system notification. Congratulations, host, you have successfully made your girlfriend. Dark space alien power level increased by 1. Since the host has successfully gotten a girlfriend for 7 consecutive days, all superpowers have been upgraded by 1 level. Upon receiving this prompt, Lu Yang was overjoyed. Lu Yang checked it out. The dark space has been upgraded to level 5. Originally, 30 times 30 times 30 is equal to 27,000 cubic meters, and now it has become 50 times 50 times 50 is equal to 125,000 cubic meters. It has increased by nearly 4 times. The pile of things he had collected from the supermarket was already quite impressive. Now it has become a small pile. Lu Yang shook his head. It seems that the rate at which I am collecting resources is not as fast as the rate at which the dark space is expanding. This space is really too spacious. I have to continue collecting resources. Jiang Jinyu was very tired, but she didn't want to sleep. Looking at Lu Yang sleeping beside her, she liked him more and more. Her brother Zhang Jinglin died in an accident at the hands of the mutant tree. Fortunately, he met Lu Yang. Otherwise, even if he hadn't been killed by the tree, he would have been caught by the giant bear and the others who had followed him, and then taken back to the Black Tiger base. The thought of the leader of the Black Tiger survivor base, with his yellow teeth, pot belly, fat, black and disgusting appearance, made her feel like throwing up. Compared to Lu Yang, that Black Tiger was nothing but a pile of dog shit. She was so lucky to have met Lu Yang and become his woman. It was like heaven had favored her. Even in the end times, Jiang Jinyu felt very happy at this moment. She curled her lips and gave Lu Yang a kiss in her sleep. Then she slowly fell asleep. The next day, Lu Yang and Jiang Jinyu got up at noon. Su Xiao and the others had already prepared lunch, and as soon as they saw Lu Yang and Jiang Jinyu get up and come out, they immediately came over with smiles on their faces. Lu Yang, Jingyu's sister, is here for lunch. We just finished cooking and you guys woke up. It's perfect timing. Good. Lu Yang nodded. Together with Jiang Jinyu, they went to Su Xiao's dormitory, which was almost full of girls at this moment. Everyone showed a look of envy when they saw Jiang Jinyu. Zhao Yuding was flushed and her eyes darted away as soon as she saw Lu Yang. But just Lu Yang noticed something strange about Zhao Yuding. Her face was flushed, her eyes were avoiding his, she was looking down, and her breathing was a little fast. This is a bit like the prelude to becoming a zombie? He frowned and asked with concern, Yuding, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? The others also stopped what they were doing and looked at Zhao Yuding.
The room was suddenly quiet. Ah! Zhao Yuding did not expect Lu Yang to take the initiative to talk to her. She was startled for a moment, and her head jerked up, just meeting Lu Yang's concerned gaze. This glance made her heart flutter. She was most afraid of the sudden silence in the air and the sudden concern of her friends. At this moment, Zhao Yuding felt her desires churning in her heart, writhing and unable to subside. The desire in her heart once again opened her mouth wide, thirsting for the rain to nourish her.
I want to be your woman. Zhao Yuding wanted to say this so much.
Unfortunately, she was a shy traditional woman. She could only blush and shake her head.
No. It's nothing. Oh, that's good. Then let's all eat. Lu Yan also felt relieved. The zombies on this campus have long been cleared out by herself, so how could Zhao Yuding be infected? It seems that I was just thinking too much. The so-called concerned and talking nonsense is herself, right?
Lu Yan was very grateful to Zhao Yuding for protecting him when he was injured.
So he didn't want anything to happen to Zhao Yuding.
Now that he heard that Zhao Yuding was fine, he was relieved. Zhao Yuding looked at Lu Yang's eyes and left from her own body. Her mood was not so tense, but she was a little disappointed. She was afraid that Lu Yang would pay attention to her, but she also longed for Lu Yang to pay attention to her. In this state of conflict, she began to eat carelessly. Although Chen Dan's food was delicious, it tasted like chewing wax in her mouth.
Soon, Lu Yang finished eating and returned to the dormitory.
He was going to continue his research and search for a few more large supermarkets. There are 3 more large supermarkets near the school, although they are all a little further away than the first one, but at this time, Lu Yang is so powerful that he is not afraid of the long journey. After all, last night, after he had successfully spread his branches and leaves with Jiang Jinyu, his dark space had been strengthened, becoming a space of 50 by 50 by 50 meters, and less than 1/10 of the items in a supermarket were inside.
It seemed too empty. This made him unhappy. He absolutely would not allow the dark space to be so empty.
It was not in keeping with his style. Therefore, she must be stuffed.
Chapter 39, The Black Tiger, the Psychic. Meanwhile, in the Black Tiger survivor's base,
a middle-aged man with a long scar on his face returned to the base panting. As soon as he returned to the base, he ran straight to Black Tiger's quarters. When he arrived outside Black Tiger's room, he immediately collapsed on the ground, shouting, "Black Tiger, boss!
Black Tiger, boss! It's bad. They've been killed, all of them. What's the rush? Did Jiang Jinyu bring it back? Where's that guy, Juxiong?"
A fat, greasy, middle-aged man with a dark complexion and a mustache came out and looked at the scene of Scarmouse lying on the ground in a daze.
Black Tiger was a little surprised. What on earth had happened to make the mature and steady Scarface look like this? The giant bear is dead. Yellow Dog is dead too. They're all dead. If I hadn't been able to burrow so fast, I would have died there too.
Thinking back to what happened at the time, Scarface's face showed a look of fear.
What? The giant bear was killed?
Upon hearing this, Black Tiger's face instantly revealed a look of disbelief, and then his eyes were filled with anger.
He said in a murderous voice, "Is Zhang Jinglin that strong? You were more than 10 people, and you couldn't find them? You didn't know how to sneak up on them? And he killed them all? Are you all useless? Did something happen?"
No, it wasn't Zhang Jinglin. When we got there, Jiang Jinglin was already dead. It was another young man, very strong.
He took Zhang Jinglin's knife and instantly killed more than a dozen people.
He didn't even use his superpowers from beginning to end, he just used melee combat to kill everyone.
Even the giant bear didn't react in time and was instantly killed by the other party. If I had run a little slower, I'm afraid I would have been beheaded long ago.
Scar-faced Rat said with a lingering fear.
No way, absolutely impossible. In terms of melee combat, my third brother, the giant bear, is invincible.
Even I am not necessarily his match without using my superpowers.
How could someone kill it? Without using superpowers? Black Tiger obviously didn't believe it.
In peacetime, Bear was a professional mercenary, and he was very powerful. In the end times, he awakened his ability to transform into a giant bear and possessed the power of a giant bear. It can be said that without using his superpower, the strength of the giant bear is among the top of all first-level superpowers.
How could he be killed in an instant?
Black Tiger's eyes showed a look of doubt.
Is it possible that this scarred rat deliberately exaggerated the enemy's strength because he was afraid that he would blame him for failing the mission?
It's true, brother. I'm not lying to you, brother. Jiang Jinyu was also taken away by that guy. He killed hundreds of zombies, all with a knife, and his strength was terrifying.
We didn't know what his superpower was until the end,
Scarmouse said in an agitated tone. When Black Tiger heard that Jiang Jinyu had been taken away by that guy, he was furious.
Damn it, a dozen people can't even beat one person. You can't even bring back a woman, what good are you?
When the Falcon returns, I'll let him check the situation first. Then I'll go meet this so-called superhuman myself and see how strong he is.
If I find out you're exaggerating, you'll be sorry,
Black Tiger said angrily.
I'm not lying. Brother, I'm telling the truth.
If you don't believe me, let Falcon go and see for himself.
That guy is really strong. If you don't believe me, that's fine,
Scar-faced Rat said angrily and left the place. He had just escaped death, and was afraid of being caught by the other party along the way, so he didn't dare to take the flat road, and had been using his superpower to dig holes all the way back, digging more than 20 kilometers of holes. This has exhausted him greatly, and he is now exhausted. Who knows that he just got back and was scolded by Black Tiger again, so his mood was naturally very bad. Leaving Black Tiger's place, Scarface cursed as he walked. He lost a dozen brothers for a woman. Not a word of concern, and he still cursed at me.
Damn it.
If I could fight him, I would have killed him long ago.
Damn it, why did I awaken the ability to make holes? If I had awakened the ability to fight, could I have done this?
After cursing in his heart, the rat also calmed down and began to think about his future escape route. Now that Black Tiger has lost his two most capable assistants, Giant Bear and Yellow Dog, his strength has been greatly reduced. It is estimated that the entire survivor base, combined, is no match for the young man. Black Tiger is afraid that he will fight to the death with the young man in order to get Jiang Jinyu.
Wouldn't I be waiting to die if I stay here? Damn it, it's better to leave early than to wait to die.
Black Tiger doesn't treat his brothers as human beings, and there is no future following him. The rat made up his mind. He was ready to return to his own place, then start packing up and leave secretly. Although his superpower is not a combat-type superpower, it is still very useful for escaping. He is short and his holes are small, so no one can get in. As long as he wants to run, basically no one can catch up with him.
He walked through the Black Tiger survivors' base. The civilians in the base saw Scarmouse and came over to say hello. Hello, Mr. Rat. Mr. Rat, you had a good day today, didn't you? It's okay. Scar-faced Rat smiled at everyone.
A little girl with a dirty face and a thin body ran over and came to Scarface Rat. She looked up at him with big, innocent eyes and asked, Master Rat, where did you go on your adventure today? Did you encounter any scary zombies? Looking at the little girl's cute face, Scarmouse's heart suddenly softened. Although he was a superhuman, he was considered a complete waste because of his awakened ability to drill holes. He was not well liked among the other superheroes, and everyone looked down on him. Every time he went out on a mission, he was the one who had to go first. He had to explore dangerous areas. But the civilians are very respectful of him. While the other superhumans call him Scarface, these civilians respectfully call him Master Rat. Therefore, Scar-faced Rat is also better to these civilians than other supernormal people are to them. The other superheroes all looked down on the civilians, and if the civilians dared to provoke them, they would kick them away with one kick. Scarface crouched down and said to the little girl,
I went far, far away. I, Master Rat, killed dozens of zombies. I was very powerful. Here, Master Rat will give you a candy.
He took a candy out of his pocket and handed it to the little girl. The little girl's eyes lit up. It seemed as if an endless light had blossomed in her eyes. In the end times, even the heat of a candy is extremely precious. The little girl took the candy and held it tightly in her hand like a treasure.
She kept thanking Scarface Mouse, thank you, Mr. Mouse. Thank you, Mr. Mouse.
When the other children saw that the little girl had received a candy, they immediately surrounded her.
Mr. Rat. You're so handsome. You are the most handsome person in this base. Mr. Mouse, do you have any more candy? Ha ha ha. I like kids who tell the truth. Yes, yes, yes. There's one for everyone.
Scarface the rat smiled and gave everyone a candy when he heard the children praise him for being handsome. The children were overjoyed.
Candy. White rabbit candy. Mom, I got candy again.
The children were so happy that tears were streaming down their faces.
Mr. Rat is so nice. Long live Mr. Rat.
The children skipped off happily. In the distance, their parents also looked at Scarecrow with gratitude. A candy bar may not mean much to a superhuman, but for the common people, it is difficult enough to survive every day, so how can they afford to eat such a luxury? Seeing the survivors looking at him as if he were the savior, Scarface gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind.
Chapter 40, Meeting the School Beauty Again. Joe Kiki reference figure. Just as the children were overjoyed at receiving the candy, another group of weary survivors walked through the gate into the survivor base. The leader was a strong man with a mighty eagle perched on his shoulder. As soon as the group appeared, the children immediately stopped making noise, their faces showing signs of fear. They hid the candy behind their backs and quickly ran back to their parents. When the group of survivors passed by Scarface, the leader of the group, a burly man, showed a playful expression on his face and said in a mocking tone, "Scar-faced rat? What's going on?
You're all covered in dirt.
Did you complete the task the boss gave you? Where's the giant bear? I don't see him anywhere. You didn't sneak back here while the others were fighting, did you? Ha ha ha. I think so. When people are fighting, this guy, Scar, hides in his hole and only comes out after the fight is over. You're lucky you've awakened the ability to dig holes. I really can't think of any use for it. Ha ha ha. You're no different from those civilians, no wonder you can get into a fight with them. What a rat." The strong man's entourage also began to laugh at Scarface.
Scarface was used to this kind of thing.
He was always teased by these people.
In the past, he would just laugh it off when he was in a good mood, but today Scar was in a bad mood. And he was about to leave the base soon.
Why should he continue to tolerate and be a coward? Go! The boss wants to see you. Don't be a coward and go. You'll see what happens when you get there. Scarface snapped. As a first-level superhuman, he was being ridiculed because he had awakened the superhuman ability to drill holes? Why? You trash, you won't live long. Black Tiger is going to take you to provoke a killer god, and you'll be waiting to die. Oh? How dare you talk to me like that? The burly man's face showed a threatening look. I'm talking to you like this, what? Stupid thing.
Scar-faced rat stood up straight, his eyes flashing with murderous intent.
You motherfucker. The strong man was about to explode, but was stopped by his younger brother. He persuaded him. Forget it, Brother Falcon. This guy is usually so timid, but today he dared to talk back to you. Something is wrong. Let's go to Brother Black Tiger first and listen to the situation. The strong man also came to his senses. This little brother is right. Scarface was indeed acting a little strange today. In the past, whenever they saw Scarface, they would bully him. But he's never dared to resist like this before. Now he dares to talk back, and he's aggressive. He's not backing down at all. Something's obviously wrong. Could it be that he has done a great service and Brother Black Tiger has promised him something? If that's the case, it's best not to provoke him now. Humph. You just wait. I'll go to Brother Black Tiger's place and sort things out with him before I deal with you. The Falcon snorted and then led his subordinates to Black Tiger's residence. As they left, Scarface smiled coldly, a bunch of short-lived ghosts. Wait for death. I'm not playing with you anymore, I'm leaving right now. Scarface Rat returned to his own residence and immediately began packing. He had originally dug a hole, and had dug a tunnel for more than 20 kilometers. Now, when he left, he only needed to continue into the tunnel, and he didn't need to dig a new hole, so he could get there faster than when he came. In less than an hour, he would be able to reach the supermarket where the giant bear had been killed. On the other side. At this time, Liu Yang is in the middle of a deduction. He was heading to another supermarket, which was about 2 kilometers from the school. He was carrying a sword, and on the way, he encountered zombies and chopped them up with one blow, one zombie at a time.
In less than 10 minutes, he had already arrived outside the supermarket. But outside the supermarket, he met two survivors, a man and a woman.
They were acquaintances from his school. Although Lu Yang didn't have much interaction with them at school, he still knew the more famous people at school. The two were the student president, Chen Dan, and one of the foremost beautiful girls in the school, Zhou, who was known as the goddess of sports. When they saw Lu Yang holding a treasure sword and killing all the zombies on the road like a god of death, they also came out of the room they were hiding in and were ready to follow Lu Yang and look for some food behind him. However, Lu Yang discovered them and showed a cold expression on his face.
"What do you two want?
Don't follow me."
Lu
Yang?
After seeing Lu Yang's face clearly, Chen Hao's face showed a look of surprise.
Lu Yang was a famous figure at school, and as the student president, he naturally knew him. He even despised Lu Yang in the past and even took the lead in looking for trouble for Lu Yang. But now it's the end of the world, who cares about the past? Seeing that Lu Yang is so strong at this moment, everyone is an old acquaintance, an alumnus of the same school, so the next step is to cling to Lu Yang's thigh.
"What?
Don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you not to follow me." Lu Yang warned again.
He had worked so hard to kill the zombies, and these two thought they could just come out and take a share of the spoils after he had finished killing the zombies, and sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor?
"Lu Yang, I'm Chen Dan, the student council president. Don't you recognize us? This weapon of yours is amazing.
I can see that you can kill zombies with just one slash.
How about this?
You protect me and Zhou, and when I get home, I'll give you money, 1 million.
How about it?"
Chen Dan said to Lu Yang with a smile on his face.
Lu Yang looked at him with a stupid smile.
In the end times, he still wants to bribe people with money.
Is this person sick in the head? Get out of here.
Lu Yang said coldly.
2 million. How about 2 million?
Chen Dan said with gritted teeth.
Are you stupid?
In the end times, money is useless.
You can't even buy a loaf of bread. You're not leaving, are you? Fine, then don't leave.
I'll take Zhou back to the base. As the goddess of sports, she runs every day and should be quite suitable for giving birth. Lu Yang touched his chin and revealed a playful expression. Zhou is not only one of the four most beautiful girls on campus, but also a sports student. Not only is she very beautiful, with delicate facial features and a slender figure, she also has long, slender legs with healthy muscle tone, giving her a very explosive look. Her tan skin and slim waist with a visible six-pack make her look extremely energetic and attractive. It is also said that women who like sports will give birth to healthier children.
And the goddess of sports will also have better stamina.
Other girls would die if they had to fight with themselves for 2 hours, but this Zhou should be able to withstand it perfectly.
She can have as many children as she wants.